After acing their top pick, Monti Ossenfort, Jonathan getting the Cardinals will be back on the board, presumably twice today, Johnny. How Monti can continue to knock this one out of the park for the Redbirds.
Can Monti Ossenfort complete his pièce de résistance of NFL drafts by scoring an edge rusher of note at 47? Please do not trade down again, Monti. PHNX Cardinals Draft Day coverage Day 2 starts now. Hey, and Circle K, it's the PHNX Cardinals podcast, your premier #1 Arizona Cardinals podcast. Brack, we are ready to rock and roll. NFL Draft round 2 and 3 tonight. Your full coverage here with PHNX Sports. Well, Brack, how we living, my guy?
We're living well, man. We got to meet the newest Arizona Cardinal earlier today. Walter Nolen, he held court with his press conference. Heard from Monti Ossenfort. Vibes high in Tempe for the Cardinals, and they're locking in for day 2, rounds 2 and 3. Can Monti continue to just pitch a perfect game? I know that's asking a lot, but I think that in order to get that, you got to have a shutdown inning in innings 1 and 2, and he's got that with Walter Nolen.
Can he land this plane? He is on pace right now.
Analogy's out of control right now.
Yeah, with pick 47, out of control. Can he make the right selection and have it truly be best case scenario? I believe there are a number of players that support that.
Yeah.
Bo Brack, we're going to get to who those players may be, who we believe should and will be the pick at 47, but I want to remind everybody that presenting sponsor on this fine draft program, like it is all weekend long, is our friends at Circle K. Join the Inner Circle for free by downloading the Circle K app today. Terms and conditions apply at participating locations. Visit CircleK.com for more details.
We had an unbelievable event last night. Want to once again thank everybody that came out to Gila River Resorts and Casinos at Wild Horse Pass and made last night truly special for this Humble Little Fanboy podcast. So we had our draft party of 100 people in attendance, just rooting on their favorite team, seeing the Cardinals add a big-time defensive playmaker, some beef in the middle. Just great to meet everybody out there. So thank you. Drop a like on this video. Also, last night, guys, we announced our partnership, 3-year partnership with our friends over at Big Brothers Big Sisters. We've got, of course, big and little news to share, and we'll continue that as ALLCITY and PHNX teaming up with Big Brothers and Big Sisters of America with that 3-year partnership. And it's not just about sports here on PHNX. It's about getting involved in the community. And together we're combining with Big Brothers Big Sisters for incredible youth mentoring programs with passion and power with ALLCITY's local sports coverage to create something truly meaningful. And we talked to some members of the Big Brothers Big Sisters yesterday. The partnership kicks off this week with the draft coverage, but continues on beyond that. Doesn't stop there. We're going to be working year-round to support Big Brothers Big Sisters with fundraising, content, events, even opportunities with our team. And we'll start, as we talk about Big Brothers Big Sisters, with our big draft. The big story here, round 2 and 3, day 2 of the draft, is what you mentioned. Can Monti Ossenfort continue to lean in and revamping this defensive front 7 as far as how the players that could be available here in round 2? It's conducive for that, Johnny. It reminds me of the defensive back class last year where Monti could kind of just pick which prospect he likes best and add him to the Cardinals come 47, maybe later.
Yeah, the problem with that, and I see the analogy that a lot of people are making, last 2 years, Ossenfort has traded down atop the second round. Keyword atop, right? He had a top pick, a top 40 selection each of the last 2 years. He's picking 47 now. And again, we don't know who's going to be available. They've got roughly 15 picks that are going to come ahead of where the Cardinals are selecting. If you trade down from 47, I mean, you're really basically punting on the premier talent atop the second round. anybody who we're going to dissect here, Scourton, Landon Jackson, Will Johnson, if he somehow falls, you trade down, you're basically saying goodbye to those guys unless you do a mini trade down. So I think this is going to be the first time, and I could be proven wrong, that Ossenfort truly sticks and picks. I think there's a better chance maybe he trades down from 78.
Yeah.
47 feels like the perfect spot to say, we're going to go BPA at a position of need, edge, corner, offensive line. I know people are throwing out wide receiver. Let's wait and see on that. They have an opportunity here to get a first-round caliber pick in this draft. Not traditionally, but in this draft, somebody we mock consistently from picks, maybe 25 to 32 at 47. I think that's just going to be too good to pass up.
Yeah, look, and they only have to weather about 14 picks before they're on the clock. They're going to be up one pick ahead of the first round, just as NFL, just kind of, you'll see teams with similar records, equal records. They kind of maneuver a little bit round by round. Cardinals 16th overall, 15th overall here in the second round, 47th. They'll be picking. I tend to disagree to an extent.
Okay, hit
Look,
me with it.
If Scourton falls down, if Ezaraku falls down, guys that we had routinely mocked at the end of the first round, sure, that's when you stick and pick and you say, you're not going to get better than this.
Yeah.
This is just that it's getting greedy if I trade down here and hope somebody's there at 52, 53, wherever he might land. But if you have these prospects bunched up and it's Landon Jackson,
I know.
It's JT Tuimoloau, it's Princey Umayalon out of Ole Miss.
Crushed it.
Yeah, I actually butchered it. But look, I'm going to have to get it right if they draft the Ole Miss 10.5 sack artist.
Yeah.
There's so many options there. If you trust your draft board and you know that, the sicko that is Monti Ossenfort would, and say, hey, I can get some capital if somebody wants to come up and they've got a player in mind because they're not just dead set on one player. They've got a conviction that they can get any one of these guys and it play well with their defensive front seven.
Who could be the players they're interested in? This is what this podcast is prepared to tell you. I believe Nic Scourton is, if not atop their big board, in the mix to be the pick at 47. Ezaraku did not have a top 30 visit. I think we've talked about it before. Is he a little small for what they want to do at traditional edge rusher? Whereas Scourton built closer to a Michael Williams, which we know they like, right?
Big boy.
He is very thick. I posted some highlights earlier today when he was at Purdue and then subsequently when he transferred to Texas A&M. He's got big-time length, big-time ability, and led the Big Ten in sacks 2 years ago. I think he's very much in contention. I think Trey Amos from Ole Miss, they're tied to all these Ole Miss guys. Trey Amos at 6'1", unlike Jahdae Barron yesterday, a true outside press man corner at 6'1". I think he fits the build absolutely. I'm pegging both of those two players firmly in the mix.
Okay.
And then you look at a couple guys where if Will Johnson falls to that point, is it just too good a value? My thought process is, hell yeah, of course it is. But if they've red flagged his knee, maybe they've taken him off the board. We can't confirm that.
Yeah, I think I'll add Thomas from Florida State as a corner that I think could fit what the Cardinals want to do as far as his size, scheme fit. As the first pick is in with the Browns, we'll see what that turns out to be. And also I'll add, in the chat, crushing it as always. Give yourself a like, pat on the back as well. That if there's a position that they feel like is rare and they want to address, and they feel like they can lean in on the strength of this draft later, and get maybe an interior offensive line or maybe a tackle position, say like Ursi is there from Minnesota, who they had a top 30 with, or maybe like a Jonas Savaiinaea, maybe they like him, or Tate Ratledge, maybe they go that way because it's a smaller pool to pick out of.
Yeah, you make a good point. You have an opportunity if you want to wait, which I don't recommend doing. I think, why not put the finishing touches on this cake that is maybe the greatest remake of a single position group in a singular offseason with a Landon Jackson or a JT or, of course, a Scourton or Scourton. But if they opt to go offense, there's a better chance that there's a quality defensive end, albeit a developmental guy, at 78 as compared to, I had him taking the kid out of NC State in my last mock draft top 30 visit, who's got some off-the-field concerns, but
Anthony Belton?
So did Walter Nolen. What's going to be available for this team on offense in the third round could be sparse, minus maybe a guard, whereas defensive line, we're going to see a ton of edge rushers go today. I would like to have my pick of all the fixins, edge rushers available that I feel like could have been. There are 4 to 5 guys right now that could have been first-round picks, and this is not a knock on Ossenfort, and I like Max Melton, but like you can make an argument he would have been better off the last 2 drafts staying home in the second round and taking players atop the second round. Sometimes more is less, right? And I feel like this roster is ready. Like, you're an edge rusher away right now at pick 47 from asserting yourself atop the NFC West, in my opinion, or continue with the LA Rams. Don't just trade down to trade down. And I get it. Maybe they have these guys bunched up and the league isn't as high on these edge rushers that we're referring to. Yeah. But good hell, if we get to 47 and a couple of these guys are there, just like yesterday, don't overthink it. Take the player.
You see some continued buffoonery and tomfoolery.
Yes.
I mean, as far as like you got the Browns on the clock, and they take Carson Schlesinger, an off-ball linebacker, 33rd overall. And it's like, okay, now you have 13 picks before you're up, and the pool remains just as deep as it was before. And like you have to continue. Like it's as far as the teams in front of them, and they're going to get looser even than the first round. And they were completely shooting from the hip and cavalier with their, as far as most of the first round that played in the Cardinals' favor.
Yeah,
teams are going to be like, well, the pressure isn't on. That's a first-round pick. We're going to continue to take tight ends. We're going to continue to take skill players, which isn't the strength of this draft.
No,
there's going to be quarterbacks come off the board. Like, the Cardinals are going to be in a prime position to get somebody really good at 47th overall, and probably 78th overall. Like, this is really, but it is going to be interesting to see how Ossenfort approaches it and what he's going to have, how he's got his board stacking up with the rest of the league. So Schlesinger goes off the board from UCLA.
He's fine. I mean,
yeah, look, he would have looked good in Cardinal red and white, but it would have looked great at 47.
Isn't it funny? Can I just say something? Isn't it funny how we break down position units of need and we talk about it ad nauseum during draft season of what we believe this team's going to prioritize, and then like for 72 hours leading up to the draft, and I don't mean to call people out, and the Cardinals. I think it would have taken Walter Nolen over Tyler Booker. I feel very confident about that.
Me too.
But like the people that
Jonathan Gannon said he was number 1 on his board.
Yeah, like the people who thought. I think Michael Williams was also in that group. Jaden Higgins goes to Texans. It's just chef's kiss so far.
Like 12 picks before you get a really good player.
Thought that the Cardinals, Gannon, and Ossenfort were going to completely set a flame to how they do things.
Yeah.
Throw away RAS. Throw away premium positions, and you had people out there putting out that they were going to take off-ball linebackers, guards, and they were going to avoid the defensive line. Let's just trust what we know.
We do have a trade.
Okay.
Looks like the Seahawks are trading 52nd overall and 87th. The 35th overall pick. So one of the Cardinals' division rivals, moving and shaking. They took Gray Zabel in the first round. We'll see who the Seahawks want to trade up.
Off screen here, head of production Shane, giddy with excitement. He's gonna feel differently.
You got any idea who it could be, Shane? Shedeur? Is it a Shedeur Sanders time?
Tyler Shuck. Did they bring in any top 30 QBs?
Ooh, Luther Burden, another slot receiver. You don't have enough of those. You only have 2.
Wideouts going, baby. All right, I might have to revise my. If this is an offensive juggernaut to begin the second round, they do need to trade down. If this continues like this, if the Seahawks take Burden here, and we just rotate between O-linemen, off-ball linebackers, and wide receivers, let's get that kid from LSU. Let's get that tight end from LSU mixed in here. Where's Henderson? I was told it's a great running back class. Let's get these RBs in here. My God, it's just best case scenario.
Yeah. No, as we wait for the Seahawks to make a pick and hopefully a big blunder, let's as we finish up our big draft discussion, let's get in and this is a little message from our new partners at Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Let's hear it from them.
30 minutes over a cup of coffee. A laugh, a smile, a message. Thumbs up emojis, clapping emojis, confetti emojis. Loaded nachos at halftime. It takes 1 try, 2 tries. 3 tries, and a girl, you got this. It takes a queen to H5 at the park. Best 2 out of 3. A spin dash for the win. A Sunday morning gift, a bright splash of color. This is how you make an impact on a kid's life. It may sound small, but it's all they need. A word of encouragement. someone to talk to advice, and the time it takes to enjoy a slice or two, you can make a difference. So go ahead, share a few hours a month. Share your skills, share a song, share your thoughts, share a moment. Share a dance and share it with the world. Because yeah, mentorship sounds huge, but the truth is, it takes little to be big.
We love that the pick is in. We hate it because it's a good pick from the Seahawks. But look, we're excited to support youth mentorship. Really makes a difference. You can learn more. See how to get involved. bbbs.org/ALLCITY to go help. You can see if you can donate or you can also be a mentor. It's fantastic. So excited about what's going on with Big Brothers, Big Sisters, of course, of Central Arizona.
Yeah.
As we're going to be hanging out with that crew. I see you guys have already seen the pick. It's Nick Imamori from South Carolina. Absolute tool
pick.
shed.
Good pick.
Just a freak show. Put on a clinic at the combine. Look really good in his skivvies out there running Indy. And looks like Mike McDonald gets his Kyle Hamilton. I see you guys crushing the chat.
This is the problem with the NFC West is you don't have a Chicago Bears
Yeah.
that are taking second and third tier tight ends, 10th overall. Like you've got the Rams who are fleecing the Falcons for a future first.
Yeah.
The Niners who always get their act together, and the Seahawks who never have a poor draft, and they're very methodical. I do think they're always going to be limited.
Poor drafts.
You think so?
They've had some bad picks.
Not recently, but it feels like
Malcolm McDowell.
This is
McDowell.
where the Cardinals need Kyler Murray more than ever. Kyler Murray has to come in and be undeniable because Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy and an aging Matthew Stafford, like the margin for errors in the NFC West with the coaching and now the personnel is so small.
Slim to none.
It
Slim
is.
to none.
I mean, that's the Cardinals. That's why they need to keep throwing resources at premium positions here. I'm all for it. And we're 4 for 4 now. We're 3 for 3 or 4 for 4 picks in without an edge rusher going. You love to see it.
Huge. And you hope that Monti Ossenfort, that's the line of thinking. I mean, and we'll see if he pivot goes a different direction because it keeps even the guys we were talking about also in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
But those guys at the end of the first round that you thought were going to go could have gone. But no, you're right. I mean, the difference is now as we start to see this third year under Ossenfort and Gannon is you had zero margin for error. You almost had a negative margin for error before because you didn't have the player personnel. Now you do. Now you've got a defense, I think, that you have confidence that if you don't go up there and put up 6 or put up points or you stall in a drive and you get off the field too early, that they have the ability to get the ball right back into your hands. And before you didn't. You gave up the football, it was either meant points or a long drive from the opposing offense, and kind of gassed your underman defense where I don't think that necessarily exists any longer. But look, I mean, you're going to have to play close to perfect ball within the division. Sure, you've got those exceptions, but it's always the pressure on to play at a high level in the NFC West at almost all times.
Producer Noah, as we get the Seahawks pick in, why don't we fire off some of these super chats, my guy?
Let's do it.
All right. We got a $5 super chat from Reezy Baby. Says, Chef Monty about to cook up some edge and O-line help. Leave those skill positions for tomorrow.
I love it.
Yeah.
I would tell you, in a perfect world, you get an edge rusher of note at 47, you get an interior offensive lineman at 78, and then you find a way to make Cam Skattebo an Arizona Cardinal. We're going to talk about Scat Watch, but I'm right with you, Reezy Baby. By the way, this is falling very well for the Cardinals as Cleveland goes non-premium pick as well, or premium player, I should say. They're going with the other running back from Ohio State, not Henderson.
Junkins?
Yeah, so Cleveland going Junkins. So, again, as much as I don't want to toot my co-host's horn, it looks like if Ossenfort wants to trade back, I mean, how can you argue with it the way this is
You're
going?
going to need a trade partner, though. And
right. You can't force it.
Are the guys behind, the teams behind the Cardinals going to want to get up for somebody or just say, hey, let's just see who's on the clock or who's available? We're on the clock. Let's keep it going with Super Chats.
All right, 23.99 from Ricky Crean says,
Wow, thank you,
endless
Ricky.
coverage here in Europe on who the Cardinals will pick next. I'm disgusted at some of the names being mentioned. No way our pass protection improves with a bunch of Italian priests in their 70s and 80s.
Wow,
Let Monty cook.
wow. It's quite the super chat. The Cardinals, Ricky, I love you, brother. Thank you for the support. The Cardinals' pass protection was good last year. They gave up like less than 30 sacks. It was a top unit. That doesn't mean they can't get better. I think they're going to take a lineman today, for sure. But I also think you were at a point yesterday where there was no lineman that warranted pick 16 over Walter Nolen. Good hell. And I think the same thing's going to reign true this year, where you just need to stick and pick defensive end or corner if they love Trey Amos or somebody like that. This is a year where it's just not going to fall that way. So it's like the bad franchises, they force it, right? Whereas the Cardinals now let the board come to you. You need players on both lines of scrimmage. That's what Philadelphia does, and that's what the Cardinals are attempting to do.
Is there somebody that they like, more than the rest of the league? Like, I think offensive line, you got a couple options, right? Is Arante Ursi is somebody they had in the top 30?
Yep.
Could play some right tackle
Still
for the
available
Cardinals.
right
Yeah,
now.
still available. It's trending that way. Jonas Savanea out of University of Arizona, great RAS scorer. He was a guy that was a 3-year starter for the Wildcats, can pop inside, can play tackle for you if you want. But do you want to take kind of a versatile tackle? 47th overall, top 50 pick. I think you still want to lean on the premium position, as Savanea probably profiles more as a guard at the next level.
Yeah.
And then you've got the option as far as Tate Ratledge, his teammate at Georgia, Jared Wilson, who was an absolute freak show.
Yeah.
I think the most athletic offensive lineman at the combine. So we've got so Judkins officially off the board.
Yeah.
As this thing rolls on. Looking good for the Cardinals is probably none of the people that they would have prospects they would have targeted have gone off the board. Still some quarterbacks potentially, more skilled players.
Yeah,
perfect.
Absolutely. I'll get some prospects with you from our friends at All Pro Shades Concepts. We've got second round action, but first, let me tell you about our friends at All Pro Shades Concepts. Extend your outdoor living space with a custom fit awning, hundreds of designs and colors to choose from, motorized and retract with a remote control. Again, it's hotter than Hades outside right now, and it can cool your outdoor living space up to 20 degrees. The best feature I think they offer outside of tremendous customer service is if you've got an awning pre-existing, then come out, see if they can jazz it up, they can fix it, they can upgrade it. But regardless, voted #1 by Arizona Patio Shades in 2024, BBB A+ rating, with over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google.
Yeah.
They're the largest installer of patio roll-down shades and motorized awnings in the Valley. Call them. You will not be sorry that you did. 623-204-1476 or visit allproshades.com to schedule your free estimate, Bo.
I love that. I also love Game Time, baby, as we look forward to the Arizona Cardinals' upcoming season in 2025. They did announce that in May, second week in May, we're going to see the schedule release come out yesterday.
Yep.
We'll start to be able to see their slate get solidified, and you can dial up Game Time. It's your guaranteed best way to get yourself into the game, the venue, the concert, the comedy show you want to see. Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying tickets. Game Time, just download the app today, create the account, use the code PHNX. You get $20 off your first order purchase. Terms, of course, apply. Again, create that account, get the Game Time app on your smartphone, and redeem code, spell it out, PHNX. We love it. $20 off. Download Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guarantee. We were talking before we went live. Johnny was talking about some concerts he wants to see. The only way you can get to go see Nickelback and Creed, you get Game Time.
My son is really into pro wrestling right now, and he's like, get on Game Time. Pro wrestling's coming to Phoenix in early June, so guess what I've been doing every day? Checking out those tickets. They drop every single day, and for me to purchase those, they would have to drop significantly. Let's talk about a team dropping in the draft here. The Raiders trading with the Miami Dolphins. Dolphins are coming up. We don't know what player for. We do. It's a local product out of U of A. Jonah Savanea goes to the Miami Dolphins. Good news for our guy Damon Dog. Wherever he is in Hawaii, gets to reunite with the left tackle for the U of A Wildcats.
Probably kicks interior.
Yeah.
Good. Obviously they want to have a stout run game under Pete Carroll, and they took Janty in the first round, 6th overall. So you get Savanea. He's off the board. And it's good for him. Had a great career down there in the old Pueblo. And you got 2 Wildcats off the board. Tetero McMillan goes 8th overall to Carolina. And then you've got 7. I want to say this real quick.
Yeah.
What a nightmare Cleveland Browns start. They take Schlesinger, and then they take the running back at Ohio State.
You don't like those picks?
They set themselves up to really kind of help themselves out.
What are the ceiling of both those players?
Yeah, they take an off-ball linebacker and a running back.
And not even, I think, the best running back from Ohio State. I think Jonah is a little bit of a reach there. I would probably take him like later on, but they clearly felt, that they were looking at a guard in the first round. They were connected to Gray Zabel. They didn't take him. Maybe they wanted Tyler Booker. So I'm splitting hairs here, but I'm with you. The Cleveland Browns. They undo a lot of their good graces yesterday. That's what we talk about with these trades for certain teams, where it's like, hey, they just got the house, and look how great this has been. I remember the Jets had 2 first-rounders in the top 10 a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got to spend the picks. You got to spend them correctly.
Card it away.
I don't know, man. This is playing again into the Cardinals' hand. I know a lot of people out there want offensive line, just don't think it's going to fall that direction pending something unforeseen unless they take the kid out of Minnesota. They had a top 30 visit with him. Can he come in and play right tackle? But again,
we'll see what Miami does here. They were a team in the first round that obviously we got the 7 there. So did they officially get the Raiders as that pick?
Raiders went down. They switched with the Raiders.
Apologies.
Raiders got a comp pick in the third round.
So Damon Dog, I'm sorry, completely over my head. I thought
you spaced that.
Yeah, I did. So Damon's
Miami Dolphins
elated.
Yeah, he is elated. Here's the compensation here. Raiders acquire 48, 98, and 135 in exchange for 37 and 143. So again, for anybody who's thinking about, the Cardinals can trade down and get X, and just don't foresee them getting another day 2 pick if they trade down today. I think you're looking at an additional 4th at best, which I don't have an issue with. But again, you just got to weigh, like, is an extra 4th worth giving up, a guy you had in your top 30?
Yeah.
And that remains to be seen. But I think it's interesting. A lot of people on the Twitter streets kind of poo-pooing top 30 visits. I disagree. I think the Cardinals clearly put together this strategy where, hey, we're going to hopefully get one of our top guys. And then there's going to be a group of a bunch of other guys that we feel like has a chance to fall to us at 47. I don't know, like Princely and Scourton and the tackle from Minnesota, maybe Will Johnson now, Trey Amos. Like, most of their top 30 visits were guys that they could take right now.
Yeah.
So I that's why I think they're going to make the pick here. I think they're really going to like what's available. Like all these players that are being taken right now, none of them took top 30 visits with the Cardinals.
Right.
None of them, Cardinals didn't show interest in any of these players. And that's great.
The Cardinals lean on top 30 visits as a part of the pre-draft tool.
Yes.
It's different. It varies from organization to organization. So you can make your case and say, hey, top 30 visit doesn't necessarily mean to that. It doesn't apply to the Arizona Cardinals. Jonathan Gannon, Monti Ossenfort view it as more important to vet and gather as much information of these prospects as possible. Now, it doesn't mean that when they come in for a top 30 visit that they're going to like what they heard. So, like, James Pierce Jr. apparently wasn't somebody that blew him away. Walter Nolen did during the pre-draft vetting process.
He's also a better prospect.
Princely Umeallen.
God, it's going to be tough if we draft him.
Umeallen, yeah, I got it. I mean, he's a guy that they did an extensive amount of homework on.
Now, how do you know that?
Huh?
How do you know that about Princely?
Because they had a combine formal with them, and then also
I'm just asking you to explain it to people who are like trying to
I like it. Yeah.
Well,
Source, bro.
No, I want you to I want you to people are dismissing connect the dots here, guys.
Right.
Do you think I like Ezeraku as a prospect?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't show any interest in him. So I'm not going to mock him to the Cardinals. You wouldn't mock Ezeraku to the Cardinals.
Like Landon Jackson, they showed very lukewarm interest.
Right.
Like, because Damon Dog and his hard-hitting investigating reporting, standing in front of Landon Jackson in first class and asking him, hey, did you meet with the Cardinals? He said, in an informal setting.
Didn't do a top 30.
And then we never saw a top 30. So as much as we think he can kind of profile as Josh Sweat, we don't know if the Cardinals are even see the same stuff.
If this team uses a time. I'm not throwing shade at Bo.
No, he's not.
I want Bo to emphasize.
He was giving me a good, like, not everybody follows me on Twitter and understands what the context is of that. No, they want me to just tell you good fine people in the chat that are joining us for the first time, subscribe to PHNX Sports, what that it means that they did their homework on Yumi Ellen.
And again, like, when you listen to Walter Nolen, which we're going to hear from him later in the show, speak about, like, connecting with this franchise, connecting with Gannon on the visit, you think these top 30 visits are just like throwaway days where they're just like, come tour our facility for 45 minutes. We'll bring you in on a Southwest flight and coach, and you can come and walk around. No, like, they come and they vet players. Yeah. They vet players who are top 50 prospects, mostly, maybe top 75, so that they can feel comfortable about the person and if they love football, right? Yeah. And that was a big problem with the old regime, is too many guys they drafted did not love football. So I'm going to tell you right now, this franchise, they have the best feel for this that I've seen in my adult life following this team. Like, you watch some of these teams and how they're operating, that's what the Cardinals used to do. And I don't know if these guys are going to work out, but, like, they're giving themselves a shot here. Yeah. When you take Walter Nolen, when you're sitting here and there's an opportunity to take an elite pass rusher, and other teams are taking second-tier running backs and safeties and off-ball linebackers, I just feel like they have finally figured it out with the right people. And I'm going to tell you right now, the unspoken agreement around the facility, and it's probably well known, this is Jonathan Gannon and his fingerprints all over this. Yeah. Whereas, like, Ossenfort likes the tape, likes the RS score, likes the measurables, then let's get him to the closer, which is JG, in an intimate setting at the facility for 3 hours. And he will tell you with his coaching staff if that guy's a fit. You talk about, like, raining a cloth dry. Like, that's exactly what this franchise has been missing for 20, 30 years. And they finally have it, save for Bruce Arians.
Right. I mean, there's reports out there, you've got Jacksonville not taking top 30 visits or utilizing top 30 visits, and the Rams using one. And they can do that, and that's what Les Need and, the new contingent down there in Jacksonville, and that's their prerogative, and that's their way they want to team build. The Arizona Cardinals use it as a very valuable tool. Like, there's the report of, like, sometimes teams bring in top 30 visits with prospects they're not interested in. It's like, Cardinals aren't going to just crap away their opportunity to do that. Now, they might have one who's like, okay, it could be a throwaway of sorts. But no, I mean, they value it, and I think that they've, to an extent, cracked the code. And like Jay Glazer, a day before the draft started, teams around the league started to value this one thing that the Cardinals have been valuing the entire time under Monti Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon, is vetting out whether or not players love ball. Just do they love football? And that's the big key. And it sounds simple, right? These guys, like, it's their profession. They went to, got scholarshiped up and NIL dollars now. But they've found it very important. And we see the value of that after watching players come into this organization. Robert Nkemdiche, Isaiah Simmons, guys who are as talented as possible, fall by the wayside and bust out of the league, where the Arizona Cardinals have been able to avoid that. Like, at the very least, like, find serviceable players that are good athletes, good players, and good people that love ball. And it just seems to translate to, at the very least, having guys that can come in and be serviceable. So it's a great situation to be in, and you have to love just the hands that the Cardinals are in right now as an organization.
It's a good feeling, and hopefully it translates to wins this fall. I think it will. Travion Henderson, the other Ohio State running back, goes to the New England Patriots. It's a good pick for the Patriots. I think. Patriots.
It's better than the Browns taking his teammate.
Yeah, meat and potatoes. They got a left tackle of the future in Will Campbell. Now they're going to get some help in the backfield for Drake May. You got,
have all 16 Ohio State prospects gone already? It feels like it.
Yeah,
ton of them.
I mean, for sure. Man, I feel like right now probably need to trade down. Damn it, you're right.
Man. This is our guy Zach.
Got some cold coffee here. Thanks so much.
There Cheers. This is some special Polar Pops for your boys.
Yeah, cold coffee
from Circle K.
Get some caffeine going. Let's do some super chats, Noah.
Should we be concerned that these edges aren't getting touched here?
No, I think every other team, they're just very dumb.
Dumb. All right.
All right. 199 from Libertarian Sasquatch says, why people acting like wide receiver isn't still a huge need?
I think that it is a need. I don't know if this class warrants a pick here. I could be wrong. They could love a guy. I could be completely in the dark. I just, Libertarian Sasquatch, you took Marv last year. You paid Trey McBride, who's basically your number one B receiver. They drafted Michael Wilson, the top 100. They could have signed a free agent wide receiver. I just feel like in this year's draft, it just doesn't match up. Plus, like Libertarian, I just feel like until the offense evolves, I don't want to flush a bunch of resources in that position group. Not yet. You got to show me you can evolve and play 3 receiver sets and make it count. It's Marv and Trey with a little bit of Michael Wilson right now. And again, I know people are like, oh, I want a speed receiver. I want a slot receiver that's 6'4", that can stretch the field. Would he get used correctly? Would they love tight ends. They drafted one in the top 100. They run more 3 tight end sets than damn near any other team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So you're taking a wideout of 47 to do what? Play special teams? The hell you are. I would take players I know you're going to use. I know they're going to use an edge rusher or an offensive tackle.
Yeah. And look, the team is leaning in on the offense itself just making a jump.
Yeah.
And emphasizing continuity for Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., who utilized the 4th overall pick on last year, taking a big step. And I think really kind of investing more premium draft capital in your offense after investing so much previous 2 off seasons, and before that with just Kyler Murray himself. They feel like, okay, we're going to set you up for success around the offense with a rock solid defense that can get off the field, create some turnovers, create more opportunities, and then we hope that just with the development there's the expectation across the team, and especially the offense and Marvin Harrison Jr., with him matching up with Trey McBride and Michael Wilson, a lot of confidence in him that they'll be able to make the proper jump to take this offense to where it needs to go.
I want to get to this next super chat.
Yeah.
No, you mind if I read this one from Trenton Smith? It's fantastic. $9.99. I'm shocked that most of the Arizona sports local radio hosts got last night's position wrong that Arizona was going to target. You guys were all over it this entire offseason. Hashtag you guys are underpaid. We're definitely not underpaid, but we appreciate you. We're well compensated, and we love this company, and we are very fortunate to be able to do this. We pay attention. You pay attention. We have too much respect for this audience, for all of you, for this community that you guys have helped us build, to just throw stuff at the wall 3 days before the draft.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you right now, because I just got it confirmed, Walter Nolen would have been the pick over Tyler Booker 1,000%.
Mm-hmm.
And there were people thinking that they could take Josh Simmons over Walter Nolen or a pass rusher. It was never going to happen. It was about value, and they had value last night in Walter Nolen. And you and I, Walter Nolen was in our Big Five for 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
So
mainstay.
Again, we were very fortunate that the board broke that way. But you guys are too smart to sit here and us force feed off-ball linebackers and guards down your throat, 3 days before, and pivot off of what we know, what we've been discussing ad nauseum.
Very thankful for Trenton Smith. Can't believe how much we appreciate that.
That's an unbelievable super chat.
Yeah, we're not going to sit here and boast, but since you brought it up, it's the people that were mocking those positions and getting it wrong weren't paying attention in class. They weren't. And it doesn't come down.
They wanted the Cliff Notes.
It doesn't come down to, and too far often with what was going on there was people were making how they would approach it.
Yeah.
Or what they viewed as the big need. Or if you just read the tea leaves, you listen to the coach, you look at the data that from your general manager, it all points at certain areas. And it didn't point to the Cardinals taking an unathletic, non-premium position.
They weren't going to take
16th overall.
You'll never convince me.
Yeah. So thank you, Trenton. We really appreciate it.
This is unbelievable. The Bears can't help themselves. Kids in a candy store. Luther Bird in the third to the Chicago Bears. I guess the Bears are playing 7-on-7. They're not playing real football. The Chicago Bears are entering arena football. Congratulations to them. We're removing offensive and defensive linemen for Chicago. This is here's what's gonna happen. I want reactions from CHGO Bears because they're gonna be so fired up.
They love this. They guaranteed love this.
Yes, of course.
Well, you've got Ursary on the board, a Big Ten tackle that could have helped you out. You're going to continue to march out there. A guy unfit to start at was it Braxton Miller at tax? Is it Braxton Jones at tackle for the Bears?
You know who loves this? The Packers, the Vikings, the Lions. You can't hit Luther Burden in stride if Caleb Williams is on his ass.
Well, that's the philosophy. It's like, we'll just get guys that can get open fast enough.
This is Keim.
Yeah.
This is Ryan Poles is Steve Keim reincarnated. Like, I like Luther Burden. You know who didn't like him? Benjamin Albright said a lot of people in the NFL didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
So he was too raw, not refined. I mean, he's a speedster. He's a burner. I think like that's a player right there where a lot of people are like Cardinals could use him. I don't think the Cardinals and Luther Burden were ever a fit. I think the Cardinals want somebody polished like Michael Wilson that's got some speed. I think if you're looking for, that's what they like. They like guys who are polished, that go to the Senior Bowl, that you have a lot of game tape on. And it's not to say they can't coach guys that are raw, but like if you're talking about bringing in a guy as a top 100 player to compete with Greg Dortch underneath, like you want somebody ready to go. You want a ready-made product. So I'm going to tell you right now, the offensive options here are dwindling quickly for those that were hoping for one.
I think Ursary...
he's the only one that I think I would consider right here.
Yeah, I'm looking down our big board for Luther Burden, our top 100.
Drop a like on the stream, by the way. You got us to 1,100 likes last night. Let's keep it going. Let's get to 1,000 again tonight. We've got 1,000 watching live.
Man, Luther Burden the third. So it's just at 6 feet, 200. What do you think? Is he a guy that's going to be on the outside, or is he going to be in the slot? They've got DJ Moore.
Saints are on the clock here. I don't mean to interrupt you. They're showing Prime and his family.
They look just
miserable.
Oh,
where are they at? Are they at like that's not a Holiday Inn?
It's their compound, I think, in Texas.
Will Shedeur Sanders join the Colorado coaching staff? Will he just pivot completely?
The pick is in. Didn't look like there was any phone calls going to.
They manipulate the broadcast though. I mean, these picks.
Saints took Calvin Banks Jr., who had a vomiting newborn.
One of the great
draft celebration.
That poor little newborn was being shaken while they were excited about Calvin's selection. Boy, Nick Saban's going hard in the paint with that hair, isn't he?
Yeah.
With that hair dye. My goodness.
Just for men.
There's nothing wrong with a little
Alabama
gray.
Jones. Yeah, we'll see what the Saints pick is. See if anybody's got it in the chat.
I get you're on TV now. You're not going and recruiting kids anymore. Let a little gray show in there. Nothing wrong with that. I feel like I'm going to embrace my gray as I get older.
Cool.
You got some gray? You got some
gray
coming in?
I'm with you. I'm not.
I don't think that's for me.
This show is going to be all natural.
Shane's got a little gray in there.
That's because he has to work with us.
There are a few things better than a nice long head of hair that's all gray.
Are we looking at? Is it Tyler Shuck time? Is the Hamilton star going to go?
This is Tyler Shuck going to the New Orleans Saints over Shedeur Sanders. Shuck it up, baby.
So 3 quarterbacks have gone.
Trade down, Monty.
Any of them are named Shedeur Sanders.
People just aren't vibing with him. People
Ryan
don't like
Ramczyk making the pick
just
for
retired.
the Saints. Yeah, that was a great draft for the Saints. That was when they were a good ball team.
That's when Sean Payton had the magic elixir.
Congratulations to Hamilton High School's Tyler Shuck, who had a long collegiate career. Oregon, Texas Tech, ended up at Louisville. A guy that who was it? Like Louis Riddick came on our show. And
liked him a lot.
Loved him.
I think he'll do well in that dome. And he and Spencer Rattler probably have one of the grossest QB battles this fall. Nobody will care about.
A couple AZ boys just battling it out. Who's not the worst?
Football factory here. That's right.
It's a mid-off as far as the quarterback battle in New Orleans.
Shuck it up.
Derek Carr just sits there in a sling.
I think, is Shedeur Sanders just going to go to the Steelers at the end of round 3? Like, is that where we're headed?
I don't know.
You get to a point with teams when they have a quarterback, you're not taking another one.
Yeah.
what Shedeur brings to your locker room, not from I don't think he's a bad guy. I just think like that, it's got some Tebow Manziel vibes where it's just like they don't want to bring that in your locker. The NFL teams, they're creatures of habit.
Yeah.
And you don't want that in your locker room. It's not, he's not talented enough to overcome that, which is unfortunate.
Guys, the Bears are going to stop the bleeding here only by trading down. They've traded out of their second round pick with the Bills. So the Bills coming up. Who would the Bills like here? Would they be in the? They would be in the edge market, right?
You know, they just went defense yesterday. They took a corner, that kid out of Kentucky. Yeah, maybe. They just re-signed the kid Greg R. that I can never pronounce his last name.
Rome's saying you're CHGO beef. This is not a beef. This is something that
we love to dog on each other.
There is just the Bears are a car crash, and our poor colleagues over at CHGO unfortunately have to be ones that are strapped in, absolutely just chained in, having to watch this happen. This catastrophe
the Chicago
happen
Bears
over and
selections are just like YouTube football. Like it's just like I love watching YouTube football highlights of Caleb and Rome and Colston Loveland and Luther Burden, and then when time comes to play real games, you're giving up 50-yard draws at the end of the half to the Cardinals' third-string running back and Amari DiMercato. That's real football, and you have one of the worst coaches in the NFL. I do think Ben Johnson will make them productive offensively. I think it's impossible not to. But like in terms of like building an infrastructure to, you have DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and Luther Burden, right? Like is DJ Moore year to year after this year? Like what does that signal? How many wideouts can you invest in if you're Chicago? I don't know. I think Chicago's defense was kind of an eyesore at the end of last year. I don't think that's going to be much better with Dennis Allen in the fold.
So we've got so Shuck goes off the board. The Bills are on the clock after a trade up with the Bears. The Bears just took the wide receiver Johnny was talking about. And how's this? What pick is this overall? This is 41st. So the Cardinals are picking 47th overall. They're going to be nearly 5 picks away. And let's just look at the edges remaining.
You look at that. I'm going to remind everybody about some of our fabulous partners.
Let's do it.
Keep it going. Remind everybody right now you can get these odds and more with our friends at Bet365. Never ordinary. Use the bonus code PHNX365 to sign up. 90 million users worldwide. The official sports betting partner of PHNX Sports. They have pioneered live in-game betting. They're going to hook you up with a 100% parlay boost. Double your winnings on parlays with Bet365. Download the app today. Of course, bonus code PHNX365 when you sign up. Deposit just a 10 spot. Bet $5. You're going to get 150 in bonus bets. Sign up now. Again, bonus code PHNX365 when you sign up. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary with Bet365. You got to be 21 years and older. Physically located here in the great state of Arizona. If you were someone you know has a gambling problem, wants help, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Text NEXT STEP to 53342. Or visit problemgambling.az.gov, Bo, for more info.
I love that. Also, I love our friends over at Empire Today. If you're looking for new flooring, and it seems like it can always be daunting, but look, Empire Today makes it easy for you with their professionals. And of course, they're easy to navigate. Legit website, empiretoday.com/PHNX. It's going to start your journey with $350 off immediately. You're looking for some beautiful hardware upgrade, maybe some carpeting, whatever the dwelling may be. Log on to empiretoday.com/PHNX and find out what's going to be best for you. You can take advantage of their virtual floor designer. I mean, you can just set it up right there, take a picture with your smartphone, and see what that new carpeting flooring is going to look like. And then you can lean on their professionals over there who are so well-versed in the flooring world are going to put you in a great spot to upgrade your situation. Precise measurements taken all around. I have all your questions answered, so no surprises during your entire journey. Schedule a free in-home estimate today because some things are just better at home. PHNX listeners can receive that $350 discount when using the promo code PHNX. You heard that right, $350 discount. Use the code PHNX. Restrictions apply. Visit empiretoday.com/PHNX for full details.
I think this is a good thing. Buffalo goes defensive line, defensive tackle, TJ Sanders. the defensive lineman out of South Carolina. So
top 30 guy.
Yeah, a player we like, Cardinals weren't going to take. Yeah. You can only house so many defensive linemen, Monti Ossenfort, you dirty dog. So TJ Sanders not going to the Cardinals. He goes to the Buffalo Bills, which, again, Cardinals, they got enough defensive tackles. Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Darius Robinson, Walter Nolen. And then you've got last year's guys, Dante Stills, Bilal Nichols, and Justin Jones. So that'll be a street fight to see who makes this 53. But the young guys definitely on the roster. I mean, the edge rushers, I just feel like you look at your head coach and you just say, pick one. Pick your favorite guy. Because as much as I love the renaissance up front, Josh Sweat, it was like the conversation we had yesterday. Josh Sweat goes down. What are we doing here? Even with this robust infusion of talent at defensive tackle, Zaven Collins has trouble winning one-on-one.
Yeah.
Baron Browning, he's a rotational guy at best. He's not a starter on a great team. Denver Broncos said, get out. We don't want you.
Yeah.
And so I just feel like you need to be able to invest a premium resource in a guy that can come in. It's like where you found Marcus Golden once upon a time. Get somebody in here that can be an 8 to 12 sack guy. And again, this is not a reach here. You're going to have a chance to take a player that we mocked consistently in the 20s.
Yeah.
So I think offensive line's very much in play here. Corner and edge rusher.
Yeah.
I don't know about any receiver they'd be linked to here.
How about 3 premium positions? Sure. Sign me up.
Let's
As
do
you
it.
look at 9 picks down in the second round, and not a single one of them is that belongs to a premium position.
Yeah.
Not a single one. Tomfoolery continues. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Off-ball linebacker Schwester goes to the Browns, 33rd overall. Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver, goes to the Texans. You've got Emin Worry going to the Seattle Seahawks in a trade-up, the safety. Quinshawn Judkins from Ohio State, running back, goes to the Browns. Jonas Savanea at a University of Arizona, the guard. He goes to the Dolphins.
Yep.
Damon Dog is elated. Trayvon Henderson, the second Ohio State running back, goes to the Pats. Luther Burden, the third, goes to the Bears. Tyler Shuck, as Johnny had in his mock draft today, goes 40th overall to the New Orleans
Finally
Saints.
got one right.
You did. And then TJ Sanders goes to the Bills, 41st overall. With the Jets on the board, it's Jets, Niners, Cowboys, Colts, Rams, and then the Cardinals will be back on the clock.
This is good too. The Jets. We mentioned him at the top of the show. Could we get them to burn a pick on this player? Mason Taylor, tight end, LSU, New York Jets, baby. Let's load up for Justin Fields. They go offensive tackle Membu at 7, now at 42. They get Mason Taylor. I mean, at this point, it's just pretty laughable.
Yeah.
And again, some of these guys are going to be good players. You just have to look at the context of like the things that the Cardinals need. There's too many players to even pick from at this point. Trey Amos is available. Will Johnson, pending his medicals. Benjamin, the kid out of Notre Dame, which I would not love at 47, but I guess he's in play. The tackle from Minnesota, which, I mean, you draft that tackle from Minnesota, I want to see him this year. I would want to see him come in and compete this year.
Yeah.
Would he have an opportunity to play guard for a little while like that? He is not a player that I think you would need to sit at all.
Right.
I think he could come in and immediately have a role. And then, of course, I mean, like, Mike Green and Ezeraku, I don't think are in play based on Mike Green's off the field, Ezeraku's size, but JT, Scourton that are on the screen right now, Landon Jackson, maybe to a lesser extent.
Yeah.
I still think Scourton, man, I just feel like that's too good to pass up here.
Yeah, it's Princely, Humilian.
Yeah.
Mielin, sorry.
Yeah.
And Scourton. That would be pretty massive. Amos, I mean, if we're talking top 5 here, Ellen, Scourton, Amos. I think you could probably throw Ursery in that spot.
Yeah.
And you're in a good position. I mean, those are top 4 options. Ezeraku, I wouldn't hate it. I think the Cardinals are just out on Mike Green. The league seems to be out, and it seems like, unfortunately for Will Johnson, those
2 players that a lot of people thought top 12 to 16.
Yeah.
And
they were a lot of agent information was being fed on those guys to try to keep their draft
we love
stock
Jordan Schultz,
high.
but yeah, that's pretty obvious what was happening now. It's pretty obvious what was happening there. Jets are going tight end. San Francisco went edge rusher, so you would assume edge rusher is not in play here.
Probably one of these interior
I think,
defensive lineman. Yeah.
I would say they have their pick outside of TJ Sanders.
They could take Hurst 3.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That'd be a good pick for them.
Yeah. I'd hate it.
Dallas at 4. I mean, what are you thinking here? Like in a perfect world, would you still trade down and try to get an extra fourth tomorrow? Here's the only rationale for that is like you get an extra fourth, you better be walking away.
But what are teams coming up to do? Like who are the players?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just who are these players that people are trading up for safeties and Luther Burden?
Yeah,
you know.
Maybe you can get the Falcons on the phone and get a future first. Trade down.
Tyler Shuck goes before Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders to the Cowboys 44 is still a possibility, people are saying. That'd be
wow. I mean, just Marvel mouth over here, but JT at Ohio State would be a nice pick.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just make whatever selection you want.
You're not good enough at that position. Yeah. I ask everybody right now who wants a receiver, is that receiver making it more of an impact than a pass rusher this year?
Yeah,
I'm going to ask everybody if you want a corner. Is that corner maybe the right kind of corner? I don't know. It's like we talked about yesterday. You know who looks pretty good right now for the Cardinals in training or in offseason team activity? Starling Thomas, Keitrell Clark, third year under Gann. You think those guys will be able to play a little bit? Max Mountain in year 2, Garrett Williams. I think they're going to add a veteran. I like Trey Amos. If that's the pick, that's a good pick by the Cardinals because he was mocked to a lot of people at the end of the first round. CBK saying depend on the receiver. I feel like the receiver group is pretty dry right now. Jack Beck, Jalen Noel.
Yeah, like Trey Harris.
Trey Harris at 78.
Kyle Williams, who's been a high riser in this draft, but we'll see, how legit that is. They're showing the Jets fans go crazy for Jason Taylor's son, Mason Taylor.
Nephew of Joy Taylor.
That's true. It's not just a little fun fact.
That is fun. Lots of fun with Joy.
Jason Taylor probably just ate the Jets alive in his career. Now his son goes and plays for him.
No. Can't hurt us. This family can't hurt us anymore. All right, everybody. We are anxiously awaiting the pick. Let's do some more super chats, my guy.
All righty. We got $2 from Jeremy. It says, give me
Ezuraku.
Thank you for this.
I would love him. I worry that his size is turning teams off. But he had 17 and a half sacks. Like, he knows how to do the job. Mm-hmm. Didn't play in a great conference. Didn't play for a great program. But here's what I'll say about Ezuraku. How many great players did he have around him to help elevate him? Yeah. Like, I love Jack Sawyer, but he was surrounded by a who's who of high-end players that are going to play in the NFL. Ezuraku's like the guy. So I would be enthralled with that pick. I just don't think he fits defensively. Like, they want defensive ends that look like Josh Sweat. And he looks closer to Hassan Reddick, which Gannon can do, but I don't think that's their preference. Whereas Scourton looks like Josh Sweat, looks like Mykel Williams. Let's keep it going.
$4.99 from William with no message.
Okay, appreciate that, William.
Thank you, William.
To say, drop it in the chat. We'll try to get to it. We did kind of nail the Niners pick, going with some beef. Taking Alfred Collins out of Texas.
That's a little bit of a reach. I'm going to be honest with you. I think a lot of people thought Alfred Collins was maybe a fringe second-round pick, closer to a third, a mid to late third. So predominantly a run defender, was good against the ASU Sun Devils in the Peach Bowl, but in terms of like interior pressure. But maybe that's what the Niners want. Maybe the Niners are just like, we're atrocious. We can't stop the run. We're just going to have this guy come up. Because look how big he is. He's almost 6'6". 332. Of course, they're probably going to show him penetrating as a pass rusher here. But yeah, I mean, he's a nice player. But like, there are guys I think that have a higher upside. But I think it's a pick where you know what you're getting. Yeah, it's just a guy who's gonna make a play at the point of attack and tackle people at the line of scrimmage. So the Niners are telling you right now, like, we know we've been the Chicago Bears the last couple of years splurging on receivers. Screwing around. They go Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins. The Cardinals need to do the same. They need to do their own version of that, where edge rusher, D-tackle, edge rusher.
Yeah.
Cardinals, the Cardinals are potentially going to get the best edge rusher available.
Cowboys saw somebody they really wanted. They just ran the pick in. So that pick's coming. Let's keep it going. Super chats.
Cowboys are going Ezeraku here at 44.
Okay, you'll take that.
You will, because I don't think the Cardinals had interest in Ezeraku. That's good value for Dallas. Again, though, like you got to rebuild without Dan Quinn now, and I don't even know who's coordinating that defense. But opposite Micah Parsons, that'll help.
Who did they just get? It's Eberflus.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay, well, good luck to them. Smash that like button. Ezeraku goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Let's keep things going, though, with these super chats.
All right. Football King 499 says, it'll be poetic for Patrick Peterson to announce our next great corner today.
I mean, Will Johnson would be pretty emotional if they took Will Johnson like that worked out somehow, and they're just like, we think he's gonna be okay. We think his knee's gonna be okay, but clearly the rest of the NFL is like his knee is not okay.
499 from Michael says, Gambo thinks he is a gift to all who listen. So refreshing to listen to you both. #informed.
Thank you, Michael.
Bo and Gambo are close.
Yes.
They're very close.
What else we got?
Carlos with $1.99 with no chat. So thank you,
Appreciate
Carlos.
the support, Carlos.
Steve Wicker,
Steve, good to see you, my guy.
Says, you guys deserve flowers. If legacy media wants to deny why players are falling, let them. ALLCITY and all other media will be where smart fans turn.
Wow, that's really something, Steve. We appreciate that. We do our best. We have a lot of fun in the process, but couldn't do this without everybody here. You guys have made this show and this community what it is. So unbelievable. And because of you, we're not going anywhere.
Bees
with $2 says, Rattler, Schultz, or Kolb/Skelton battle. What's better?
I still am going to go Rattler Shuck. That was a fresh kind of hell with Kevin Cobb and Skelton, the QB battle of 2012. And they
that
were
was
both
not a battle. Cobb was like 4-0 to start that season before.
Yeah, but it was an open competition.
Yeah.
I remember in the preseason. Thankfully, everyone was fired or released, and Bruce Arians came to save the day. Let's keep it going.
$2 from Loso. Has Cam been drafted yet?
He has not. And Skattebo Watch officially starts, I would imagine, like back half of the second round.
You got 4 running backs off the board. He could be the 5th back off the board.
That's probably not a good sign. If you're hoping for Cam to go to Arizona, it's a good sign for Cam, not a good sign for us. That's a great point. Let's keep it going.
$4.99 from Rocky Jameson. Casual Friday, where are all the gold chains and narco look?
Great question. I think we left our aura.
Did you retire that look, or is it going to come back?
It's going to be retired back to Amazon. That look, it was my Robert Goulet outfit. It's retired until next year, where we get to pick out a different set of swag to wear.
Let's wrap it up with the super chats.
Kyle, with $2.79 says, "Why draft a wide receiver here if we don't throw the ball?"
It's a great point. I mean, show us. Greg Dortch, I think, has a skill set that I hate when people are like, Greg Dortch is underused. That's the Cardinal offense. And the Cardinals see value in having Greg Dortch around. Are you going to draft a kid that's better than Greg Dortch this year? That's a tough call. You want to tell us about Pure Edibles here, and then we'll jump back into the live action?
Pure Edibles is great. You can find them in 130 locations, dispensaries in our great state, of course, founded up the road in Flagstaff, now calls Phoenix home. They're in the big leagues. You love Pure Edibles. They're gummies, not covered in sugar like their competitors, but they're a full-fledged candy company. Their expertise, they offer gummies, kicks, their version of Starburst. Also, they got caramels, their chews, and also their hard candies. And you know always what to expect with Pure Edibles. Of course, their effects clearly listed on each 10, so you know exactly what effects to expect. Pure offers gummies for sleep support. So if you have trouble getting to sleep, staying asleep, they've got those. They also have candies for uplifting effects derived with unique cannabinoids such as CBN, CBG, CBD, and marijuana derived from THC. Pure was created in Flagstaff, as I said, the Noble Orb dispensary, but now down here in Phoenix, Pure gummies. They are designed to be ripped, bit in half, make them easily shareable for easy dial in that exact dosage that you're looking for and that experience that you want from your Pure Edibles. Go find yourself some Pure Edible products from one of the over 130 dispensaries across Arizona.
Big thanks to our friends at Sanderson Ford. I am in the process of becoming a truck guy. I feel like Walter Nolen is a truck guy, too. Did you see his ride today? Is he a truck guy?
I mean, he traveled in. I don't think he had his ride here at AZ just yet.
Well, I can tell you who can hook him up is our friends at Sanderson Ford, Arizona's largest Ford dealership. Sanderson Ford, they've got hundreds of trucks, F-150s, Super Duties, Mavericks, Rangers to choose from. Again, if you want more off-road capabilities, check out the full-size Bronco and the Bronco Sport, marked down for Truck Month and beyond. Save $11,000 on F-150s plus 1.9% financing. Again, it's time to level up with Sanderson Ford. Check out the largest, I think it's the largest Ford dealership in Arizona, in Glendale. 2024 models, financed for 36 months, AOC Ford credit. Discounts include Ford rebates, Sanderson discounts, plus trade assistance and Conquest cash you must qualify for. Again, check them out right now. Sanderson Ford, the official vehicle sponsor of PHNX Sportsbow.
Love Sanderson Ford. You're right. Perfect place for our guy, Walter Nolen, to go in and get himself a new vehicle, new ride. Donovan Ezeraku, second in sacks in the FBS last year, goes before Mike Green. Look at that. Pressures in the FBS, 65 last year. But as you mentioned, not the ideal size you want as far as your edge goes. But Ezeraku, he will be playing, wearing the star on his helmet for the Cowboys. 6'2", nearly 250, long arms, 34 inches. But, he's a guy under 8 RAS, 22 reps on the bench, decent shuttle. He was a Senior Bowl guy. Fran Duffy had him as edge 11. So Fran was not a big Ezeraku guy. Colts up, and
this is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think they take a linebacker as well. They take JT Tuimoloau. From, of course, the Ohio State.
Rams took tight end Terrence Ferguson. So the Cardinals are going to have a chance here at Scourton or the tackle from Minnesota or trade Amos.
So Rams went Turd Ferguson?
They did. They went a tight end here. I love seeing that. JT goes to the Colts. I mean, a lot of these edge rushers, you can see it's just personal preference. What do you think is the scheme fit? I couldn't tell you who's coaching the Colts defensively, but I feel like that franchise is stuck in idle right now. We love JT. We chatted with him at the Combine. He met with the Cardinals. Really nice kid.
Roommate of Paris
once upon a time.
Yeah.
So didn't come in a top 30 visit, though. But that doesn't mean everything.
Yeah.
But, so Scourton's available. I think that's, to me, that makes all the sense. I would peg it like Scourton, Trey Amos, Will Johnson. Unless they trade now, I know people are asking about Mike Green. I don't think Mike Green's in play here. I think Mike Green is being told by the NFL, like, we don't like what we're seeing, brother.
Yeah.
Like that off the field concern is legitimate, and teams are worried about Mike Green, bringing him into their building. Again, Trey Amos, Ursary, Will Johnson, if they vet him. There are first round caliber players here if the Cardinals stick and pick. We don't have confirmation. They're on the clock right now because the Rams are taking a tight end, which love that. Love the Rams trading out of the first round and then taking a tight end. Rams are clearly telling you, like, they think they've got a team that can contend this year with Stafford. They get Devontae Adams, and then next year, if things go to hell, they have 2 first-rounders they can go and get a quarterback. But love what the Cardinals have to select here.
Yeah, you have to really if you're just looking primarily at the edge.
Should we close our laptops?
Yeah, try not to look at the chat as well.
Yeah.
But the Rams pick, the TV has to catch up. I don't want to be too far behind it. But
or do you not want to? You want to just lean into the pick? I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, but I'll tell you this. I mean, Scourton is a top 30 guy. So is Yumi Ellen.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 edges there. I think you would really be excited about. And then you've got a couple guys. Troy for Amos as far as the defensive back, and then Ursary. Like, I think everybody would really like any of those picks. It would be pretty nice follow up to taking Walter Nolen in the first round. I mean, you look at that Ole Miss defense, it was suffocating last year. And it was all from the pressure up front, where it was Walter Nolen
Princely's
and
long,
Yumi
man.
Ellen. Huh?
Yeah, he's long. He's a long kid.
10.5 sacks. He matched Walter Nolen with 14 tackles for a loss. You like the size. You like the athleticism. The RAS score is right in line with what Monti Ossenfort likes to pick. So, we'll see what the Cardinals do. As we said, we're waiting for Les Snead and Sean McVay to get the hell out of the way with their tight end pick and the Cardinals to officially make this thing happen and see what direction they go. But, I mean, you can just rattle off just how the board has fallen the Cardinals' way. 5 guys you would feel elated to be wearing the Cardinals red and white.
Well, can Ossenfort help himself? I mean, we don't have an announcement of a trade yet.
Did you see something? You got a smile on your face.
No, I don't know anything. But I'm going to tell you right now, like, there are too many good players to trade this pick.
Yeah.
You just stick and get one of these guys, because you move back, we're toast, man. Like, we're going to get to the end of the second round. It's going to be slim pickings here. This is the rare chance. All these teams are taking tight ends and running backs and off-ball linebackers and safeties.
And it's play a hit time too.
Right.
It's like, hey, don't go hipster GM on us.
Yeah.
And start to find, hey, this is a guy that nobody knows about. This is 47th overall.
Right. This is where Cooper DeJean was last year when you didn't take him. And again, I like Max Milton. I think he's gonna be a good player, but like this is a window.
Can they do the Ferguson pick like
no,
Jokic where they've got a burrito commercial on? Like, can we just get this thing over with? Get the Rams out of my life.
How would you feel if they took? Oh my God.
You see something?
I did. I saw the pick.
Are you excited?
It's something. I was just gonna ask you about. You want me to tell you who the pick was, or you want to wait? Do you want to wait? I don't know why I'm pushing my mic out of the way. You want me to announce the pick? The Cardinals are gonna take Will Johnson here at 47, which is unbelievable. If his knee's okay, that's a jackpot. This is exactly what you needed to do as a franchise. Don't screw around. Patrick Peterson announcing Will Johnson, pretty damn poetic here. You don't get the edge rusher, but that's unbelievable.
That's leaning into a guy whose medicals pushed him down the board, that people had firmly as a top 10 prospect in this draft.
That's incredible.
And if you're thinking about an ideal fit as far as Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rawlins' defensive secondary, you couldn't find a better prospect for that. So this has to have come with them being okay with the medical.
Yeah.
Or at least, and as Fran Duffy told us on Wednesday in his final kind of prep before the NFL draft, that Monti Ossenfort shown beyond the first round the willingness to take prospects that have medical red flags. He's done it before. The only issue is it's not Garrett Williams coming off an ACL. This is a thing that popped up on Will Johnson's medicals as far as a knee. That's not a short-term issue, but could be a long-term. But the Cardinals are willing to bet on a guy that was the ball hawk cornerback for a title-winning Michigan team. He was the guy on the outside that was making plays for him and immediately could come in and start for this team. Like, the finishing touches in this 3-year secondary rebuild, it's over now with Will Johnson.
Unbelievable. So Will Johnson, he was the third-ranked cover corner in college football since 2022, part of a national championship team, played only 6 games this year. Here's where I'm at with this. If he's ready to play.
Yeah. He's
coming into your camp. This is a player that they project to be a starting outside corner. If he's healthy, he starts over Starling Thomas, Keitrell Clark, move aside Sean Murphy Bunting. And if you can get 5 to 7 years out of him, you get through his rookie deal, get him on another contract, pick up his 5th-year option, and you get high-end cornerback play, that's a win. The Cardinals are in position with how they've drafted the last couple of years. Like, this is the first true kind of roll of the dice that they've taken.
Yeah.
But they're telling you right now, they're like, this player, the person, is worth the risk. They got Walter Nolen. You're playing with, this is what's called playing with house money. You get Walter Nolen at 16, you can do something like this. And the upside is significant. And we're not talking about Mike Green off the field with issues. We're talking about a kid like, if he plays and he's healthy, is a top 15 talent in this draft.
Will Johnson, if healthy, perfect fit for this defense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's listen, this franchise with Monti Ossenfort has completely reshaped the perception of how this franchise is drafting. Pretty unbelievable right now. Will Johnson comes into this cornerback room, immediately starts opposite Max Melton. That's how I feel about it. Now you look at 78, and you think to yourself, best available pass rusher, offensive lineman. But
do you get aggressive here? I mean, this is strolling up to the podium in Green Bay.
Yeah.
And the last great Cardinals corner is potentially calling the name of the next Cardinals great corner, Will Johnson. You see the height here? 6'1", 194. Fran Duffy's CB2. I was looking at our top 100, Johnny. We had Will Johnson 6th overall on our board.
Here we are, day 2, about an hour and a half in. He's still available. Patrick Peterson. Did they time this any better? Could they have timed this any better? Pat P getting Will Johnson 40. And was he the first corner available off the board today? I think he is. I don't think another corner's been taken today.
Right. I think you're right.
Again, he was first team All-American in the past. This year he was third team, even being hurt. 9 career picks. He's just under 6'2". Father played defensive back at Michigan, as you see on screen. I mean, he's a great kid. You have to be to play for Jim Harbaugh. I have no issue with this pick. I think it's a slam dunk. He is the best overall player available. Not necessarily the best position, but the best overall player available to start today.
Yeah. Defensive MVP of the title game from when the Wolverines just absolutely dominated the college football playoff. You've got Roman Wilson, former Michigan player, saying in Fran Duffy's breakdown, I've never seen a recruit dedicate his life like that to football. I mean, this guy is just a player. Johnny, in chat, you can all answer in on this, but if even with the medical that came down in Breer's report on, I believe, Monday, if I told you the Arizona Cardinals' first 2 picks of the draft without having to maneuver the board at all were Walter Nolen and Will Johnson, what would your response be?
A+. This is an A+ draft. And again, this is not homer talk. We are critical when it calls for it.
Yeah.
I didn't love day 2 last year, especially the 3rd round. I don't know how you can't be infatuated with what this franchise is doing right now. They have reshaped the structure, the ceiling of this defense. You've given Nick Rallis the tools to go out and put together what I believe is going to be a top 10 unit in the NFL this year. And you've given the Cardinals a chance to build around what I believe are going to be 2 cornerstone players, health permitting. And that's the case with everybody. Jonathan Cooper came into the NFL, never gotten hurt. And he immediately came in and was hurt in the preseason, was never the same. Sometimes we overthink it. Is he a great football player? Is he a great kid? He's got an issue with his knee that could derail his career, or it couldn't. He could be fine.
Yeah.
Right? There are concerns. Josh Sweat had concerns coming out.
Yeah.
People thought his knee was degenerative. Guess what? How many years later? 6, 7 years later? Doesn't miss games. Played every game. JG in the past has talked about his work ethic, right? Doesn't miss practices. I think their comfort level here is clearly like, we can roll the dice on a kid, and I think we all collectively can say, like, if they miss, I'm not going to hold it against them. This is what I said about Marv last year. You miss on guys like Isaiah Simmons, right? We got big-time problems when there are clearly concerns about his love for the game, Robert Kimdichi's love for the game, right? Taking off-ball linebackers, forcing them out of position. You take Will Johnson at 47, if it doesn't work out, we all need to be okay with that because the upside is significant. You are getting what many people believe, Travis Hunter aside, is the best outside corner in the entire draft.
This Arizona Cardinals defense has the potential to put the NFC West, the NFC on notice. And they've done it in an offseason's time. You look at the additions, obviously you're piggybacking what you did in the draft with, drafting Darius Robinson at the end of the 1st round last year, Max Melton in the 2nd round, Garrett Williams before that, and then coming in and getting Josh Sweat, getting Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, following up with Walter Nolen, and then getting the perfect fit in this draft for Jonathan Gannon's defensive secondary and Will Johnson. Think about this secondary. Not only do you have the back end with guys flying around like Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson and the prospect of Rabbit Taylor Demerson. But outside now, you have Will Johnson and Max Melton, who are absolute dogs, who are just going to go out there and scratch and claw and be as physical as you possibly need to be to compete with these wide receivers in the NFL. It's a phenomenal pick. You got to imagine they got some sort of clearance from their medical staff to feel comfortable enough to take this swing. But you're right. If this is something that Will Johnson can kind of buck the concerns about his knee and turn this into a strong 5 years, it's an unbelievable pick for Monti Ossenfort, Jonathan Gannon, and crew.
I mean, you've got Sauce Gardner, who people anointed as like a top corner in the NFL, and then this year he didn't play well.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, oh, is that pick wasted already? And that's a kid that was a prodigy out of Cincinnati. And it's like, can that guy even play now?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. Here's what I know. He was on the best defense in college football, the most dominant defense I've seen of the last like 3 to 5 years, save for that Georgia defense. Jim Harbaugh personally recruited him.
Mm-hmm.
He's giving me Charles Woodson vibes, watching him on the screen here. He's got the prototypical outside corner ball skills, height, length, athleticism. To me, for this Cardinal team, this is not the right pick 2 years ago. It's the right pick now with where they're at. The rebuild is done. This has a chance. If you've hit on both these two players, this has a chance to culminate the Cardinals into a different level. This is the kind of pick that Monti Ossenfort needed to make.
Yeah.
We talked about it. Don't delude these picks. Go out swinging this year. You're trying to make the playoffs. You're trying to get contract extensions for he and JG, which I think they deserve and they're going to get. I'm going to tell you right now, Tyler Booker and Gray Zabel and trading down in the second round ain't going to win you anything in 2025. You know what it is? Walter Nolen and the potential to hit on Will Johnson at 47. That's going to get you to the playoffs this year.
Look at the perception just after it happened, right? As we're sitting here with a lot of draft to go and leaning on premium positions and top flight prospects when you look at this roster and you can start to put it in the conversation as some of the most talent rich in its division.
Yeah.
And Monti Ossenfort's done that in 3 years' time, leaning on premium positions and finding guys that love the game of football and are willing to do whatever it takes to get themselves better each and every day and go out there and take their game to the next level. When you think about the versatility and the diverseness of the secondary that's in place for the foreseeable future with Garrett Williams in the slot and already putting himself in the conversation for top 3 player at that position, if not already entrenched in that, vying for the top spot. And then you've got guys on the outside that project to be starting outside corners in this league, like Max Melton, who was just a dog and competed every down in the Big Ten against the likes of Marvin Harrison Jr., players at Michigan. And then you bring in this guy from Michigan who was one of the best corners in the country, but was hampered by nagging injuries throughout his final season for the Wolverines. And the Cardinals benefit from that. Just the upside this secondary has, man, in 3 drafts. It's really just, it's a masterclass for Monti Ossenfort.
We're going to try to get this on air here. I'm going to send it to producer Noah, but we've got Marvin Harrison Jr. on his Instagram wholeheartedly approving of the pick here. But before we get to that and more, we're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
We're going to come right back. We're going to break it down. The draft continues here. Monti Ossenfort, take a bow, sir. What a masterclass so far. Cardinals going big in 2025. It's PHNX Cardinals. Speaking of go big with our friends at Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Wild Horse Pass. Thanks to everybody that came out last night, supported our draft party. Hundreds in attendance. We appreciate all of you. We appreciate our friends at Gila. I think we can announce this, maybe doing some shows from Gila this summer, having a good time.
Let's do it.
Outside of Wild Horse Pass. And if you're looking to have a good time at any time, check out our friends at Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Again, check out the collection by Gila. Sneakers, stories, and style. They've reimagined Upper Deck Kitchen and Bar and turned it into a sneaker lover's dream. And again, more on that. Plus, check them out right now. You do you at Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Play at Gila.com for more details. Book a staycation, right?
Yeah.
Check them out at Wild Horse Pass, largest Arizona sportsbook casino, a place to be this offseason and more. We're hoping to be back there ASAP. But in the meantime, check them out, playGila.com.
We're having a couple Polar Pops here on set, and our draft coverage brought to you by our friends at Circle K. it was nice. After we were coming home from the draft party last night, I stopped in at Circle K, got some tasty snacks to enjoy into the wee hours of the morning as I broke down some Walter Nolen film and just was out there on my Twitter app just enjoying the pick post show. But Circle K, man, what else can you say as far as if you haven't downloaded and become a member of the Inner Circle, what are you doing? You're just burning money. It's a free membership program, which gives you perks as far as saving at the pump. How about immediately your first 5 fill-ups, you get 25 cents off per gallon at the pump, and then 3 cents per gallon after that. You're always saving money at the pump, and you'll hit a different echelon. How about 5 cents off per gallon? That's where Noah, myself, and Johnny are. That's because we love the Inner Circle, and we love all the deals that they have. Download the app today. You can also save 40 cents per gallon on fuel day. That always comes around every once in a while. Check it out right now. Visit CircleK.com, and you've got, of course, joining the Inner Circle for free by downloading the Circle 8 app today. Terms and conditions apply. Participating locations. Visit CircleK.com for all the details.
I like this video. I look up to the screen. I see my guy Nevin Scott just saying, "I'm finna to cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna get emotional." It is it is emotional. Like we do this. We cover the draft. Draft season's our favorite thing because this team doesn't make the playoffs often, and we talk about all these players for months, and then the franchise previously, the older regimes, opt to do other things. And the things that we want and hope to transpire do not. And here we are. We break down Will Johnson and Walter Nolen for months on end, and the Cardinals get both of them with their first 2 picks and don't give up any additional draft capital. It is unbelievable. And I have no idea if these guys are going to work out. Here's what I do know. Big-time players from big-time universities have a better chance than guys, respectfully, from UMass and Tulsa. And again, I like Zaven Collins, and sometimes that works out. But that can't be your philosophy every year. And it was with the prior regime. Look at what Monti Ossenfort has done the last 3 years. Ohio State, SEC players, premium positions. By the way, he keeps the streak going. Top 30 visits matter. Don't listen to anybody who says they don't matter. And I'm going to tell you right now, he has not taken a non-premium position in 3 drafts in the first 2 rounds. So we have the entirety of 6 rounds combined, first and second in 2023, 2024, and now 2025. He has gone offensive tackle, wide receiver, defensive tackle, corner with Max Melt now, and corner this year with Will Johnson. Guys, you don't have to be a draft expert. You don't have to be on local radio to decipher. Just look at the facts in front of you. This is what the Cardinals do.
Great point. Overcome by an immense amount of jealousy. Can we scroll up here, Noah? Somebody's saying that Johnny was retweeted by ESPN's draft coverage on the show.
Listen, I'm only one man.
Johnny got retweeted.
By whom?
By NFL on ESPN stream. Congratulations.
Wow.
What'd you put out there?
I don't know.
Was it a good tweet?
It must have been. It must have been a winner. We appreciate ESPN, even though I didn't love their mock drafts leading up to today. Here's what I do love, though. How about this? Marvin Harrison Jr., ever heard of him? Goes to Instagram. It's a battle of Big Ten days past. Will Johnson battling Marvin Harrison Jr. That's a special photo right there. That's big time.
Big time.
Now both those guys are on the Cardinals. Fancy that.
Take a guy from the best defense in recent college football history, and you take one of the more generational wide receivers in recent history.
Is that good? Are those things you want to do?
I mean, Monti Ossenfort, it seems so simple. But then you look at what these other teams are doing, and you just can't believe that some of these decision makers have
Would you
the power.
rather, like the Rams? The Rams are going to be now. They took a tight end above Will Johnson. Some of these teams that have made these choices, you got to look back and you got to think, was that the right decision? This is from Jeremy Fowler on Twitter. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Bill. Jeremy Fowler saying, once Will Johnson did not go in the first round, he felt good about Arizona in round 2 because it was one of the teams comfortable with his knee issues. Now he heads to the desert in what should be major value for Arizona if healthy.
You know, when we talked to Garofolo on Tuesday before this thing started, he thought that the knee issue was a concern and it would kick him down the draft board. He still felt like he was a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't think it was a deal breaker for the entire NFL.
Yeah.
And I think that the Cardinals benefited from some teams being a little bit uneasy, but also a lot of these teams that aren't in a position to take a swing like this. Like this doesn't just happen each and every draft. Like I said, this isn't the Garrett Williams where he's coming back now from what's become routine, an ACL injury. And I know that's crazy to say, but like when you've got what's viewed as maybe a knee that could deteriorate down the line and not hold up for the long term. But like for them to say, hey, if his knee can give us some really good seasons here, we're willing to take that risk because of what we see on tape, what we like from the conversations we had from this kid. And also we're going to trust our medical and training staff as far as their confidence and their ability to work with Will Johnson as far as putting him in the right spot, getting, as Gannon would say, get that health bucket filled.
This is a good quote. This is from Darren Urban of azcardinals.com, speaking with Will Johnson, saying, I'm definitely frustrated about falling to 47. Quote, I know I'm healthy. Retweeted by our guy, Mike Garofolo of NFL Network, friend of the program here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, now you got Will Johnson. Not only you have Will Johnson, you have Will Johnson with a huge chip on his shoulder. Hey, sign me up for that. There's just too many good things. There's just too much good in play here for the Arizona Cardinals. And again, now you project. How's this for a projection, friends? Will Johnson, Max Melton outside, Garrett Williams underneath. Pretty good.
Yeah.
With Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson, Robert Taylor Demerson.
As far as the front seven, the improved front
I still
seven?
could use one more edge rusher.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm going to have to wait until beggars can't be choosers. They're not going to be able to fill everything this offseason.
Yeah.
And you just got to hope. I'll have this conversation with myself privately, sitting in a dark corner. Zaven Collins, Baron Browning, can you do the job for 1 year? Can B.J. Ojulari get over the hump, right? Is there an opportunity, to your point, let's talk about it. Nic Scourton hasn't been drafted yet.
Mm-hmm.
There are some edge rushers of note. Edge rushers can be taken in the third round. We got a long way to go here, but I mean that to me, if you get Nic Scourton, you try to trade up for Nic Scourton, he's available. No one's picked him yet. Landon Jackson available?
At this point, how many players do you really need? Roster's in a really good spot.
It's a little different when we were doing the show 2 years ago.
It is. Yeah, you needed everything.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Nic Scourton just went to the Panthers.
Okay.
So
that's a good pick from them.
We'll pour that out.
Arroyo, the tight end from Miami, goes to Seattle. And it's like you see these skill positions go to division rivals, and you don't really have as much fear in your heart anymore. It's like, oh, you got some playmakers on the outside. You got some guys that can play in the middle of the field. Cardinals have guys with the ability to cover all that.
Can I just say real quick, too, like Will Johnson being coached by Jonathan Gannon, do you think that's going to work out?
Yeah.
I think there's a pretty good chance that probably works out for everybody involved, health permitting. Like, is the league going to say, this is a selfish homer thing to say, but I'm going to say it, was it a huge mistake by the rest of the NFL to allow Jonathan Gannon to get his hands on Will Johnson in the second round? I think there's probably a big mistake by the league.
Don't let Gannon get Willie J, and you messed up. You done messed up, NFL. Just one of you could have taken the risk and selected him. But now you got several top 100 selections invested in that defensive secondary. What do we say about Gannon, his staff, Patrick Toney, and of course Rollis being the DC? Like they could be kingmakers as far as that secondary goes, along with guys who have been established like Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson. You got Rabbit Taylor Demerson, who people are really excited about.
I mean, it's an emotional time for Cardinal fans. Competent draft. Who would have thought? Edge rushers continue to go. Your Titans are taking Oladejo. So again, like it's the cross to bear here. You get Will Johnson. You punt on these edge rushers. Let's take a look. Let's talk about the base defense for the Arizona Cardinals and what you see that look like here. Week 1, I think Will Johnson is a starter. I think Max Melton is a starter. Garrett Williams, JT, Budda Baker, Akeem Gaithers, Davis, and of course Mac Wilson. And then you've got a front four of Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson with Calais, Darius, Walter Nolen mixed in there. And then Baron Browning right now is probably a starter opposite Josh Sweat. Would you say that?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, if B.J. Ojulari can get healthy, that would be
save us, BJ.
That would be a big turn of events. But that's one of the things that I think that they've done. They haven't put themselves in a situation where they have to rely on B.J. Ojulari, even though there's an immense amount of confidence that if he can stay healthy, he can be a double-digit sack guy. But as far as their secondary goes, I mean, if you look at, what's going on. So you've got, as you said, your outside linebackers, you got options opposite Josh Sweat, and it can be a rotation. And then you got your interior, and it's going to be, Calais will give him the edge right now, the nod.
Yeah.
With Dalvin Tomlinson, and then you probably, I think, Walter Nolen or Darius Robinson, depth there, and an immense amount of depth.
Nick Rallis deserved this too, by the way. Like, enough is enough.
Yeah.
Like, the guy turned water into wine last year with respectfully, with what he did with the personnel defensively.
Mac Wilson off ball. Yeah.
Let me get to somebody. Donnie Druin, our friend of the program here, our guy for SI, covers the Cardinals. Great guy. Has some quotes here from Will Johnson. And Donnie's starting first off by saying, I can't emphasize how motivated and upset Will Johnson was. He told us he was on a mission, and out of every draft pick I've been in the room for, he was without a doubt the most pissed for waiting.
Wow.
Sounds like he's going to put the work in, prove people wrong. Very passionate, saying his knee's been 100% for 2 years, fully expected to be a first-round pick. Went golfing with Marvin Harrison Jr., and they talked about playing together here, and convinced he'll be the steal of the draft. I mean, having known that now, we all would have hedged he would have been the pick long ago, but that's how I like my prospects, pissed off and motivated. Guess who else once upon a time wasn't apples to oranges? He didn't have a health concern. One Tyrann Mathieu was upset and felt like he was a top player, and he had to do his time in the form of falling to the third round. I remember that training camp in 2013 where he was immediately like one of the Cardinals' best 5 players defensively. Are we going to see something like that from Will Johnson here at OTA's rookie minicamp? I wouldn't put it past him. This is a kid with a big-time ability, and who knows? Did he get bad advice from his agent and his team not to run? I think not running his 40 time probably didn't help him, but I'll tell you who it did help the Arizona Cardinals get him at 47.
Yeah, you like guys who have that chip on their shoulder, and I think this one's legit. It's kind of the ugly side of the process, and if something comes up, you don't have a whole lot of way to kind of clear yourself.
Yeah,
but you're right. There could be some shoddy advice there. The reasoning was like hamstring during the draft process, but then he was hampered throughout the season, had a couple different issues. So we'll see. Will Johnson gonna have a chance to get healthier here, and he's gonna be wearing a Cardinals uniform. Him and Walter Nolen, and the rebuilding, the revamping of this defense continues. Like, they really kind of, what we heard about Jonathan Gannon in his first year, like with Philly as their DC, he kind of gave way to the team in wanting to get their quarterback Jalen Hurts up to speed, invest any of their assets into getting Jalen Hurts set up for success, and he did that. And he said, "I'll wear it on the defensive side, and then you guys pay me off by investing in the defense." And they did, and they go out and get Hassan Reddick. They take Jordan Davis in the first round, and Milton Williams as well. And he's just flush with talent. And then you see in that system, they rack up 70 sacks and they get 17 picks in that season. I mean, they're in an unbelievable spot. Just like that, the Cardinals they had to wear it a little bit as they rebuilt this offense and this roster overall. I mean, this is a team that was able to really kind of focus on. They got the Kyler Murray contracts, then they set him up for success. So they take a tackle, they take a premium position, they take Marvin Harrison Jr. They already have Trey McBride, who they develop. They make sure to kind of find some sort of consistency on the offensive line, and they've done that. And sure, it underwhelmed as far as its ability to score points last year, but the defense, with good coaching, was able to keep its head above water, and it was probably the more consistent group. But it was severely undermanned. It's not the case any longer. They went to work on this defense, and they're paying off their head coach for kind of dealing with and trying to make lemonade out of lemons, or making chicken salad out of chicken crap. And now they've got the personnel to go out there and really kind of make some noise defensively. I mean, the additions this offseason alone: Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, and now 2 premium picks that go the way of guys who were playing at the highest level, at the collegiate level. He had an All-American this past year, Walter Nolen, playing in the SEC, 6.5 sacks, 14 tackles for a loss. And then you've got Will Johnson, who the previous year was one of the best players on one of the best defenses in recent history in college sports. I mean, it's really just a tip of the cap to Monti Ossenfort and his willingness, like not getting too cute, not wanting to show how much film he watches and, hey, I can outsmart people, I can find the diamonds in the rough, and just realizing, hey, this guy, we benefited from him falling down the draft board because of medical concern. Our concern is here, but we see the more upside from getting this guy on his roster, developing him, and letting him play for the Cardinals going forward. I mean, the Cardinals defensive, revamp, it's one of the best, jobs done by a general manager in this division. And there's been a lot of great general managing and team building architects in the NFC West. So, Monti Ossenfort getting it done. Just 2 picks in this draft. I don't think you could have come up with a better outcome in your wildest dreams.
I like Nic Scourton as a player, as a prospect. If we're doing our top 5, he's not in it.
Yeah.
Will Johnson's our top 5. I mean, how many times we've done mock drafts for the last 2 months? How many times did you tell me you were like, hey, you probably just need to take Will Johnson. He's the best player.
Yeah.
And then you hear those comments from Donnie Druin of SI, and it's like, this is a young man who's pissed off. Can you imagine how disheartening it must be? It's like, well, your knee looks like it could be a problem. Not right now, but like 3 to 5 years from now, we're going to pass, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that is going to drive him. That's going to light a fire under him. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is not a redshirt pick, by the way. This is somebody that's polished. This is somebody that played college football at the highest level. This is somebody who's going to start as a rookie. You've got 2 players. I mean, there's a chance Will Johnson sees more time starting immediately than Walter Nolen, based on position need and also just this physical skill set and the polished nature of his game, Bo.
He's a guy that, even though Max Melton has a year of NFL play under his belt, I think probably comes in is CB1.
You think he's CB1 on this team?
I think he is.
Wow.
I mean, R.I.P. Sean Murphy Bunting. I know that he's got a big, he's a fan favorite.
I'm going to tell you, R.I.P. right now to the Cardinals free agent class of 2024. Not a good weekend for them. Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols, Sean Murphy Bunting. Pour one out for those guys. They're all on rookie watch here, and not rookie watch in a good way. Like, rookie's coming to take my job. It's pretty unbelievable. I just walked by Leah and Kevin. I'm just like, I just can't believe this is my team that are making these moves.
Yeah.
I can't believe this is the Cardinals that are doing these things. I've watched this team professionally personally my entire life, mostly my entire adult life, covering them professionally. Like, the Cardinals don't have these kind of drafts.
Mm-mm.
Marvin last year, Paris the year before. You get Garrett Williams, who's a star. I mean, right now, can we get greedy here? Can we trade up for Princely? Can we trade up for Landon Jackson? Princely, they had some off the field issues. You wonder if that's going to push him down a little bit. The Cardinals could strike here. I love the people in the chat saying scat. I mean, that would push me over the top where I don't know if I would be able to continue doing draft coverage because I would be too elated. But, like, that does feel like the missing piece where it's like you get Walter Nolen, Will Johnson, Cam Skattebo.
Yeah.
Wouldn't hate it. Wouldn't hate it. You would hate it.
I like this. I like this feeling. When you get absolute, like, surefire NFL guys that project to be NFL studs.
Belton just went to the Packers, a little bit of an overdraft at 54. Yeah. You know what else is, not to interrupt you.
Yeah.
You know what else this is telling us right now? The Cardinals, for better or worse, have immense amount of belief in this offense.
Mm-hmm.
This is the definition of running it back.
Oh, yeah.
Running
it back.
Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., like, that's who you're winning with in the receiving game this year. And I feel great about that. Well, I know there are people who are like, you have Marvin Harrison Jr. in year 2 motivated. Like, I'm okay with the Cardinals can't succeed without Marv being good. Luther Burden's not going to change that. The Jalen Higgins or whatever his name is, some of these second-tier receivers are getting taken right now. I also feel this is a great weekend for Michael Wilson, too. They could take a receiver in the 3rd round, come in and compete, but I know he's been a part of this program. We've had him on many times. He's a true friend of this program.
Yeah.
I'm high on Michael Wilson. Give him more targets. Let him be physical with opposing defensive backs. man, this team is going to be so fun to cover in 2025. Unbelievable.
Doesn't it feel good when you invest in these premium guys?
No, I want off-ball linebackers.
Who went at the top of the second round. There's a ton of about 24 picks to go, right, before the Cardinals are back on the clock. Is my math correct there? 54th overall. Yeah.
Trade up, maybe?
Yeah. Chargers on the clock. They went running back in the first round.
They go line of
you start to
here.
do the calculus there, and I'm seeing, you can get down the board here, and there's still plenty of I think potential.
Chargers going wide receiver Trey Harris here.
It's a good pick.
It is. They need some. They're going skill players. They're helping.
But there's a lot of edge talent left. Princely Umanelli is still available.
That's got to be the guy.
Josiah Stewart still there. Landon Jackson still there.
By the way, are you gonna let me eat on air?
Yeah, go for it. I don't care.
Yesterday we didn't eat because we were grinding. Today we're celebrating. It's a celebration, friends. And if you want to help celebrate with us, we got 1,300 people watching live. Become a diehard. Go PHNX.com. It's $36 for the year. You get a free piece of merch. You get access to our Discord. Join our community. I'm going to find our young man. I think his name is Kyle.
Yeah.
They joined the diehard community before the show earlier today. Kyle2D2 on Twitter says he's been watching the show for a while. Finally pulled the trigger. $3 a month. I don't know what else you can get for $3 a month in this economy, but you can join our community for that. And we appreciate it if you become a diehard. Tag us on Twitter. Immediate retweet, immediate follow from the beat account. Join the Discord. I can't imagine what the Discord. I can't imagine. It's popping off right now with Will Johnson. So, Will Johnson, what number was he at Michigan, by the way?
Number 2. Yeah, so both their guys were number 2. Walter Nolen was number 2. Mac Wilson wears number 2.
I think it's mandated. You got to get Will Johnson a single digit.
You want 0?
I think that'd be awesome. I think it would be awesome.
I think 0 is available.
Would you give him 20? 21 goes to Garrett Williams.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him 21. I think you got to. Matthew, I'm not struggling with this bag. I'm trying not to spill it everywhere.
22? Would that work?
No. Single digit,
you want
please.
single. Okay.
Yeah.
There aren't a whole lot. 7's available, right? 7 would be nice.
Because your White's old number. That would be nice.
Yeah.
I can tell you're already hating that meeting.
No, you're good.
No, you hate it.
You're good. Noah, just turn his mic off for the rest of the show, if you don't mind. Bears pick is in. What are we looking at here?
Back to the Freddie Cougar show that is the Chicago Bears draft. Here comes another running back, maybe. Feels like the running back.
Let's get some Will Johnson super chats in here. People excited about this pick. Let's highlight some of those.
All right. $5 from Reezy Baby. Niners drafted an edge, and DL with 0 pass rush upside. This is our division for the next half decade.
Love it. Reezy Baby. Let's get one more in from William McDaniel, and we're going to get to our guest, Fran Duffy.
$4.99 from William says, messed up the chat, but an excuse to give you guys more. It's earned. Hello again from Austin. Your coverage last night was superb. Go Cards.
Thank you, William. We appreciate it. You didn't have to double down. We would have gotten to your regular chats, but we really do. We're thankful, grateful for you and everybody that's been tuning into our wall-to-wall coverage here of the NFL draft, and it gets more in-depth as we bring in our guy, the draft analyst, Fran Duffy. It's the franchise mode. We'll wait. Yeah, we're going to get him out of here. We're going to talk about another unbelievable selection from Monti Ossenfort, who benefits from, the Cardinals overall benefit from Will Johnson having a medical flag, him tumble down the draft board, and because of what's perceived as maybe a long-term issue with his knee, the Cardinals get a big-time defensive playmaker from a national title winner in 2024, or 2023, I should say, in the Michigan Wolverines. We got our guy, Fran Duffy. Fran, could you believe it? Monti Ossenfort pulling the trigger on Will Johnson?
Yeah, this was a guy that, honestly, we had conversations about his fit in the desert if they take him at 16, right? And so they end up with him in the second round. Great value there. Obviously, he fell for a reason. You just hit on it. But when you're talking about the injury, the durability, the long-term viability of that leg, and it wasn't the knee obviously was the issue, but this is a guy that was consistently dinged up. You know, he had toe and ankle and like hamstring, soft tissue things. So, you know, that was certainly one of the parts of the evaluation that made it a little bit of a cloudy projection with this player. But I think at the end of the day, when you look at Johnson, honestly, the intangibles, I think, really fit the ethos of Jonathan Gannon and Monti Ossenfort, the type of person they want to bring into the building. You guys were around me, at the combine. When I'm going out and I'm talking to all these players, I love being able to get a sense of them, from them, their teammates, whether it's guys that are in this current class or guys that are coming down the road. I've been hearing about Johnson since his freshman year, at Michigan. And I remember talking with, there was a corner, Wallace, that came out of Michigan a couple of years ago. He brought him up. But I remember last year talking with Roman Wilson, who was a third-round pick of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And one of the things he said about Will Johnson was that he had never seen a high school recruit that was so, like, his attention to detail was so in tune. And he said, we were preparing for a bowl game. It was, December, January, we're practicing. He was not yet enrolled. He was a high school player that grew up like an hour away from Ann Arbor. And he would come every single day after he finished classes, after he finished high school, just to come and watch practice from the sideline. He wanted to get used to the scheme and get used to the flow of things. He said, I've never seen a high school recruit do that put that level of commitment in. And you hear I know some people at Michigan, they all rave about him. Silent assassin. He's humble. He loves the game. He just wants to get better. He never complains about doing more work. He's just like a consummate teammate in that way. The people in the building rave about him. Scouts rave about the competitiveness. Some people question, he got hurt this year. Could he have come back? So there were people that were knocking him for that. Honestly, it was a bad year for Michigan. We know this. They're coming off the national title run. That offense really struggled this year. It's a new defensive scheme. So, it was just a kind of a tough go for Johnson, especially dealing with the injury. But to me, the Cardinals here got great value on a talented player who can take the ball away at a high level. We haven't even gotten into the on-field scouting report, but to me, off the field, this guy stands for everything that Jonathan Gannon values in a player that they want to bring into the building.
So let's talk about on-field, Fran. Let's put aside everything. Let's say he comes into camp healthy, and he's healthy.
Yep.
Let's hope for the tenure of his Cardinal career, which is long and productive. What are the Cardinals getting? I did this yesterday with Walter Nolen, and you said, a little bit of Milton Williams. Is there a player within the Gannon route tree, or the player tree, I should say, from a personal standpoint, that you see him fitting like or being utilized as? Because the Cardinals have a need for an outside corner opposite Max Melton. Like, what are they getting on field?
Yeah, I don't have a comp written down, on Will Johnson. I think people think of him because he's nearly 6'2", he's nearly 200 pounds, and they think, press man corner. I actually don't love him in press, Johnny. I love him in off coverage, where he can just kind of read back. You think like classic Asante Samuel Jr. or Asante Samuel Sr., kind of laying in the weeds, read things out from zone coverage and jump those throws from depth and make quarterbacks pay in that way. He's had a couple pick sixes in his career. He had one earlier last season before he got hurt, where you just saw those instincts, that ability to make plays on the football really kind of shined in that way. And so, for me, I think that's what his best role. Again, people saw the size and were so quick to say, press man corner all day. He doesn't have great length. He's got short arms for the position, and people have questioned the speed. I think the speed gets a little bit of a bad rap. I know he didn't run the 40. I don't think that he's a 4.3 guy, and he's probably not even a low 4.4 guy. Like, I think the speed is average. I didn't love the feel of playing in press coverage. Playing in press is as much like discipline and technique and instincts. So just being able to stay on top of a guy and then stay hip to hip on a vertical route. You have to have the speed, but then it's the ball skills downfield to not panic and find the ball late and look over the shoulder. I didn't always see that from Johnson. Where I saw the ball skills and the ability to take the ball away was, again, when he was playing in off coverage and just kind of laying back there and just trying to bait those throws, and then you saw the speed to close fast and finish on the ball and take it the other way. And so, to me, that's where his best fit is. Some have thought that he could be a safety down the road, and I do think that is something that you could potentially see. 3, 4, 5 years from now. But I think right now he's an outside corner, put him in off coverage, heavy amount of zone. He could play some man as well, but I think that's a good fit for JG and for Nick Rallis.
I want to get one last question about this knee out of the way. And they talked to Will Johnson over at the facilities. He joined them on the phone and said he was pissed, motivated, that the knee had him kind of fall down draft boards like he did. He said his knee's been 100% for 2 years. and was fully expected to be a first-round pick, and is convinced he's to steal the draft. When you see teams benefit from this, but take these swings at players with medical flags, and when you talk about a knee here, where it's a long-term concern, not in the short term, what is it that teams are, find maybe confidence, solace that they can actually put in this pick for a guy like Will Johnson?
Yeah, and it's something where every team will look at it with different degrees of concern, right? And obviously, and we have actually spoken about this, Bo, that the Cardinals have been under Monti Ossenfort, and really, honestly, under this regime, have been pretty, they've been pretty open to some guys with medical red flags, right? Some guys that were coming off of injury, and other guys that maybe had more long-term issues. One player that kind of comes to mind in this way, Josh Sweat was viewed this way. But now Sweat, it was like a legitimate. He had a surgery earlier in his career. It was a major injury. When I look at Will Johnson, it wasn't like the history of a major injury. It was more during the medical checks, something showed up, and again, I don't have all the specifics, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but something showed up there that said this could be something long term down the road that could be degenerative. That could be an issue for him. And typically, what happens when you have a situation like that, and again, I can't say that this is exactly it, but typically when you see a guy fall, it's for this reason. I wonder if he's a one contract player. Now, sometimes that turns out to be the case, and you see a guy that falls off the cliff faster than normal, and then sometimes that doesn't happen, and a guy has a 10-year career. And so that's where you see a guy that that will fall, has this level of talent. He ends up going in the middle of round 2 when everybody thought that he was going to go in the middle of the round 1. My guess is that the Cardinals feel like they got to steal here at this spot. Obviously, you're taking a stab. There's a little bit of risk involved, but I think the player is worth that risk, especially considering he's so clean off the field from a personality and leadership standpoint.
Cardinals go 2 for 2 with top 30 visits, players that they brought into their facility in Tempe. Obviously, 2 premium positions here. We're looking ahead now to round 3, Fran. We had targeted edge rusher in the top of the second round or corner. Offensive line appears to be very much picked over, and now you're looking at a bunch of guys that are probably going to be either overdrafted or developmental. What do you see as kind of the best value remaining on the board as it stands right now? The Lions making a pick at 57.
Yeah, I mean, one player that stands out would be Emory Jones from LSU. This is a guy that played right tackle for 3 years, and he's kind of seen more as a guard, moving forward into the NFL. I'm looking through my list of 30 visits here for the Cardinals to see if there's any other names that stand out along the offensive line. And honestly, it looks like that group has kind of gotten picked over from in terms of the players they bought in for visits. So, I don't know that there's anybody there that I feel strongly about for round 3 for the Cardinals. I mean, Seth McLaughlin, some people thought that he's the center from Ohio State. I don't know that he would necessarily be the pick in that spot. That might be a little bit early for him. So I think this will probably be maybe the first player that didn't come in for a visit that goes off the board. There goes Mike Green to the Baltimore Ravens. That's going to be the pick there for Baltimore. So I think when you're looking at who the Cardinals are targeting there in round 3, it's probably someone that did not come in for a visit. Would be my guess, at least if they're going to the offensive side of the ball.
As you mentioned, kind of an injury-plagued 2024 for Will Johnson after the national title performance where he's the defensive MVP in that game. Instant starter for Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rallis?
I think he definitely has the ability to be, and again, everything that I have been told about this player, just kind of people rave about the instincts, the game preparation. There was actually a quote too from Bruce Feldman from The Athletic, does an outstanding job. Obviously has years and years and years worth of relationships that he's built up. And there was a quote that he put in I think it was his mock draft article. Let me pull the quote up because I thought it was, coaches say that he prepares like a quarterback, has the mind of one with excellent instincts, which enable him to play so fast. And again, that just validates the work that I've done where I'm like, everybody raves about what this kid puts in. And so, that's universally liked, I think is a fair way to describe Will Johnson off the field.
Is this draft transpiring like you thought? We're sitting here. Shedeur Sanders hasn't been picked yet. Tyler Shuck goes ahead of him. Jackson Dart. Jalen Milroe still available. What do you make? I do have to ask you about this quarterback scenario here. Where do you think Shedeur Sanders ends up going?
Talking with people close to him this morning, it was Cleveland and Pittsburgh. They were keeping fingers and toes crossed for Cleveland. Obviously, the Browns decided they were going to pass with those first 2 picks in the second round. I thought that was going to happen, and I think they knew that was going to happen. After the Browns acquired that first-round pick in the future, I think now that's kind of earmarked towards we're going to be drafting a quarterback in 2026. We're not going to draft one in the second round anymore because everyone thought, like, okay, they're going to draft Travis Hunter, and then they're going to take a round 2 quarterback and see how that goes. And Shedeur Sanders was on that list. I think that the Browns were interested in Shedeur. Now it looks like they're pinning their hopes on Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers, which they don't pick till round 3. They didn't have a pick here in the second round. And when I said that this morning, the person that I was talking to said, I know, ... So I think that this was within the realm of possibility here for the Shedeur Sanders camp coming into today, that he could fall to round 3. There was just a limited number of seats, in the quarterback carousel. And some of those teams were Shedeur teams and some of them were not.
Well, before my co-host grossly gets in a Skattebo question, I'll get this. There was some rumblings on the Twitter streets that Princely Umielen was a guy that was off of some teams' boards. Looks like the Cardinals did an immense amount of homework, had a combine visit and a top 30. We're less than 20 picks away from them being on the clock again. Is that what have you heard about Princely and what the concerns would be?
What are your takes on for Nick Rallis and Jonathan Gannon on a guy who can rush the passer? He's got pass rush chops, and he took a big step this year as a super senior in the SEC, transferred to a new program, but not consistent against the run, disinterested at times at the point of attack. Not a guy that's always going to give his all there.
Okay. So just kind of a one-trick guy, right?
Yeah, and so that's the rub. If you feel like Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rallis are okay with that, then I think that could be a way that they go. He produced at a high level this year, and I think he took a good step this year as a pass rusher. I liked some of the things he put on tape. I mean, he basically single-handedly beat Georgia for them with some of the things he did late in that game. So I think when you're looking at Princely Umielen, there's a lot to like. The run game is the question there.
Yeah, they've got Zaven Collins, who's a plus run defender, cannot rush the passer. And it does feel, I mean, anytime you're picking in the third round, you're not getting a polished, finished product, right? I mean, you could argue you didn't get that in the first round with some guys like Malik Williams and Jalen Walker with their question marks. So we're looking ahead now to round 3. You've been pretty committed to your stance. You think Cam Skattebo is going to go tomorrow at the start of day 3. Does it change your mindset? A bunch of running backs went off the board here. Does that help Cam Skattebo? Are you ready to maybe revise your prediction? Or are you still sticking to the 4th round?
No, I mean, that definitely helps him. Now, does it completely change the outcome? No, but I think that definitely does help him. Maybe if you leave the set and you drive over to his, you might be able to get him to drive him over to the building. hand deliver him to JG and Monty. They might give them no choice. That would make this
the best draft of all time. A lot of people would hate that. It's 78. I'd be ready to kindly inject it. Go ahead, Fran. I'm sorry.
No, I think that would be that's the scenario. Yeah, look, I think that having all those backs go, the one that's remaining where it's okay, he's almost certainly going to go ahead of Skattebo is Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa. So we're waiting for that shoe to drop. I think our friends at DLLS are hoping that's where that goes. I was on with them a little bit ago, and they're hoping for that running back. So we'll see if that is where Caleb Johnson ends up. But my guess still is early day 3 that it's tomorrow for Scat. But we'll see. It could be here on the back end. Another running back actually about to go off the board. I just got a text from our friends in Denver. Or one of my friends in Denver. It's going to be RJ Harvey, the running back from UCF. Well, it's not our friends at DNVR, but they're going to be happy with RJ Harvey going to Sean Payton and the Broncos.
Bit of a freak show who's in the Big 12 out here, randomly at UCF in the Big 12. Man, are you? I know we're not even 2 rounds into this, but Monti Ossenfort's draft, the Arizona Cardinals draft class, would you put it up near the top
call us winners, Fran? Can we say that we're winners?
Yeah, look, I don't know that I'm going to be doing like draft grades, but in terms of the return on investment right now, like the value that they're getting, I loved Walter Nolen. I loved Will Johnson. They were 2 of my top 20 players, and you get both. You get 1 in 16, and you get 1 in the middle of round 2. I feel good about that haul so far for JG and for Monti Ossenfort.
A little different than old Colston Loveland in pick 10, but we're not going to go into that, Fran. We appreciate you, my guy. We'll check back in over the course of the next 24 hours. You be well, and we'll see where Cam Skattebo ends up
today.
Yeah,
Arizona
Cardinals.
We'll check back in a little bit.
All right, let's do it, my friend. Fran, we'll talk to you in a minute.
All right, sounds good, guys.
It's just from Fran's lips to our ears here. It's just the Cardinals. They're doing the football Lord's work here. I was walking into the restroom. You held down the fort, and
just rambled for about.
No, you
seconds.
did a great job. I was still in disbelief here that the Cardinals got Will Johnson, and then like Will Johnson with Donnie Drew and other members of the Arizona sports media. You weren't there because you're with me, and I appreciate you. Basically pissed off that he fell. Golfing with Marvin Harrison Jr. It's just like was all supposed to happen. Let's just keep these good vibes. Who could they get at 78 to keep these good vibes going? I want to ask everybody in the chat before you put your answer in. We're about 600 likes short of our goal.
Yeah,
we got 1,300 people watching.
Too damn good of a pick to
come
have
on
this
now.
Little likes. I don't want to like lecture like how dare you. No,
I don't want to yell at everybody and say like the show, but like the show, please, and then subscribe to PHNX Sports. We're barreling toward 40K because of all of you. Let's get those likes up. I'll put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Realistically speaking, no trade up. They stick and pick at 78. Is Princely best case scenario for you?
After talking to Fran there and saying he's kind of a one-trick Princely, I don't know if that's kind of the route they go. But you could look at the edge rusher room and say, hey, maybe there's one of these prospects that would fit. I think, Jared Wilson out of Georgia, the interior offensive lineman, a freak show athlete, that would be good. Do you continue to look at, the interior, the defensive line? Do you need to get some more beef? Do you need to get a little bit bigger there? Does Omar Norman Lott, work for you? Or is Landon Jackson somebody? Or do you want to add some sizzle now to this draft class? Is Kyle Williams going to endure the next, less than 20 picks away from 78? So there's still a ton of options. And the way that this draft is transpiring and kind of playing into the hands of the Arizona Cardinals, I don't see anything. There's not enough picks left on the board between them and their next selection that's going to deter them from having great options.
Is this the most impressed through 2 picks that you've been with an Ossenfort draft, or is it still last year with like Marvin and Darius?
Well, I think the value – you're getting, Darius went 27th overall, and Will Johnson went 47th overall.
Right.
There's a difference of 20 picks, and you get somebody arguably who's a bigger prospect than Darius was.
It's not arguable. He was.
Yeah. So no, this is. If you're a Cardinals fan,
this is the most impressive.
I don't know if you've ever experienced this before.
No.
Where you, I mean, Matthew, you got to enjoy that because he was a guy that was viewed as first round talent.
You took a guard and an off ball linebacker before it, Kevin Minter and Jonathan Cooper, and it's spoiled. It's like you got a great piece of like fish, or you got a great piece of meat, and it was just spoiled by some not great bread and some not great lettuce. I think this is the best on paper through 2 picks. This is the best draft Ossenfort's had. We were always just like of the mindset, like, can you just get one guy we feel really good about?
Do you get the sense that Will Johnson wasn't even they didn't really view him like they kept him on his board, kept tabs on him, but never expected him really to be there. Like 16, they wouldn't do that just because of the concerns. Like it puts you in a really tough spot if you're a general manager and your first round pick. You get him and it's immediately damaged goods. But you're sitting there at 47 and the teams are still too concerned and stay away. And you're sitting there and it's like, oh, well, we weren't expecting this, but you just put the card in.
Here's how I feel. The rest of the league, or the majority of the league, felt like this year was a better offensive draft. And I think the Cardinals felt like, well, we have the benefactor of having an elite defensive head coach, an elite defensive coordinator, and we have gone offensive heavy in years prior. And we don't believe that there is a surplus of offensive players that are going to be able to help us. Unlike, we're going to take advantage of these defensive players that have fallen. Walter Nolen inexplicably fell. You took advantage of your board twice, where Walter Nolen and Will Johnson should have gone much higher, and they fell to you. And I think one of the small criticisms you could have of Ossenfort, not necessarily 2 years ago, but last year on this day, is did he get good value for his picks? Max Melton went about where we thought, but you traded out and you didn't take Cooper DeJean, and that's going to be a polarizing pick. You didn't take Jerzon Newton, right? And then the third round, you took Trey Benson was good value, but Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, and Elijah Jones. Those 3 picks were polarizing for Cardinal fans. They remain polarizing to this point. Although 2 of them are entrenched on your offensive line, are going to have to play a big part of this team's future this year. There is no denying the value that the Cardinals got. You could make an argument they have the best 2 value picks of the entire draft, given where they were selected. So everybody wants to slobber all over the Eagles, getting an off-ball linebacker at 32. Nope, this is what real value looks like.
Yeah.
An impact 5 technique and an impact outside corner that both played big-time college football, that are not project tweeners. Like you heard Fran Duffy echoing your sentiments. Like Will Johnson's going to compete to be a starter from day one. I am so fired up now with this defense. I think the sky's the limit. And again, let's see what they do at 78. Let's see what they do at 115. They got Xavier Thomas last year, played a role to some degree as a 5th rounder. Mm-hmm. So I'm 78 right now. We hold on for dear life, and they can get a pass rusher there. I don't know what I'll do with myself. It'll be unbelievable.
The team doesn't shy away from adding talent at positions that they already have players filling those roster spots. Like the competition level in training camp, I don't know if we've seen it within the last decade on this team. And that's also, a testament to some talented players, but more of an indictment on the lack of, I guess a deep roster, lack of a deep roster.
Yeah.
This as far as defensive front, you're going to have guys that you signed to relatively big deals last offseason in 2024 fight for jobs. Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols to be rotational guys to couple with the trio that you added this offseason. And then, your defensive secondary, you've invested a bunch of top 100 picks from Garrett Williams to Max Melton, Elijah Jones, and now Will Johnson. Like, what happens with Elijah Jones? Do you shop him? I think he was a red shirt. It's a bit unfair to him as far as his first year.
Well, you're not cutting a 3rd rounder, even a comp 3rd rounder from last year. I think if he's healthy, you let him play. I think it's probably tough news for, like, I think Sean Murphy-Bunting's time with the franchise could be over, given his salary. And I think
Noah's an alum of the same school that
sorry to hear
Smurf
that
went.
I think you're looking at the hierarchy of the cornerback room: Will Johnson, Max Melton, Garrett Williams, Elijah Jones is going. I think Starling Thomas is going to be on the team. I think it would probably be tough for Keitrell Clark, but they love players like that. They love dogs like that, and you need a ton of those guys. So it's a good. I mean, it's not good for them. Like the individual players is a good problem to have. I mean, they've invested a premium at corner over 3 years. Garrett Williams 2 years ago was a 3rd rounder. Max Melton was a 2nd. Will Johnson now a 2nd. And then Elijah Jones was a late 3rd. You took 4 day 2 corners in 3 years, and they clearly prioritized that. That room should be set for a hot minute.
Yeah.
So we talked about it. We knew they were going to add a corner. I thought they were going to get a veteran first. They still could, I guess, theoretically, but Will Johnson, I mean, he's going to contend for an outside spot, no doubt about it. And Walter Nolen's going to come in, and he's going to force the issue. And Calais Campbell's like, I'm going to need a breather. And Dalvin Tomlinson's like, I'm 31. I'm going to need a breather.
Yeah.
And you get that young man at 21, 22 years old, against the LA Rams interior offensive line and chasing Sam Darnold down and Brock Purdy. Like that's why these moves are done. These moves are done in large part so that when the offense doesn't have it, when Kyler Murray's having an off day in the second half of the year, and I know people want to snark about K1, second half K1, but I think Kyler Murray's going to be better this year. You are built now to win games 17-13, 14-10, where you were not built to win games like that last year, save for the Charger game. And it took a couple fluke kind of turnovers for things to go your way. You're built now to take the ball away. You heard Fran Duffy just now. Will Johnson being able to step in front of interceptions, step in front of passes. Walter Nolen disrupting pass rusher, I think can peak at about 6-7 sacks a year as a disrupting defensive 5 technique. Josh Sweat coming off the edge. You still need one more edge rusher, but probably can wait until next year unless somebody falls to you at 78 here. But for me right now, this defense, I think we would all be universally disappointed given the schedule, the talent that they play and that they don't play specifically. top 12 defense minimum. They were 15th in points per game, and they have added about 20 players this offseason, not literally, but, theoretically, that are going to make them a top unit in the NFC. Everybody talks about the Rams defense. Cardinals defense is on the up and up.
Trey Amos, the top 30 visit for the Arizona Cardinals, going to the Washington Commanders. You got to like what they've done in the first 2 rounds. They go Connerly out of Oregon, tackle spot, and then they get a cornerback, a pretty talented cornerback out of Ole Miss. Part of that, I think it was the second best defense in the FBS last year.
Mm-hmm.
That was anchored by, Walter Nolen, plays for the Cardinals, no big deal. Yumi Ellen's still waiting to hear his name called. But, no, I mean, it's some really good points as far as, where the state of the Cardinals roster right now. And where you're going to have to make some tough decisions where before is like, hey, do you have a pulse and do you play football?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, come on over. And 78th, I see our guy Espo jumping in. Is that a super chat from Espo? Is he spending money for the company he's the general manager for? At 199, will they trade back into the second? And you got to look at, who's worthy of that pick, as they are 16 selections from being on the clock again, where I think that the board still kind of shows you that you could stick and pick, not have to give up any more capital.
Oh, I think you stay.
And you could just stay and get a really good player there. Like the draft dominoes are just falling right into your hands.
Let me ask you a question. I don't know. Did I see it as a super chat or not? I'm surprised he was in. Tyler H., bring that super chat up, Noah, if we could. He was in a lot of mocks today. They met with him at the combine.
He was in whose mock?
There were some mocks today that Jack Sawyer was going to go in the 3rd round. How would you feel about Captain Jack at 78?
No problem.
You wouldn't have an issue with that?
This is house money. If you want to bring in a guy that has, is well liked by all his teammates, is an effort guy, you can do that. I mean, I still think it's a top 100 pick, but you've had so much success. It'd be tough to really get me fired up.
You wouldn't like it?
I think that you would be probably missing out on.
You're in the
some
camp
good
of
players.
this is fine.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that. Probably like the same
I'd
thing
like
with,
to see them take a bigger swing than that. I think now you're in a spot where you can take a large swing.
What's a large swing?
Like if the league is out on Yumi Ellen for various reasons, I think you could take him or Landon Jackson for whatever reason. Like, could those be options to get that edge spot? Like that would be, if you get Landon Jackson at 78th overall. I mean, I don't care what happens the rest of the draft. You've got an unbelievable.
Well, I think to Fran's point, this is where you're going to probably take somebody that's not a top 30 visit guy.
Yeah.
But you're going to go back to, hey, I like that guy at the combine. I like his tape. I don't love it at 47, but I like it. Landon Jackson, Princely. All right, who are our big 5? Let's do a big 5.
Yeah.
For 78 here, which, by the way, is just 16 picks away.
Yeah.
I think the big 5 right now for you and I, let me give you mine, and then you give me yours. I think Princely is unequivocally on that list.
Mm-hmm.
I think Landon Jackson is on that list unequivocally. Best available here. I mean, like
Kyle Williams.
No, I'm going to go Jared Wilson.
Okay.
Interior offensive lineman. Some people say you can only play center. We'll figure that out. Maybe like
what about Jordan Burch?
Jordan Burch of Oregon, no doubt about it. And then what about Will Johnson's teammate at Michigan, Josiah Stewart?
Ooh.
Which
I like the edge. I still like the edge options.
Yeah.
And
Ty Felton isn't a bad option either, which they did meet with remotely.
I'd rather have Kyle Williams if that's possible.
Okay, no problem. Ain't no problem.
I like that big 5. I like our new round 3 big 5, which is just 16 picks away. Let's knock out some super chats.
All right. 2 pounds from Toby Bishop. Smash it every year, guys. Go PHNX cards. Love from the UK.
Toby, you determine if that's a good English accent. We
it
appreciate
sounded pretty
that.
good.
Yeah. Thank you for the 2 pounds and appreciate the love there. And I'm glad you're having a good time watching this draft. What else we have?
Tribe 7, $5 says my comparison of Will is Denzel Ward when the Browns were good that one year.
Denzel Ward was a very high pick. He's a very rich man too. If he becomes 70% of the player Denzel Ward is.
I'm gonna make a
good
statement
one.
that might be controversial. Will Johnson's gonna be good if he doesn't get hurt.
Yeah.
I don't think he's not. I don't think he's just gonna like. I think we're gonna be sitting here on NFL Sunday. He's like, "Oh, Will Johnson just can't play." I think it's either Will. I think there's no in between. Will Johnson is either good to great, or he's hurt and he can't play.
Yeah. Did you eat today?
No.
I mean, you got the chocolate covered peanuts from Circle K.
I'm doing some product placement. They said get some product placement going.
Bears are on the clock. Let's read some more super
picks do
chats.
the Bears have?
$4.99 from Nathaniel. We will get to see Will Johnson versus Marvin practice. Robert Downey Jr. sharpens Robert Downey Jr.
Wow, I like that. As an MCU connoisseur, I like that a lot.
It's a good pick from the Bears. Back-to-back good picks from the Bears. They take a tackle out of BC.
They've taken the reins away from polls. Somebody got it. Somebody got in the polls and said, "Ryan, go do a drive-through somewhere."
They take Shamar Turner out of Texas A&M. Keep it going.
Lance S. $1.99 says pick 78, best player available, edge, interior offensive line, linebacker, running back, safety, in that order.
I don't disagree. I think it's BPA for sure. I'm not sure. I don't want to see a running back drafted unless his name's Cam Skattebo. I'll be grossed out by that. I'll be upset. Safety, I think they've got a couple guys they like. I think off balls in play, interior offensive line. I don't think there's a tackle of note. I'm not sure there's an offensive lineman like you have to have.
Mm-hmm.
I think the value still remains edge, and then like if you think an off ball linebacker is worthy of 78, you think he's going to come and compete for snaps this year.
Really only think Wilson kind of fits the profile for offensive line. Brian P. It was great meeting Brian P. in person.
Brian's the man.
Last night. Awesome to meet him and his lovely wife out there at Wild Horse Pass. What's he have to say in his super chat?
He says, can we get you on the record if the Cardinals win a playoff game? 24-hour stream? Can we get a big Sun Devils pod?
I love you guys. I'm not doing that.
No?
No.
I already said that on the Sun Devils pod. I'll back that up, and then I'll just say Johnny was the wet blanket, then allow it to happen.
I'll do like a couple hours. I mean, can we be real? How much of us do you really need in your life?
Right.
We're going to do 15 hours of on-air coverage the next 3 days.
Yep.
No one wants to see me at 2 a.m, half awake on the show. I got to have a little dignity. Those kids that did that show, they're in their they're in their youthful prime. They're in they're 25, 26, 27.
Yeah.
Bo and I are pushing 40 here, guys. How about we can think of something different? We'll do something different.
Former Sun Devil, Tennessee volunteer Omar Norman Lott getting his name called from the Chiefs.
That's some crazy sideburns on that guy.
Some chops.
Handsome.
Oh, yeah.
What else we got?
All right, $2 from Reezy Baby. Monti Ossenfort over Sonny Weaver Jr.
Well, look, let's just be honest. I mean, Ossenfort, he does all his work beforehand. Sonny Weaver's just didn't even do any cramming for the test. This is a guy that's getting ready for the draft the day of, and he's wheeling and dealing. He's reckless as far as just kind of pulling the trigger on some trades where Monti Ossenfort trusts his board and is just going to take the best player that he views at his spot.
Draft Day is one of the worst sports movies of all time. It's not a guilty pleasure. People are trying to make it a guilty pleasure. Oh, it's fun. I watch it every year. I can't get through 5 minutes of it. First of all, I'm not a big Kevin Costner guy. Sorry.
How is that possible?
I'm just not. I just never vibe with him. I'm not a big Kevin Costner guy.
That's a bad take. That's a horrible take.
That's pretty bad.
I don't like I think his relationship with Jennifer Gardner in the film feels inauthentic. I think there's too big of an age gap.
He's 90 and
it feels a little bit
30.
predatory. And then I'm gonna tell you guys right now, the opposing GMs that he undresses later in that film. That's not how NFL executives operate. So I'm gonna pass on Draft Day for sure.
Has anybody heard that Kime says it's one of the more accurate movies
that does
depicting?
Does that surprise
it's
anybody?
right on brand. Our guy Wesley Mac Daddy 714. What's going on?
What do you guys know about the new Rivals uniforms for the Cardinals this season?
That got announced while we were on air. It got announced and got deleted. So supposedly, Bo, the Cardinals are getting like throwback rival NFC West jerseys.
Okay.
Which is exciting, but don't know a damn thing about them because they got announced while on air. So we'll cover it ad nauseum once we get a press release for it. I think that the NFL didn't want that out yet.
Well. We asked Kyler Murray about throwbacks. He gives his blessing, and next thing you know, the NFL, Arizona Cardinals are jumping to action. Wesley, we can't wait to find out with you what the update is on that. Good job. Give us his $9.99 super chat, his or her.
All right. Good job. Let's see. Philly succeeded rushing only 4. Who are your favorite 4 cards to rush with the game on the line? Sweat, Nolen, Darius Robinson, Delvin, Calais, other. Our next pick, Go Cards. Thanks for being ball knowers. And also, welcome Zach into the frame.
Our guy Zach getting us freshening up our drinks.
I would say my favorite front 4 is Sweat, probably Darius. Darius in year 2, look out. I mean, I haven't seen Walter Nolen play pro football, but I would still probably put Walter Nolen in that group. And then opposite, I would probably Baron Browning right now. And that's no disrespect to Calais and Dalvin Tomlinson. I just feel like the Cardinals took back-to-back first-round defensive tackles. Like, those guys got to be playing big-time snaps on third down. And then Josh Sweat was your marquee free agent signing. So I think those 3 guys have to be included.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going traditional 4-3, I'll still put Sweat at you don't have to put him at 4-3 defensive end. You can probably stand him up. You can play outside linebacker.
And then I put Dalvin Tomlinson in that group then.
Yeah, let's go Calais, Dalvin Tomlinson, and then the 2 young bucks, D-Rob and Walter Nolen. That hits like something hard.
Shedeur Sanders does not get drafted in the 2nd round. He does not go to the Cardinals, even though Schefter respectfully was running his mouth earlier. The Giants have selected Toledo D-tackle Darius Alexander, who took a top 30 visit with the Cardinals at 65 to start round 3. So, again, round 3 in full effect. I believe the Eagles took the Texas safety to end round 2.
Who's kind of an athletic freak show, right?
They're going with non-traditional. It's like every other year. They go edge, D-tackle, and then this year they're going safety and off-ball linebacker.
Yeah.
They can, when you win the Super Bowl, you can afford to do that.
Thank you, my man.
Appreciate you, brother.
More juice?
Oh, man. It's got creamer, maybe a little caramel in it for your boy.
Noah snapping his fingers. You don't do that to the bartender or the barista. I'm sorry.
No one's throwing his weight around that. I like it.
He should. Noah's elite. It takes the sting of firing Damon. It really eases it.
We wish Damon well at his new job.
Just look at what the Cardinals have done post Damon. It's a new day.
Don't say that. Let's keep going with these super chats.
I want people to keep guesses, like just figure out if we're being serious or not.
$5 from Brian Lopez. I know he has a face for radio, but flirt with Jaron Carlin and bring his energy to the PHNX team. LOL.
Who's that?
Hashtag go AZ.
Who's Jarrett Carlin?
I don't know. It'd be a cool name, though.
I'm going to Google him. I'm not familiar with him.
More of a Jarrett Allen guy myself.
Here's who I like. I like Jody Ayler. That's my guy. I like Jody, and I like Justin of
Justin Spears?
Yes, Justin Spears. And he jumps on our Wildcat shows. I like Jody and I like Justin.
You like the redheaded guys?
I do. Well, I mean, that's a coincidence. I just think they're good on-air talents. I don't know who Jared is. Sorry.
All right.
Trenton Smith.
$4.99. So far, this draft is turning out to be way better than last year. Thoughts?
I completely agree. And I don't know if it's a product of trying to get quality more so than quantity, like 12 picks and 7 in the top 100 and trying to fill out a roster and maybe taking guys with decent floors, not high ceilings, but Monti Ossenfort, and maybe it's just how the draft dominoes happen to fall this year. And there's a little bit of luck of the draw.
I think Ossenfort maybe to a fault felt like I need to just accumulate picks because the roster is so bad, and I can appreciate that. And last year, there was an opportunity to stick and pick in the second round, and I think it was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, you keep burping.
Excuse me.
Do you regret eating all that food at this point?
I barely ate. Honestly, if you watch me, I barely ate anything. That being said,
you barely chewed. You weren't chewing there. You were just inhaling chocolate peanuts.
I didn't want people to see me do that.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm trying to get a point out.
Yeah.
I do feel like when the rebuild is complete, you do not need to then have a bunch of picks on day 2 and day 3 consistently.
Yeah.
The Cardinals, and we made this argument in all seriousness, they have good depth on their team. They don't have high-end blue chip players at certain positions. We talked about it extensively with this defense. Outside of Budda Baker and Garrett Williams, what did you really have? We're hopeful on Darius Robinson. Mac Wilson Sr. is a nice free agent signing. Max Melton's a developmental guy. But that's really all you had. Well, now you can enter this year, and you've got Josh Sweat, who's a high-end number 2 pass rusher. You've got a first-round caliber Walter Nolen, who profiled higher than Darius Robinson. And now you've got potentially the best corner that you've drafted outside since Patrick Peterson, coincidentally. So you needed to have that infusion. The Cardinals offensively are like PFF darlings. Marvin, Trey, Kyler, Paris, James Conner. They've got to figure their stuff out this year. Defensively, it was about a talent deficiency. They had depth for days at spots. Was it good depth? TBD. They have raised the floor and raised the ceiling with that unit. You had to do that.
Yeah.
And you don't do that by saying, you know what? We like 47 and what's available. Man, could you imagine going down to like 62 and having a couple extra picks tomorrow? Why? So you can cut those guys in camp? Right. Let's not do that.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the Cardinals rosters, they make their way to 90 in the training camp. They're nearly there. You're not going to find a whole lot of undrafted rookie free agents that are going to get opportunities this year. Like those days are, as you mentioned, they're in the rearview mirror. As far as the rebuild and leaning into a infusion of youth, it's going to come through, most premium draft capital. And then, you trust your scouts and maybe you can hit on a late draft pick if, you have that type of capital going into this thing. But the Cardinals are in an unbelievable spot roster-wise. And now, those guys that they've drafted in previous years, they need to take that next step and start to emerge as kind of the next, stars of this team.
Yeah.
And hit from, quality draft pick to pro to guys who are going to be problems within this division. And they're in that spot. And there's several candidates that can really kind of take that opportunity and run with it.
No doubt about it.
But this offense, you see the confidence that they were given from the powers that be, the decision makers, that if they run it back, that they have to prove themselves worthy of that. Now the pressure's on. Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray, Trey McBride to do it again. This offensive line to hold up and really kind of elevate themselves. It can't be a 23-point per game team again.
No.
And most of that came from a couple of games here and there where they took advantage of a bad Bears team, a bad Jets defense, a bad Patriots defense, and
Niners
kind
in the finale.
Poured it on. You have to be a legit team, and I think this defense is going to give them that opportunity. If you're just thinking about it, can this defense provide 1.5 to 2 extra possessions a half?
Well, that's how the Vikings fed Sam Darnold this year. Sam Darnold, with all the praise and his $100 million deal from the Seahawks have a good defense too. I'm not shortchanging them. The reason Sam Darnold was viable this year is because the Vikings led the NFL in turnovers and takeaways. Guess who was in the bottom of takeaways in the NFL? Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
What are takeaways largely predicated on? Pressures. What couldn't the Cardinals do? Pressure at all the last 2 years. Worth anything. And then you think about they pivoted off Kazir White. Kazir White had a tough time taking the ball away, right? Didn't make impact plays like Mac Wilson did. Interceptions, forced fumbles, fumble recoveries. That's what they're looking for. That's why I think, Brian was blowing me grief there, and I'll mention him now. That's where Rabbit Taylor Demerson comes into play with this new rebuilt front seven. Will Johnson, ball hawk, right? You give opportunities now for these big guys up front to get interior pressure with 4 that you haven't been able to do. They don't want to send people. We were in Miami for that game this year. We were begging them to send people. Rallis had to wait until the fourth quarter to start throwing exotic blitzes at Tua, because if you do that all game, eventually you're going to lose.
Yeah.
That's what happened against Sam Darnold. This team had to blitz against Sam Darnold, and they still couldn't get home. Now that things have changed. So I'm with you. Kyler Murray has all the opportunity now. This is going to be unequivocally the best defense I believe he's ever played with. I think offensively it's the most complete unit when you've got young up-and-coming players instead of an old A.J. Green and DeAndre Hopkins. So I'm excited to watch this team. But here's what it's going to tell us, Bo. It's going to tell us, is the offense good enough, or do they need to pivot next year? But what they haven't done is hampered themselves. Like if the Atlanta Falcons trading away a future one. If it doesn't work this year with the infrastructure, whether it's QB or OC or whomever, that doesn't discredit all the good that Ossenfort and Gannon have already done. These players are going to be around. You draft Will Johnson, knee permitting, to be around 3 to 5 to 7 years. Same thing with Walter Nolen. Same thing with the player that hopefully they nail at 78.
Yeah.
Third round's been a sweet spot for the Cardinals. So you're building an infrastructure to support K1 or whomever long term.
Mm-hmm. And a bit of a nightmare.
Well, okay.
But no, also it is. I mean, Michael Wilson.
Before last year, it's been a sweet spot.
Oh, look, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams. But this offense shows you something this year. If they are who they believe they are, and look, there's a sense of confidence and conviction in this offense held within the organization that it's bigger, way bigger than what the fan base has. There's uneasiness from the fan base because they're skeptical, and rightfully so. But the Cardinals have to show that their belief in this offense to make that jump and be who they say they are. It's got to be done through actions and putting up points next season, and that there's pressure there. But if they do it, then your next year's draft, your first round is maybe you're picking in the 20s. You should be, because your offense takes care of business. Your defense is truly revamped. You're in the 20s. You're a playoff team, and you can take a tackle. Mm-hmm. You can take a guard. You can go to work at fortifying that. You can take an edge and continue to lean in that. So. It's and then you just kind of it's just a nice little like conveyor belt of getting talent in the door, developing it, and adding it to a team that was successful the previous season.
I'm so glad you made that point. Like, you want to shove an off-ball linebacker down our throats or an interior offensive line, win and make the playoffs. And guess what? These teams are showing you when it's appropriate to do that. The Eagles, right? I love the pick of Landon Jackson yesterday by the Vikings. Because guess what? They're in the playoffs. They're in contention. Their team is good. They have checked a lot of the boxes. Tackle, wide receiver. They think quarterback, defensive line. So they're like, you know what? Every team can upgrade their interior offensive line damn near every year. The Cardinals, though, were not in a position with their defensive line and their outside cornerback spot to pass on the two players that were there. Like, this is the biggest thing that you see people in Dallas, by the way, our friends at DLLS, like, nationally, people are like, Tyler Booker's a great pick. That's a great pick. No, you can build an offensive line without surrendering a top pick on a guard. This is what the draft is supposed to look like, and it hasn't for Cardinal fans, and so we're in a weird spot right now. When you pick high or in the middle of the first round, you should get elite talent. They should fall to you because of the buffoonery from other teams or the overdrafting. But it's never fallen this way before. Minnesota last year got Dallas Turner in the middle of the first round, wasn't supposed to be there. Seattle Seahawks won 10 games, got the best defensive tackle in last year's draft. Like, the Cardinals are doing exactly what they need to do, put themselves in a position to compete in the NFC. Not the NFC West, but the NFC.
We've hit over 500 likes. We're halfway to our like goal. Make sure you drop one if you haven't done so already. Let's take a look at the draft so far. Our guy Kevin putting this one out. It's hot fire. So the day started, Carson Swessinger, UCLA linebacker, went to the Browns. First pick of the second round. You had Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, go to the Houston Texans. Seattle traded up. They take Nick Amenwuri. He's a very toolsy safety out of South Carolina.
Yeah.
Browns back on the board. They take Quinshawn Judkins, the running back for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Local product, Jonas Avenea, he goes to the Dolphins in a trade up with the Raiders. So they get the versatile offensive lineman from U of A. Trayvon Henderson goes a few picks after his teammate from Ohio State to the Pats. It's 6th in the round. Then you have buffoonery from the Bears. They take a wide receiver, Luther Burden III. Tyler Shuck goes to the Saints. Then you have the Bills trade up for T.J. Saunders, the South Carolina defensive lineman. Mason Taylor, the tight end out of LSU. Jason Taylor's son, and of course nephew of Joy Taylor, goes to the Jets. You got Alfred.
Why'd you say it like that?
Alfred Collins from Texas goes to the Niners. Donovan Ezeraku, projected potential first rounder, goes to the Dallas Cowboys in the second round. JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State goes to the Colts. 13th overall in that round. Then Terrence Ferguson goes to the Rams, the tight end out of Oregon, while Will Johnson, I think the pick of the round, falls all the way to 47th overall. Monti Ossenfort makes the call. What a pick for Mo and crew. Jonathan Gannon's defense is going to be the beneficiary. Then you have the Texans take Arante Ursary. I missed this pick. I didn't notice he went there to the Texans at that spot. That's a good selection for them. And then you've got the off-ball linebacker, Demetrius Knight Jr. go to the Bengals. Probably take over for Akeem Davis-Gaither there in Cincy. Elijah Arroyo, the tight end out of Miami, goes to Seattle. Nic Scourton finally hears his name called by the Carolina Panthers in the second round. Then you got Femi Oladejo, the versatile linebacker, edge rusher, turned off-ball linebacker from off-ball linebacker to the Titans. Benjamin Morrison, local product at Brophy. I've heard nothing but good things from him. Went on to play at Notre Dame.
Wow.
He goes to the Bucks. How about Anthony Belton, top 30 pick top 30 visit for the Cardinals? He goes to Green Bay. You've got Trey Harris, nice playmaker out of Ole Miss. He goes to the Chargers. You got Ozzie Trapillo out of BC, goes to the Bears. Finally, a good pick for the Bears. Congratulations. Lions continue to build their offensive line. I like this pick for Man Campbell and crew. Tate Ratledge out of Georgia.
Great pick.
Yeah, you've
Great
got Jack Betch out of TCU. Great story there. Lost his brother in the New Orleans tragedy on New Year's Eve. He goes to the Raiders. You always pull for a guy like that. Mike Green's wait ends. He goes to the Baltimore Ravens. I'm sure they're getting their flowers for that pick, despite the red flags with the pass rusher out of Marshall. You've got the Broncos taking the Toolsy running back out of UCF, RJ Harvey. And then you've got Trey Amos, top 30 visit for the Cardinals out of Ole Miss via Alabama, goes to the Commanders. Shamar Turner goes to the Bears, 30th overall in the second round. And then you've got Omar Norman Lott, former Sun Devil, going through Tennessee to the Chiefs. And then you got the really kind of freak show athlete going to the Eagles, the final pick of the second round, Andrew Mukaba?
Yeah,
out of
sure.
Texas. All right, I think I got it.
You got it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
Good job, my friend.
Will say, is
Let's
there
get back
any perfect fit for Mike Green than the Baltimore Ravens?
It's a pretty good selection. It's like Baltimore Ravens. You could project or put any player on their team. You're like, oh man, look at the Ravens. But that's because they do such a sound job at this time of year in drafting and simplifying things and taking good prospects, usually at premium positions. I know it's not the case. Well, I mean, it is the case here. They didn't do it in the first round. They took a safety in the first round, but they take Malachi Starks, and they don't like try to be too cute. They don't try to outsmart everybody. They just take good prospects.
The Cardinals are trying to do that right now. Yeah, the Cardinals are trying to be the Ravens with their selections. The Ravens just like, we'll just take the best player that's available, and eventually it could become a need. But at the very least, he's the highest ranked player on our board. Like I think the Packers are doing that very well. I think Houston's having a nice draft with some of the players they've selected. Yeah. They've taken 2 offensive linemen that we were big fans of. Like, the draft is not an exact science, and we don't know who's gonna pan out. As Kyle Williams goes to the Patriots, it's a nice pick by them. I do feel like, though, it is sometimes easy to see, like, hey, Chicago, I don't really think what they're doing is any good. Hey, Cleveland going with off-ball linebackers, tight ends, and running backs, not sure that's gonna work out for them. But then it's like, hey, the Cardinals took 2 premium players at premium positions. Like, I think I like their chances. Who's going to impact Sundays more?
Yeah.
A guy who's an outside corner and a disrupted D tackle, or a tight end that plays in certain personnel pack. It was my biggest issue with Tip Ryman last year.
Nick Caserio and what Houston did, and you kind of pitted against what Ryan Poles in Chicago did.
Yeah,
it's an unbelievable point. I mean, what Caserio's done, and
Donovan Jackson and the kid Ursary.
Yeah,
and so it's
and then you're taking Luther Burden, and you're taking a
kid from William and Mary, who I like fine.
They take Trapillo when they could have had Ursary.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a big difference between those 2 picks. But Poles, you couldn't convince otherwise.
I saw a tweet as a guy breaking down like
Burden's going to be 3rd wide receiver.
Well, that was my point. There's a guy who's breaking down scheme, and he said there's a good chance that Luther Burden and Colson Loveland never play together based on like where they fit schematically.
Yeah.
3rd receiver for now, and then Colson Loveland's the number 2 tight end. So it's like, make it make sense, Bears. Make it make sense.
We're going to take a tight end who's great at blocking. It's like, well, why don't you just take a tackle? that helps your best. That's your best way to block.
It's like the people are cutting up Colston Levin like tight end blocking. It's just like, tackles and guards can block. You can also do that.
Job.
It's like, but this guy also can catch the football maybe 40 or 50 times a year. Okay, all right. Well, it's certainly a choice. It's also a choice to ask Roger Goodell to sign your hat here. Let's see here. 49ers. Detroit's on the clock.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Detroit's going Isaac Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla, the kid out of, is it Arkansas?
See.
Yeah, he's I think our guy Schaff really liked Tesla. He's a guy that he really performed well at the combine.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't produce too much as far as the Razorbacks. I think he was only about 500 yards. There it is. 28 catches, 544 yards, and 3 touchdowns. But he kind of was a draft darling. He was a combine darling. Let's keep it going.
I want to ask you a question real fast.
Okay.
There's no chance the Cardinals take Shedeur or Jalen Milroe, do they?
I think Milroe would be more of an option than Shedeur. I think there's not more poison to the Cardinals than a player like Shedeur.
For sure. I guess Jalen Milroe. Probably not at 78.
Probably not.
Would you find value in Jalen Milroe like tomorrow?
Yeah, I think you could do packages. Like, I don't think he's a guy you draft say, hey, this is the
Your
successor.
franchise quarterback,
Yeah.
right? For sure.
But it's what we talked about, and people got all bent out of shape about drafting a quarterback. It's not an indictment on your franchise quarterback. He remains that good organizations take developmental guys. That's exactly what Jalen Milroe is. You don't take Shedeur. His upside, it's not very high. Athletically, it's not even close to what Milroe has to offer. Like, you don't want to come in and bring somebody whose like main attribute is his completion percentage at the collegiate level. Like, Milroe has more upside, and like you saw, even more so than like a Joe Milton who was traded for a pick just a year after he was drafted in day 3 of the draft last year. I think Milroe would have some like teams intrigued that you get him in your building, you create packages, you show him off in preseason, that they would flip you maybe some future capital. That's just what you get him in your building, you develop him without the intention of him taking the seat of your franchise quarterback.
Well said. Noah, let's get to these super chats.
Yay, super chat time.
But I still think it's I think it's really unlikely.
Yeah.
Also,
Too many good players left.
If Isaac Tesla can be anything like Nikola, watch out.
Okay.
$4.99 from Good Job. Cards DBs hyped to have pass rushers only helps Willie J succeed.
Absolutely. Josh Sweat, can he get to 10 sacks? I think he can.
Was Nikola Tesla, was he a big time prospect?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Huge prospect.
Yeah.
Fro Brock, $1.99. Any other big time players left that wore number 2?
Ooh, great question. Wasn't Kyle Williams that, and he went off the board? That would have been a good one.
Easy Money Chubbs, $1.99.
What's up?
If Mike Green is still there in the 4th, would you?
He's not there, and there was
Probably
no
got
scenario.
this one in earlier.
I think Mike Green's was probably taken off the Cardinals board long ago. Walter Nolen, there was some questions about him off the field, but clearly the Cardinals spent enough time with him. Will Johnson's, I don't like the term Boy Scout, but he's aces off the field. You heard Fran Duffy. That's the kind of player they're rolling with.
Loso, $5, says, if they draft Cam, Johnny can go pick him up in his Prius.
I don't own a Prius, but if I did, I would absolutely do that. There's a super chat just came in. Let's pull it up. No, it's the most recent one too, because it's Skattebo adjacent. Would it be a reach to take Cam Skattebo? Austin, $10. Thank you so much for your generosity. All of you guys have been fantastic. It would not be a reach. I think this is where he's supposed to be drafted, mid to late 3rd round with a floor of the 4th round. I don't want to entertain it yet because I don't want to set myself up for disappointment. I'm excited for
You're
Cam.
not prepared to be hurt.
No. We're not at that point yet. If Cam Skattebo was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals today, there are going to be some people who are upset about the value, and then the minute he scores a touchdown, people are going to forget all about it. So
there's going to be some of those people, but more people that would buy the jersey first thing.
And that's why, and that's a large part of why you would take him. But here's what I will say: this franchise has not let me down this draft so far, and we've officially entered the 3rd round, which means we officially have entered Skattebo Watch. It's Skattebo Watch.
Brian Lopez,
Scat Watch,
$10. A $500 parlay Kyler MVP and Super Bowl champ, so plus 12,500. Who is down?
Hey, listen, let's finish the weekend and let's have a conversation. But I don't hate it. It's better than my emotional hedging that I did yesterday. I saw a great tweet. It was just like, I'm trying to make $5,000 on the NFL draft. I've only got $8,500 more to go.
Yeah,
he was in the whole like.
Was that Ian Hartitz?
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going here with the super chats, Noah.
You what with a $1.99 says is it ASU running back time at 78?
I think it is. For me, it is. For a lot of people, it's not. But for you, what, and I, we can be in the little prayer circle together. Absolutely, we can.
I'm with you, John.
Right.
Thank you, Noah.
You're lighting the candle.
Yeah, light a candle. Pray to the football gods. You know, I'm not a super religious guy, but I will say that it would be divine intervention for him to land with the Cardinals here. I don't think he's going to get taken ahead of the Cardinals here. Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle of Texas. I love, by the way, that we are not sitting here looking for scraps at defensive tackle after getting Walter Nolen yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I saw a lot of people think that Walter Nolen could be the best D tackle in this draft. Certainly better than we had him rated higher than Kenneth Grant, who I like Kenneth Grant a lot. Mason Graham, you start to hear some rumblings like a little bit of a limited ceiling. Whereas Walter Nolen, I think Ume Arma has the best ceiling in this draft at D tackle. So everything that's going on right now, I mean, it's working out really well. You have your corner, you have your D tackle. There's going to be some edge rushers here at 78.
Yeah.
If Princely's on the Cardinals' big board here and they get Princely at 78, it'd be pretty unbelievable.
Yeah.
He or Landon Jackson?
Yeah. Landon Jackson, Birch. You got Josiah Stewart still.
No doubt about it.
Swenson from LSU. A couple different options there. You would have been, it looks like Landon Jackson just went off. Yeah, it looks like he went to the Bills. Is that right?
That's selfish by the Bills.
Yeah, Landon Jackson.
Look at all the Texas players. My
6'6", 364, Arkansas. He's going to the Bills. It's gonna make Damon sick. He's probably the biggest Bills hater I know. And the friendly connection he made on our flight back from Indy with Landon Jackson.
I feel like now every time Landon Jackson sacks Tua, that he's going to be doing it to spite Damon.
Yeah.
After that encounter on the flight. Let's keep it going with these super chats.
$5 from Indigenous Daddy. Killing the draft right now. Cherry on top would be Landon Jackson.
Well, that cherry's spoiled because he just went to Buffalo.
Yeah.
I think Princely, Stewart, you know who's available? That kid out of Purdue, Embo.
Yeah.
He's solid. I don't know a lot about him. Kick him inside, left guard, maybe. It's scat. We're in scat watch.
Do you want me to put scat as far as our top 5?
Yes, 1,000%. Landon Jackson was on our flight home from the combine, had an informal interview with the Cardinals, and they did not bring him in for a top 30 visit. But he looks like an NBA power forward, like a center and NBA power forward. He is long. He is thick. He's a guy that at the end of the day, I think maybe has some limitations athletically, but reminds me of a very traditional like Buffalo defensive end. He had 6.5 sacks last year. I think his ceiling in the NFL is about 10 sacks.
Yeah.
But, you know, Sean McDermott, they need some youth at that position. Jets are going cornerback Azrea Thomas with pick 73. So
he's good.
Yeah,
player
he's good.
At Florida State.
Yeah, Florida State had a Nightmare World season this year. Their quarterback was egregious, but they got some players. Some players.
I mean, overall, there's a ton of options here. The Siobhan Ravel kid out of East Carolina, his drop continues. They must not like the medicals on him coming off an injury.
Yeah.
What do we feel about Jalen Noel from Iowa State?
The receiver?
Yeah.
I know. I just don't.
It's still not time for you?
I just don't. I don't love it. I think the Cardinals are in a better spot than public perception at wideout. They don't run enough 3 receivers for me. But if they take a receiver, I need Drew Petzing to look me in the eye and say, I'm gonna figure it out this year. I got it.
Yeah, he'll never give you that respect.
But here's what he's doing right now. They haven't signed a receiver of note in free agency. They're running it back with Zay Jones and Greg Dortch. They haven't taken a receiver yet. I think a lot of it, we should expect the offense to not be the same as last year, but it's the the antithesis of the the general core of the offense, I don't think is ever going to change. They want to run the football.
Let's keep it going with these super chats. Let's keep the likes coming as well. We want to we're making our way. We're making some headway towards 1,000, but well short of that. That's the goal today. Want to match yesterday's. Thank you to everybody that's already liked this video. Subscribe to PHNX Sports. Our march to 40K also continues there. What do we got, Noah?
$1.99 from Kev Brooks. Josh Winefuss says we getting new AZ route uniforms. Eyeball emojis.
I haven't seen, that got announced and then got taken down.
Yeah.
So we'll cover that ad nauseum when we get we should get a press release here in the next probably 24 hours or so. But the league doesn't want that out yet. But yeah, that's exciting.
Here we go. Are you guys ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay. NFL and Nike to launch Rivals program with new uniforms, fan gear inspired from communities. This is the NFL's City Connect jerseys. Is that what they're going with?
Yeah.
So Rivals of the NFL and Nike's new uniform and fan gear program will elevate NFL's rivalry games over the next 4 seasons. The first cohort of the Rivals teams from the AFC East and NFC West will wear uniforms born from local community insights during select home games during division rivals. Additional rivalry uniforms will debut 26, 27, 28. So Cardinals will be kind of one of the test teams along with the rest of their division foes. Rivalry jerseys and apparel will be available ahead of the upcoming NFL season. NFL.com, NFLshop.com, Fanatics, and their scummy outfit out there. Individual team stores and other retailers, rivalry jerseys, apparel will be available across Canada, Mexico, Europe, and Australia. NFL Shop sites, international retailers. So pretty cool. So Bills, Dolphins, Pats, Jets, Cards, Rams, Niners, Seahawks. And you can just let your imagination wander. You get a state flag incorporated. I remember there was like a Sonoran Sand uniform that hit the Twitter streets that I think would be unbelievable. You can think back to like maybe tap into the indigenous community around here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that would be awesome.
That would be great. Lean into the culture here in Arizona.
Yeah.
I think you can never go wrong with that. Let's keep it going, Noah.
Joey with $1.99 says, hold the line for Jared Wilson.
If he can play guard, I'm all for it. Froholtz got re-signed. He's got 2 to 3 years left on his deal. I don't know the quality of the offensive lineman. I feel like you're in a tough spot right now. I think you almost just lean into BPA, and I think BPA. I'll go to. We gave our best available, but let me just by comparison just tell you like ESPN's best available. Okay, this is ESPN's best available. Ravel, the corner out of East Carolina. You're not doing that. Shedeur, Jared Wilson, Jalen Noel, Birch, the edge, Kevin Winston Jr., the safety, Caleb Johnson, the running back, Royals, the wideout of Utah State that people like. Xavier Watts is a safety. Jalen Lane, Virginia Tech. A lot of wideouts. Ty Felton's available here. Josiah Stewart, Skattebo's on here as well. Princely's in this group. Jalen Milroe, Gunnar Helm, Dylan Sampson, Charles Grant from William & Mary. I thought he went to the Bears. It was the other kid from
BC.
Excuse me. So there's some, but again, it's like, who did the Cardinals show interest in pre-draft? They showed interest, and this isn't the end-all be-all, in Ty Felton, Cam Skattebo, Ty Robinson's still around. He plays D-tackle, though, and Princely. So they did not bring in Josiah Stewart or Birch on a top 30 visit.
Yeah.
So, again, like the stuff with Princely off the field, at what point does that get superseded by his talent and where he's potentially being selected?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where you maybe have that conversation again. Is the juice worth the squeeze there as far as a prospect that you view as maybe not as versatile?
Yeah.
I don't know if you remain in the top 100, if that's where you kind of take those test players, right? Yeah. But it's probably your day 3 selections that you do that. But if you feel like he can play a role for you, if in later downs or passing downs, you can bring him in and he can be your guy that's, he's got his fastball, right? And he's that's his skill set. You lean into that and hopefully develop the rest of his game. And maybe he can become more than just a like a 2 or a specialty down guy.
The receiver out of Illinois, Pat Bryant, goes to the Broncos at 74. Good player, was at the Senior Bowl in Mobile. I think scored the winning touchdown that day. Illinois producing some good pros. Cardinals obviously took a couple players from Illinois last year in the 3rd round. So Pat Bryant is off the board. No, let's keep it going, my guy.
1 second.
No problem. Panthers are on the clock. They traded 85 and 146 to the Patriots for 77. So Panthers are coming up. This is a little troublesome if the Panthers taking a defensive end yet. You just hope they're not jumping Arizona here above 78 to take an edge rusher. So Panthers coming up from 85 to 77. So nothing doing yet with the Panthers pick, but still waiting here. Cardinals have a ton of options. Cardinals, nothing yet. Panthers are still on the clock, so we don't know the pick yet. So you see here with the Patriots trading down, only netted them a 5th. Cardinals, by the way, don't have a 5th. They have a 4th, a 6th, and a 7th tomorrow. Could they conceivably trade down in the 4th? We'll see. But again, to your point, how many players are going to make this team after today?
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to be a battle.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to be a battle. Niners on the clock. Cardinals just 3 selections away. Niners, Michael Williams, Alfred Collins. Couple, just like, Cardinals, some defensive front players.
Yeah. Getting back to basics is San Fran.
Yeah. I mean, John Lynch is like, okay, Kyle, I've had enough of your input as far as our top picks
enough
go.
Trey Sermons and Ricky Pearsall's. And I think Ricky Pearsall will be fine, but they got a little too cute. They paid some big money free agents on the defensive line. It did not work out for them. Let's get to these super chats here ahead of the Cardinals pick.
All right, Sharon Spall with $1.99 says Johnny needs a burrito while we're on Scat Watch.
Oh man, that'd be unbelievable.
Wow.
That would be unbelievable. As Nick Martin, the off-ball linebacker at Oklahoma State, coming off a major knee injury, goes to San Francisco. So San Fran goes edge, D tackle, off-ball linebacker. There was talk that they were going to target Schlesinger, but he went to Cleveland. So you wonder if they had to pivot there, but Niners trying to rebuild that defense after losing so many starters after their Super Bowl loss, and then subsequently last year getting picked apart. Cardinals offense lit up San Francisco in that finale. Yeah, the Niners were not good defensively last year.
It doesn't strike fear in your heart as a Cardinals player taking a guy coming off a serious injury. But look, I mean, if he pans out, tip of the cap to John Lynch. But look, we'll see what happens with Fred Warner. I think he's one of those many Niners players seeking a little bit of a raise as things remain a little bit uneasy in the Bay Area. Love to see it. Keep it going here with Super Chats.
Brian with $1.90 says Skattebo no matter what.
He's going draft day on us.
It's we're at the point now. My co-host isn't here, and I don't know if I'm here like Skattebo or bust at 78. But the longer this is going to go here with Scat entering like do or die territory where he could be picked, and the Cardinals still having a 3rd and a 4th, the noise is going to get louder of like, what if they take him? Could they take him? Could they move up? Will he be a Cardinal? I don't know if it's realistic here. I'm going to tell you right now, if it gets through today and he's not picked, I think the beginning of tomorrow becomes very interesting.
Cardinals are officially on the clock. So we're a little bit, the Cowboys pick is in. Carolina made the selection. So Cowboys, the wait for Siobhan Ravel Jr. ends.
Good pick.
And then I haven't seen who the Panthers took next, but the Cardinals officially on the clock right now. You see it?
Do I see it? No. I don't see it, but you just got a weird feeling about this pick. I just got a weird feeling about it.
You looked at your computer.
I don't have it. Nobody has it. We don't have it.
Do we have our 5? We tweeted out our 5.
You want to read them?
Yeah, and I believe it remains intact. You guys keep me honest here. Princey Yumi Ellen, pass rusher at Ole Miss. Jared Wilson, center interior offensive lineman from Georgia. Cam Skattebo, running back. Football player at Arizona State. Threw that in there for you. Jordan Birch, edge out of Oregon, and Josiah Stewart, edge out of Michigan. You got a crap-eating grin on your face right now.
I don't like this. The Panthers jumped the Cardinals and nabbed Princely a pick before the Cardinals.
Okay.
So the Panthers traded up and nabbed Princely Umanamian. We're not going to have to say that name all too often.
Yellen,
which is unfortunate. In front of Arizona, which is too bad.
Yeah.
Boo. Carolina, you knew when they moved up, it was like, come on. They hadn't taken an edge rusher. Very unfortunate there.
So Yellen. So look, decent pick for Carolina, but you hear what Fran said. You're getting a guy who's got one trick in his bag of tricks. He's a pass rush specialist.
And they taken Scourton too, so they've doubled down. They signed some D tackles in free agency. They have not recovered of the Brian Burns trade, which was not I don't think a trade worked out for either team, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But Princely goes to Carolina. Cardinals. Pick is in. They've made their pick. They made their pick in lightning fast. So must be. People are saying Skattebo. I have not seen Skattebo been confirmed here. I think that is just some hope here. I mean, is Jack Sawyer in play?
No.
Man, these are testy here. The pick is in. Cardinals.
Nobody wants.
Cardinals were going to take Princely because they put the pick right away.
Officially, right now, they're 2 picks in. They got Walter Nolen, 16th overall. They stick and pick at 47th overall. They take Will Johnson, who fell. Get off your computer. I want to watch.
All right,
Patrick
I'm not going to look at the chat. I'm not going to look at the chat. We're not going to look at the chat.
They got their key departures here. They have a couple throwaway defensive linemen and Kazir White.
No one tell us. Get this guy off the screen. I don't know who this guy is.
Pete Thamel, you don't have any interest in what Thamel's going to say? He's saying, thank you, Johnny. I appearate the disrespect. It's going to fuel me. I'm trying not to see the chat.
I can't look at it either.
One playoff.
Drop a like
appearance.
if you're enjoying the oh, gee. We're going to commercial break. Is this pick going to get
This is great. No, look, that happened to Jokic. He was picked during the cheesy gordita crunch.
I can tell you're looking at the chat right now.
I'm not. I'm trying to look away. Because they went to a commercial break, do we drop the radio silence?
People are saying it's Cam Skattebo in the chat. There's no way it's Cam Skattebo.
Do we tap into what the insiders are saying?
I can't make it through this commercial break.
I'm going to look to see if maybe our guy Schultz.
Noel's going 79, so it's not Noel. It's not 78, so it's not Noel. Is it? It's probably just going to be some Joe Blow. We don't even know. We're waiting. Noel goes 79. So who is 78? People don't know.
We're still waiting to see. I haven't seen any insider.
This is tremendous theater. You only get this once a year.
Chase wants to.
All right, let's put our laptops away.
All right. So we're not going to look at the chat if you have it.
It's not Noel. It's not Princely.
Yeah, let's be good people here.
Listen, they've made 2 tremendous picks. We're playing with house money. They're making their pick. I mean,
I need Jason Tatum off my screen right now in this commercial. I have no appetite for this. I need Peterson back up at the podium.
Give me your pick, right? Give me your guess as the pick. Is doubt starting to creep in your mind that it could be Skattebo?
There wouldn't be doubt there, but maybe like a Jordan Birch. Who else would be an option as far as the edge? Josiah Stewart?
Here's all I'll say. Tip Ryman and Isaiah Adams were on nobody's radar last year, and this was kind of the window.
Oh, Jared Wilson you talking about?
No, I'm saying last year. Tip Ryman and Isaiah Adams were not on anybody's radar in terms of like the randomness of those picks.
So hard not to look at the chat.
Don't look at the chat. Okay. No, don't let us look at it. Nobody tip us off. We got people in the office here.
The chat is...
There we go. Oh, Noah moved the chat off the screen so we can look into the camera now.
The chat is it's lava.
No one say anything. We're not looking at it.
Maybe somebody botched it and had Noel as...
Birch would be good.
Shedeur. Yeah, Birch would be good.
Get out.
No, they would not be in commercial break if Shedeur went off at ESPN. They would be...
Doesn't it feel like this pick's going to be like, there's going to be some controversy?
No, I think it's gonna be pretty anticlimactic.
You think so? Okay, nerd.
It's gonna come down, and we're just gonna be like, I still like these first two picks. Let's learn about this guy.
The fact that the Noel pick came before it, and nobody had this pick, does that tell you that it could be something off the beaten path here? Let's go.
I feel that. They're showing
our Cardinal brethren right there.
Holding it down in Wisconsin.
I love that. That's great. Look, I got Kyler Murray, big head. That's great.
Here we go.
Pat P.
Get this. I don't want to see Saban in his bad hair dye.
This is torture.
And Field Yates as he continues to morph into, Mel Kiper. Peterson up there, hand in his pocket again.
Cardinals go. Jordan Burch, offensive tackle, Oregon. Nice selection there.
That's an edge. That's an edge.
Or excuse me, edge rusher.
Big boy, 6'6", 294. Edge 7, according to a guy, Fran Duffy. Premium position. I love this. I do. I think that.
Do you think they were jumped for Princely, or do you think this was the guy they wanted?
I think they probably. I think they probably were. I think they were going to go edge, and maybe Princely, Yumi Ellen was going to be their guy, and Carolina got the sense of it. But you have to appreciate this pick here. I mean, Jordan Burch is a little bit of a polarizing prospect, a guy that was really highly regarded during his tenure at Oregon as far as one of their difference makers up front, along with Derek Harmon.
Ran a 4.67 40 at 6'4", 280. Again, somebody that was projected by a lot of people to go high here on day 2. And a lot of people had him higher than Princely. The Cardinals didn't use a top 30.
France got him as his edge 8.
Yeah.
So he's got him as a top 10 edge. And he can line up defensive end. He can get to a couple, 3-4 point stances, get to 5 and 7 technique as well, and kick inside at times.
Yeah.
So really going to fit the multiple looks that they get.
They've taken, how many defensive linemen have they added this offseason? Calais, Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat, Walter Nolen, Jordan Burch. So they've added 5 defensive linemen this offseason.
The knock from our guy, Friend Duffy, and you'll hear from him here later in the show, in the Noel pick, the playmaker out of Iowa State. Yeah, it is true, but seemed to lack that killer instinct. Starting with lack of production gives his physical gifts. Motor is just okay. So this is a guy that's physically built to play the position, but lacked the drive. And if there's a coaching staff that's got the ability to kind of, reach down and grab that out of a player, I mean, I like it. I mean, he's going to be surrounded by some guys that are doing a lot more with less. Burch, let's see what he can do if he can utilize, his skill set and his size to be, somebody that they can rely upon off the edge.
It's been a consistent presence for Oregon's defensive line dating back to the last 3 years. Yeah. I think in this kind of draft where you think about you're picking basically between Will Johnson and a top edge rusher, you take Will Johnson instead of going a top edge rusher and then some of the corners that are available in the second round. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you get an opportunity to say, we're going to make our project edge rusher because we felt like the guy at corner was just too good to pass up. And that's what this is. And so they probably were jumped for Princely. They'll never say that publicly.
Yeah.
But they put the pick in fast enough. You wonder, do they just have very similar grades on both these players? They understood the assignment, though. I do think these picks represent D-tackle, cornerback, edge rusher, that they did get too cute last year on day 2 last year. At the end of the second,
there was no
day 2.
Jordan Burch or Princey Umanellen type pass rushers at this point in the draft last year.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, you were looking at like the kid out of Kansas that was, in the 5th round. Like,
no, I just mean in general. Like it did feel like they got a little cute with their selections.
Our guy Justin M caught up with Jordan Burch during the pre-draft process. His big takeaway was he had a quote, said, "I don't look to get into the bull rush. I'm looking to find out if the offensive line can handle the bull rush. I love pushing the pocket." Wants to be a disruptive guy. Wants to put some pressure on opposing quarterbacks, and it fits, with his new teammates here in the desert, and of course what his coaching staff wants. Look, I mean, to think about the potential that you get from Burch here at 68th overall, 78th overall. I apologize. And just the athletic and physical gifts that he has, like just to start with, and you give kind of Gannon and Rollis that clay, and then also the players that you already have in his respective room.
Yeah,
it's a good mix. It's a good opportunity that's conducive to Birch maybe tapping into his potential.
I had in my mock draft earlier today, I had Princely going 57 to Carolina, so I got the team right, and then I had Birch being a late second round pick going to Kansas City at 63. So they were very similar in terms of where they were going to go. Here's what I'll tell you too. Like Princely might have an higher upside just with his length.
Yeah.
Birch, I think, is ready to play right now with his size and his physicality and the way he's built. And I think he also enters the conversation now where like he's going to be thrown into the fire with this defensive end class of the last couple of years. It's like go and win a starting job opposite Josh Sweat. Josh Sweat, by the way, who was a fourth round pick.
Yeah.
So as Jalen puts it in the chat, like you trust what they're doing. By the way, this was a kid that many people assume would be a day 2 pick, a firm day 2 pick, and he goes at the mid to end of the third round, and you get him where you got him. You can't argue the value. He's not if it's not everybody's favorite pick, I get that in terms of like I wanted this edge rusher. We all have our preferences, right? Princely and Landon Jackson and JT went early, but in terms of the value and the position that is premium, can't argue that. It's a home. They've had a home run day. If you woke up today and they said, hey, they're going to get Will Johnson and Jordan Birch, and they're not going to have to give up future draft capital after getting Walter Nolen yesterday, it's an A+ draft. They're having an A+ draft so far.
A couple comps for Jordan Birch, if you are into those kinds of things.
Yes,
how about our guy, Fran Duffley, saying that he's a guy that played for the Jets the last couple seasons, most recently for the Broncos that put up 7 sacks and a John Franklin Myers.
Ooh, I like that.
While PFF a little bit more, I guess just a little bit nicer as far as their comp. They like him as kind of a Matthew Judon type.
Well, and who spent a lot of time around Matthew Judon? Monti Ossenfort in New England once upon a time saw Matthew Judon. They tried to trade for Matthew Judon at the beginning of last season before the Falcons gave up a third in egregious fashion. So, I mean, the rebuild on the defensive line for now is done. And you have added Josh Sweat, Jordan Birch as edge rushers. You re-signed Baron Browning. You got B.J. Ojulari coming back, Zaven Collins. That's going to have to do for that's going to have to do for 2025. But man, oh man, have you upgraded night and day? I mean, you're going to go into camp and it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. It's going to be a war. And Nick Rollis is going to say, may the best 4 to 7 guys win. And it's unfortunate for guys that were holdovers of the prior regime that are now gone, like Gardeck gone, Victor Dumakaji gone, Jesse Luketa gone. Yeah. The Cardinals clearly were like, we need to upgrade and respectfully outgrow these guys. And they're doing it now. And again, like, I don't know if these guys are going to be, I don't know if Jordan Birch is a future 10-sack artist, but I do feel confident in who's coaching him right now. I feel better about who's coaching him than who's coaching Princely in in Carolina. I feel better about the chances of Jordan Birch working with Nick Rollis and JG than Carolina's defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Carolina's
let's
DC,
take inventory of
Avero, by the way.
Yeah, of that pass rush room. It's headlined by the addition $76.4 million contract this offseason with Josh Sweat.
Yep.
Brought back Baron Browning. You've got B.J. Ojulari, right? Former top 50 pick 2 drafts ago, coming off a torn ACL. You've got Zaven Collins. And then also you've got Xavier Thomas. Am I missing anybody outside of the Jordan Birch addition?
I don't think so. I think Xavier Thomas is probably not having a good night as a result of this. But they're Zaven Collins, B.J. Ojulari, Baron Browning, Xavier Thomas, Josh Sweat, Jordan Birch. That's it. Elliott Brown was on the team last year.
Thanks, Elliott. Thank you for your service.
Excuse me. Yeah, right. I think it's a bad weekend for Xavier Thomas, who could still hang around.
Yeah.
But Ojulari's going to get that trump card because he was a second rounder. It's a bad weekend for Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols because, as they said on the broadcast, this guy can kick inside too.
Yeah.
So guess what? Darius Robinson can play inside and outside.
Yeah.
Walter Nolen can play both inside and outside, depending on the formation. So
the players that they've added obviously gives you the opportunity to be multiple as far as your defensive fronts, your looks that you want. You got I think it's a really, really, I think, intriguing pick that if they can tap into that potential. I mean, Xavier Thomas, Jordan Burch, you're talking about a guy that was 78th overall, and you're talking about a former 5th round pick. It's going to be an uphill climb for Xavier Thomas, even though they thought like, hey, here's a guy that we're going to give an opportunity. It's a bit of a lottery ticket situation. This is a guy that was a top, recruit going into college, spent a lot of time at Clemson where, I think Burch is somebody that's like, okay, this is somebody that we value still. This is a top 100 pick. Can we take him and mold him and put him in the right spot to be successful?
can I just say too, like, what was this draft known for? Defensive lineman.
Yeah.
What did the Cardinals lean into? Defensive lineman.
Yeah.
And the best, maybe the second best cornerback in this draft. So many times this franchise is like, hey, this draft is good at this. We're going to go. When you zig, we're going to zag, right?
Right.
They did it with Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. Great receiver draft. Take the best receiver. It feels like in my opinion, this has a very high floor draft where all of them are going to play this year. All of them are going to contribute. This is going to be, I think that we're going to call this draft like the Nick Rallis is a head coach draft.
Yeah.
This is the draft that has a chance to say, we're going to get Nick Rallis a head coaching job because of these 3 players.
Shedeur Sanders' nightmare continues as
Nightmare
the
world.
Steelers take Caleb Johnson, the running back out of Iowa, and the Steelers have now passed once again on Shedeur. Where does he eventually
I don't
get
think he gets
taken?
picked tonight. I think the league is making a point like, this is not new information, and we've talked about it before on the podcast, and we've got our sister company, DNVR. They do a Buffs podcast, Colorado Buffs podcast. They've had Shedeur Sanders on a lot, and they've had great experience with him. But we were at the Super Bowl this year when they had him on, and this is a kid who's been famous since, the day he was born practically, and then he had an entourage of what felt like 10 people come on set right behind him. And it's just like, and that we were with him for 5 minutes. And if that's a small taste of what NFL teams are getting, and you've got Dion, they're retiring his number, and Travis Hunter's calling his shots, playing both ways. I mean, it feels like in the NFL, people want low maintenance.
Yeah.
Low maintenance guys that are easy to get along with, guys that you can put into a locker room. They're not desperate for a kid that has minimal blue chip attributes. Don't talk to me about completion percentage in the Big 12. He's not mobile enough. He's not Kyler Murray. He doesn't have Kyler Murray's arm. He doesn't have a big time arm. He's a nice kid who's a good college player.
Yeah.
Who right now is being told by the NFL like it's not worth it. Well, check back in tomorrow. I mean, I don't think he's gonna be drafted tonight.
How often have we seen, especially at that position, the most important and probably famous position in all of sports that's put under a microscope and opposite ends of the spectrum, but bring a lot of fanfare, baggage, a lot of noise, no matter how you cut it, from like the Tebows to the Kaepernicks, to where if you're not a starting quality player, most NFL teams don't want to bring in that baggage.
No chance.
They don't want it. They don't want it to impact what the ultimate goal is: winning football games. And if somebody's coming in and they've got a lot of fanfare and a lot of press, and there's going to be a bunch of people at their locker, and they're going to be taking, pictures and videos and your media contingent, and people's want to get eyes on them, and it's not the people that are actually going to impact you winning or losing a football game, they normally don't want to deal with it. So it's it's a really strange case study as you look at it, where a lot of people had Shedeur in the conversation for a top pick, like a top 5 pick at one point.
He's
not going to be taken in day 2 of the NFL draft. And that's, that's the social media day we live in. But I mean, the league's saying they've got very little appetite for it and no tolerance for it.
Doesn't it just feel like teams would rather roll the dice on clearly Tyler Shuck, Jackson Dart?
Yeah.
I think Jalen Milroe gets drafted before him.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, when Dylan Gabriel hears his name called potentially before him, then you really like, is he going to get drafted?
Dylan Gabriel, who's not an NFL player. Somebody just traded up. Is it Kansas City? Kansas City's traded up for Noel Williams. So we're still very much on Scat watch.
Yeah.
Scat has not been taken. And again, I think if Scat's not taken at the end of the night, then we're going to have a conversation that will continue into tomorrow. But Arizona,
don't we want that at this point?
Yes,
I mean,
for sure. Well, I don't want any part.
I think there's that part of this conversation that I wanted to have with the top Scat fan and you. And where was your? I mean, you like to see good players come onto your football team, and Jordan Birch has that potential.
Yeah,
but then
Jordan Birch has a higher upside than Cam Skattebo.
The heartache, though, where we at with that.
Well, I think Cam's going to get drafted before the end of the third round. I think there are too many teams with those, because I had him tongue in cheek in my mock at GoPHNX.com going the last pick of the third. The teams that are picking with those comp picks, those are house money picks. I think Cam goes either San Francisco, Dallas. Dallas hasn't taken a running back yet.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to maybe see some of that. But again, these other running backs, that kid from Iowa, he just went.
Yeah.
So Cam's up next. This is Cam Skattebo's time to shine. I think Birch, to me, top 50, top 60 prospect. Cam Skattebo was not.
Mm-hmm.
Birch, to me, premium position at a position in need. I'm just going to read the Cardinals. These are the following players the Cardinals have added defensively this offseason. Okay. Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Walter Nolen, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch. When the Cardinals open up training camp and open up the season in September, that's potentially seven new starters defensively. To a unit that was already on the rise here.
Yeah.
So, poor Kazir White still can't find a job.
Right.
I mean, how would you feel about them bringing back Kazir White into this group?
At this point now, like if you feel like, hey, in his market crashed or never materialized, and say, hey, let's get back to the negotiating table and find out something that makes sense. You want to still play. We still value you. You're obviously going to have to compete here, but we know you bring value to this team. I think that it could open a door for a guy like Kazir White.
I think he gets signed after the draft regardless.
Mm-hmm.
I think he and our guy, Asante Samuel Jr. took a visit.
Yeah, that door is completely shut.
Yeah. I mean, you've made your statement. The 2025 draft, for better or worse, is going to be known as the defensive draft. We've got Fran Duffy, NFL draft analyst for the ALLCITY Network, joining us now to talk about what was his edge rusher 8 in this class, Jordan Birch. Fran, welcome, Fran. The Cardinals get an edge rusher. They get jumped, it seems like, from Carolina, who took Princely at 77, but the Cardinals submitted their pick quickly for Birch, so who knows? Could have been their pick the whole time, or they could have had equal grades. What say you out of the product out of Oregon last year? 8.5 sacks. How does he fit? Yep. What do you like?
Yeah, I like the versatility, Johnny. I think when you're looking at Jordan Birch, 6'4", just under 280 pounds, he can line up inside, he can line up outside. The thing that you want is if you're able to light a fire under this kid, like he could be a true, like, consistent game wrecker. What you didn't like is that while the tools were, for a guy who's 280 pounds, his explosiveness, his flexibility is unique. He has got some unusual athletic traits for a guy that big. You just wanted to see like that ferocity and like that ability to take over. For a guy with those traits, you wanted to see just like physically dominate the guy across from him on a more consistent basis. But he's got that front multiplicity that you like. A guy got that combo body skill set, like a Milton Williams type. Birch has that. The effort there, like some of the motor plays, the pursuit plays, will certainly show up at times. I thought they could get a little bit better, but I think overall the big thing that I had was just like, all right, like if he could just play a little bit more physical over the course of an entire game, I think you're really cooking with gas here because the traits are there. That said, when I watch him, I'm like, okay, there are multiple paths to success for this player. And even as is, like right away, I see a guy that can come in and be like a demon on 3rd and long, because whether you line him up inside and he's too athletic for guards, or if you line him up like way outside and it's 3rd and long, and now he's cut with a runway against a tackle and he's 280 pounds and he's going to run right through you and kind of push the pocket. He's a mismatch nightmare that way for an offensive line. Yeah. And so that's where a lot of that production is coming to play. Is he the most refined player right now? No, he's got to kind of expand that. But to me, you look at, this was a guy that was a freak list athlete. He was on Bruce Feldman's freak list over at The Athletic coming into the season with good reason. I mean, I'm pretty sure he was like number 10 coming into the year this year or somewhere on that list. Yeah, he was high up on that list. Yeah, number 10 this past year. He was number 4 the year before. So all the athletic exploits are apparent when you watch him on film, as well as just looking at the weight room and athletic testing numbers. For a guy that big, he's really impressive from a movement standpoint.
Where does Gannon and where did Rollis start to kind of utilize this versatile chess piece?
It's a good question. I think that you're looking at him the same way you would look at Darius Robinson. I'd have to look at it. I might have even had a little bit of a higher grade on him than Rob. I wasn't as big on Robinson. But I think with Birch, a couple guys I wrote down. John Franklin Myers, who has turned into a really nice role player, like, maybe a frontline starter, but not a consistently high impact guy, but an inside-outside versatility. And again, kind of that matchup nightmare type along a defensive line. Another player I wrote down was Peyton Turner, who was a first-round pick of the Saints a few years ago. Disappointed, didn't quite hit his ceiling there, and he's a backup. He got signed by Dallas here after that rookie deal expired. There were some boom bust here with the profile, but again, it's the multiple paths to success. One guy was a bust. Franklin Myers was a late-round pick or an undrafted free agent, and it turned into a quality player, a quality role player in the NFL. I think that's what you're getting with Birch here, is that there's certainly a path where maybe it never clicks for him, and he's kind of a disappointing backup player. But then there's also the path where the light turns on and he becomes a dominant 3-down presence, like what Milton was here in Philadelphia, or maybe he doesn't quite hit 100%. Maybe he hits like 75% of his ceiling. And now all of a sudden, this is a guy that's got that ability to be that 3rd down game wrecking type player for 15 to 18 snaps a game.
Is his best attribute a pass rusher over a run defender? Because again, like we're talking about it, same thing with Princely, Fran, where it's like Cardinals have bodies now up front. Calais, Dalvin Tomlinson, Walter Nolen, Darius, Josh Sweat, B.J. Ojulari. It's okay. You can be a specialist in the 3rd round. You're not going to be a finished product for this team right now. Like you mentioned, being a game wrecker on 3rd and long, that was a big bugaboo for this team last year. They could not get off the field. Can he help them there?
I agree, Johnny. When you start listing off the names, I'm like, man, this is what you kind of been waiting for, right? Where it's like, okay, like we're going into year 3 now. What is this defense starting to look like? This is the talent acquisition that you're hoping for. Now you're looking at this group and say, all right, you're cooking with gas. If a couple of these guys really start to ascend, if Darius Robinson can stay healthy and he takes that next step, if Birch can give you a little bit of something, if Ojulari can stay healthy, if Josh Sweat can come in and be that guy. Now all of a sudden you feel good about this group overall. And so honestly, look, we didn't talk about it with Walter Nolen, but bring him in, and now all of a sudden he's paired with Calais Campbell and Dalvin Tomlinson, guys that have been in this league for a long time, and are especially Calais, known for being that mentor and being that motivator. I would say the same thing about Birch. You get Birch around Calais Campbell, you get Birch around Dalvin Tomlinson, and it's like, okay, that's a great mentor, a great example, even if Calais isn't like purposely like taking those guys under his wing, and you're just like, look, young pups, like watch this guy. If you just mirror what he's doing on a day-to-day basis, how he goes about his business, I think that's a great motivator and a great way to try and get the most out of 2 guys that you're hoping are able to hit their ceiling.
You've mostly spelled it out for all of us, but for me, a bit of a dum-dum. When you break down or where Birch is going to go and the way that Gannon runs practice, he's got the outside linebackers and then he's got the defensive line group, and all those guys give you the ability to be multiple. Where do you? It sounds like to me that you've got Birch more with that defensive line group than you do the outside linebackers.
Yeah, it's a good question. When I first had it, before I started the film, I saw the measurables. I'm like, I'm going to have him with my inside guys, so with the defensive linemen. But then when I watched him, I'm like, the way he plays, because again, he's more of a finesse player. I bumped him to the edge guys.
Okay.
And so I kind of think that that's where he might start, but it's a valid question. Well, let me ask you this. Where did Darius Robinson play this past year?
He would practice. He was considered defensive lineman. Now, he would be able to set up off the edge sometimes, but
right.
for the most part, his position group was defensive line, where Josh Sweat and I'm trying to think of some other. I mean, Baron Brown and those guys. Those are your outside linebackers.
Yeah, and that's why when I think of Robinson, like Robinson was like your tough, rugged, workman-like type of player. Like he was so forceful at the point of attack and could reset the line of scrimmage and really control the point there. With Birch, again, like he just kind of left me wanting a little bit in the run game. He held his ground well. Like he was strong. Yeah. It was more just like you just want a little bit more oomph there, like get off blocks faster, like show more consistent violence. If it just like, just kind of grab him and shake him. Like, come on, man. Like you are 6'4", 280 pounds. Like you've got all these tools in your body to physically dominate the guy across from you when you're going up against, Iowa, when you're going up against Cal. You watch him over the last couple of years. You're like, man, like it's all there if you just put it together. The production was pretty lackluster on a per snap basis, especially the first few years. This year he turned it up. He had 11 TFLs and 8.5 sacks, but before that he had never had more than 3.5 sacks in his career the first 4 years. Started at South Carolina, transferred to Oregon after the 2022 season. It's an upside swing, but I like this was the area of the draft where I felt comfortable. I think when you're talking about him, like as early as the second round, like if you had a pick at 58 and he goes there, I see it. I'm like, yeah, you're betting on that kid trade. So for where Arizona got him, I think it's fine value. I think it's a fine dart to throw.
Absolutely. You could tell the ceiling with the player, which is what I always argued last year, where it felt like late in the third round, they took some guys with low ceilings in terms of, what they could max out to be. Fran, what does it say to you? Like the Cardinals went into this draft clearly, and they're like, we're going to lean into the strength. We're going to add a couple defensive linemen. We're going to add a top corner. When a lot of these teams are going offensive skill players, are you seeing a trend around the NFL? Because it is kind of bizarre that the Cardinals go 3 for 3 on defense. I think it warrants it. They go Marvin last year. They took Paris. They've taken some offensive players. I mean, does that signal that the team feels like they're close?
Honestly, when I did my the monster mock, when I did the 7-rounder a couple weeks ago, every time it came around, I'm like, I want to add another defensive player to Arizona. Like I want to just keep adding an influx of talent to that position, especially to the front. So I don't blame them for going this route. I think especially because of the injury. Again, Ojulari has missed a lot of time, and Robinson has missed time, and even with Josh Sweat, and we've talked about it. The knee is a little bit worrisome, like where he hasn't missed a lot of time, but you're worried like at some point, is that cliff going to happen? Is that going to hit you at some point? And so I think you want to safeguard against that by continuing to add young bodies into that room. I don't fault them at all for taking the approach that they've taken so far.
3 picks in for the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, we've got Walter Nolen, Will Johnson, and then Jordan Birch. Where else couldn't they go here in the rest of the draft? Looks like they're done, at least in day 2, and off to day 3.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you look at some of the areas that this draft is strong. You look at some of the receiver depth at this point in the draft. I think that would make a lot of sense for them. I think adding some linebacker depth as well to the second level. We haven't seen that yet, obviously. A couple other positions. Offensive line, that has dried up a little bit, but I think it does level out. Well, now you're getting into like swing backup territory, and there are some players that I think make a lot of sense. I think I mocked them. Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech. He's a guy that has played all 5 positions in his career. I think that would make a lot of sense for this Arizona Cardinals team. But yeah, I mean, you start looking at backup wide receiver. You lose Zach Pascal. You lose some of the other guys along the defensive line. Honestly, yeah, you lose Kyrus Tonga. You lose Naquan Jones. You lose Dimakije. So you lose Roy Lopez. Like they lost a lot of depth. So I guess it makes sense that they've attacked the position the way they have so far.
Fran, my guy, you're about 12 picks away from looking like the smartest man in the room, which we already know that you are with Cam Skattebo, but LA Rams now on the clock here. What do you think is the best value here at the end of the third round that teams can secure?
I mean, if I say Skattebo, will you let me roll?
No,
if I get off that easy?
I want sincerity, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of the guys that are available. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're still on Shedeur watch right now, right? Yeah, he
That
has not
doesn't
gone
seem
yet.
like that's ending anytime soon, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, so like I talked with his people this morning, or I should say his people close to him this morning, and it was Cleveland or Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh Steelers decided they go running back instead. They took Caleb Johnson a few picks ago. And Cleveland, that's why I was saying to them this morning, I was like, I don't think they're taking quarterback high. After they made that trade last night with Jacksonville, I think that took them out of the quarterback market early in this draft, where it's like, all right, well, if they're gearing up to take a quarterback high next year, they're not going to spend the 33rd pick this year on one in a lesser class. I think they're going to say, okay, let's build up more players around that player. So, yeah, this was a tough role for now. They were aware of that because the response was, I know, ... So I think that they kind of had the understanding that this could be in the cards for him, going into this. But yeah, looking around, I'm looking at some of these other guys that have gone off lately. Savion Williams goes. All right, so Jalen Knoll from Iowa State. I saw a couple of these safeties have gone as well. Yeah, this is a part of the draft, I think, where I'm looking around and I'm looking at some of these offensive linemen. I think there's some depth there, guys that would make some sense for Arizona early tomorrow. You get into the middle stages of round 4. Miles Frazier from LSU. I mentioned Caleb Rogers as well from Texas Tech. That might be a spot where I think that they get good value there along the offensive line.
Kind of love to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know a lot of people in the chat right now looking for some offensive linemen. Like to see maybe some a developmental type player. Let's see what Monti Ossenfort has got. We know what Fran Duffy brings to the table every time. That's tremendous insight as far as these players going off the board. Probably talking to you tomorrow, Fran Duffy, and wrapping this whole 2025 NFL draft up. It's been tremendous. Thank you for all your insight here on day 2 of the NFL draft.
Appreciate it, boys. We'll be on Skattebo watch tomorrow.
Oh man,
we'll see.
You think it's been bad up until now, but it's going to hit a fever pitch come Saturday morning.
That'll be electric factory. You know what I just love from Fran is just like, hey, Birch could just be a guy, a rotational guy, or he could be an explosive, disrupting pass rusher that gets you what you want. That's what the 3rd round pick's supposed to be. Now what we saw last year, and I hate to keep harping on that, but it's like I need, if you're a top 100 pick, I don't want a role player. Shoot for a higher ceiling. And Ossenfort gets that this year, man.
Yeah.
Will Johnson, Pro Bowl ceiling, All-Pro ceiling. Walter Nolen, same deal. This kid right now, as Fran mentioned, Birch, top 60 prospect for a lot of people. I was reading an article while we were getting Fran on, and it was like unbelievable.
While I was talking?
No, I don't think. Rude. I do. I tune you out from time to time. Some teams had Jordan Birch as a fringe 1st-round pick that, for whatever reason, fell. And the teams opted to go a different direction. So I think if you're talking to me about, hey, this kid has the tools to be great and needs an extra set of motivation, and the Cardinals like, we can do that,
right?
Then I feel great about it. And again, the Cardinals are in a position where they cannot turn away high-end defensive line talent, no matter what it looks like. So whether it was Princely, Birch, Landon Jackson, all these guys were together. The 2nd round and the 3rd round were who's who. And they got a player, by all accounts, that should have been a 1st-round pick, and they got a player in Birch who a lot of people thought should have been a 2nd-round pick.
Tremendous value in each of the 2 rounds here on day 2 by the Cardinals general manager, Monti Ossenfort, and the beneficiary directly is Nick Rawlis, Jonathan Gannon. This Cardinals roster. Part of that conversation, Johnny, that is really going to be a fascinating storyline to follow is where's Jordan Birch? Where does he fit in? And is he going to be, as he mentioned, is he going to be more of a Darius Robinson? So is he going to make his home in that defensive line room? Is he going to follow in the footsteps of Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson? Is he going to get to know his rookie teammate in Walter Nolen? Or is he a guy that's going to be with the outside linebackers and be maybe a little bit of a fish out of water, not as spry on his feet, even though he's running the 4.6s, nearly 4.7 at his size. A little bit nimble for that big boy. Can he just be a big off-ball or outside linebacker? It'll be fascinating to see. I've got a hunch in just the way that, Fran described him. It sounds like he'll maybe be with that defensive line group, and he can be a guy that can cross-train with Darius Robinson and Mack Wilson, who are on opposite ends of the spectrum, what position they play or who they train with, because Mack Wilson's with the off-ball guys, and then, Darius is with the defensive linemen. But I think Birch is one of the ultimate tweeners as far as this team has, but it continues to play in what Rawlis and Gannon really truly want their defense to turn into is multiple. And you could have looks of, Jordan Birch out there with Dalvin Tomlinson and Darius Robinson or Walter Nolen. It's just the combinations are endless.
I agree with Fran. I think Birch plays conventional edge rusher in this defense, and you look at, they have a type. Josh Sweat, 270. Birch, what is he pushing, 280, 290? I mean, he's a huge specimen of an edge rush. You're probably closer to 275, actually. They're not taking these guys like a 240, 250 like an Ezeraku, right? And I'd mocked them Hassan Reddick earlier this offseason. Like, they're clearly trying to go in a different direction where we're building a bully up front where you want your defensive backs, your back sevens, your off-ball linebackers to be uber athletic, right? Yeah. Speedsters, and you want your defensive line to be big and physical.
Yeah.
And so they have taken a crowbar, a sledgehammer, whatever you want to call it, a wrecking ball to this defensive line. They've flipped it in an offseason. Likelihood of everything working is slim. But at least you're giving yourself a shot now in 2025 as compared to the last 2 years where we all saw it at face value was not an NFL caliber defensive line.
Right.
It was too much banking on young players that were overpaid in free agency. Enough of that BS. You got a Super Bowl edge rusher signed. You got a stalwart for the Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants, who everybody thought was going to be a high-end player and has been a solid player in Dalvin Tomlinson. A franchise icon, Calais Campbell, returns, and now 2 of your first 3 picks in this draft, you have 2 cornerstones, hopefully with Birch and then certainly with Walter Nolen. I mean, it's exactly what they needed to be able to contend this year. They can win games ugly. They needed to develop a pipeline defensively. And now, every offseason, you need to be able to go into a position where, hey, now we're just going to add a piece here and there on the defensive line.
Yeah. Great stuff there from our guy, Fran Duffy. Great insight there from our own Johnny V. We'll see if this is coming true. We've got, is Jalen Milroe really going to go to the Seahawks?
Interesting.
So the Rams were on the clock. They took the edge rusher out of Michigan, and Josiah Stewart.
Yeah.
It's a decent pick for them.
Today was the day for the edge rushers. Mm-hmm. We saw it. Positional value.
It was early. It was very quiet early on for the position.
Yeah, there's probably been about 10 guys.
Yeah, people effing around and taking, just burning
balls,
picks. Yeah.
Backup running backs, tons of tight ends. I'm pretty underwhelmed with the Rams draft. I know they got their one next year, but to me, it's like, I don't know how many of these players are really going to help the Rams this year. Jalen Milroe is going to the Seattle Seahawks at 92.
Wow.
So shades of Russell Wilson in the 3rd round once upon a time. No Shedeur Sanders. Jalen Milroe, as you mentioned, you called it. Sean Alexander, Seattle great, making the pick.
Our guy Shane Diefenbach, with one of his favorite players of all time, making the pick, Sean Alexander, of a draft darling of his, Jalen Milroe. So enjoy this time, Shane.
He's like the fastest quarterback of all time, Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
I liked him. Damon and Bo did not.
Here's the happiest I've ever seen Nick Saban.
Here's what I'll say about Jalen Milroe.
Cracked a smile.
Elite human being, hell of a kid, has difficulties consistently throwing from the pocket. Seattle is in a position where they can slow play this with Sam Darnold. So I don't hate the pick. I do think Seattle has regressed offensively, trading away DK Metcalf, not finding an heir apparent, no Tyler Lockett now. I mean, it's Sam Darnold, Jalen Milroe, and Jackson Smith and Jigba, for better or worse.
Yeah. Cooper Kupp.
Oh, geez. That it feels like, to me, it feels like a step back here for Seattle.
Yeah.
Why they find themselves a little bit. I mean, he had 15 passing touchdowns to Jalen Milroe. Led the FBS with 17 turnovers, as it says on TV. So it's a project. I wouldn't have an issue with the Cardinals taking Jalen Milroe around pick 100. This is where he should have gone. Consistently mocked within the top 100. He deserved it. He's a freak athlete. You watch what he did against Georgia, but then he has games where he looks like an undrafted free agent. So
he's going to have packages. I'm almost sure of it.
Yeah.
He'll come in, he'll have some packages. They brought back what? Didn't they bring back Drew Lock?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
That's
so
that's
Darnold,
interesting.
It's Lock.
We're going to know if he can play pretty quickly. We'll hear things out of Seattle camp where it's like, Jalen Milroe looks incredible, or, hey, Jalen Milroe, not very good.
Not going to be able to hack it at the NFL level. Yeah, we'll see what comes of that. I'm sure he's somebody that's diligently working out, trying to get his mechanics down as far as throwing the football. But, the Seattle turned him into, a Taysom Hill type. I mean, it doesn't just stop like, hey, if he can't be a rhythm passer in the NFL or a starting quarterback, that he can't play at this level. So is it a little early to take a guy like that? I think the skill set says no, it's worth maybe taking the shot at it. Saints, Browns, Pats, Eagles, Vikings, a pair of Raiders picks, the Niners, Falcons, and Texans, and day 2 will be in the books for this humble podcast. Over 12,000 people have tuned in tonight. Big thanks to them. Currently,
like this video, by the way. Get us to 1,000 likes. We're about 350 likes short.
Yeah.
I need more likes, people.
Listen to Noah.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
He's losing it over here.
Let's get to some super chats, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little break.
No, you're not allowed to leave.
Yeah.
No, let's do it.
Do you need more snacks?
Nope. I'm going to have some peanuts on. No, not a one shot. Oh, you're going to make me eat. There we go. I don't want to eat peanuts on a one shot. Let's go, Noah.
All right. Doc XD says, need a 24-hour stream of you guys in some capacity. Bring the air mattress out and take a nap if you need to, old man.
That
Johnny.
feels a little creepy.
Wow.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Doc XC. You're asking to watch me sleep a little bit on an air mattress?
He also called you an old man.
I'm 37. I feel old today. 10 hours on air will do that to you. Let's go to Tribe 7 even.
$2 from him says Landon Jack in the third.
I would have loved that. They got Jordan Birch. I mean, they didn't bring in Landon Jackson for anything. They didn't bring in Birch for anything. They got a guy who should have gone on day 2 as an edge rusher. Let's see how it plays out. Can't argue with it. Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, home run pick.
Ganonite 499 says Nolen plus Johnson. Is this real life? Great draft party last night.
Thank you, Ganonite. It was great to see you. Appreciate you. Listen, if you're an Arizona Cardinal fan, all these picks are not going to hit. We know that. But I do think that the way, that they're investing gives you the best possible route to be successful. Let's keep it going, Noah.
All right. Chase with 2 buckaroonies says, last night was fun, PHNX. Thanks for all the hard work.
Thank you, Chase. Great to see you, my guy.
Loki 199 says, Cam in the 4th equals worth it for home field advantage.
No
here.
doubt. No, you're not willing to sell your soul, a 4th round pick for home field. Loki gets it. Absolutely. Listen, now it becomes a question with this franchise. Michael Bidwell pulls aside his brain trust, and says, you've had your defensive smorgasbord. Let me get mine. Let's do a little marketing. Let's do a little off the field endeavors. Plus, you're going to get a great football player on top of it. I think you have to make your way. You have to make your way either back into the 3rd round or atop the 4th round to get Cam Skattebo. If Cam Skattebo I'm going to tell you right now, if Cam Skattebo makes it throughout the rest of the 3rd round and he's not a Cardinal tomorrow, there's going to be a mutiny on your hands. Make it happen. John Gaines, start listening to some 4th rounders of years prior. How many 4th rounders have you hit on the history of your franchise? This is a no-brainer. Make it happen. Let's keep it going.
Dominic with $5 says, I know JG said Nolen was their guy, but do you believe he was number 1 on their draft board?
Yes.
If they wanted Georgia guys, they could have traded up.
I think it was a combination of Mykel Williams and Walter Nolen. I got it sourced earlier today. Walter Nolen was higher on their board than Jalen Walker. There's also concerns with Jalen Walker. He might need surgery. That came out. So I would venture to say it's a coin flip between Mykel Williams and Walter Nolen. You might give Mykel Williams the slight edge because he played a position of need more so, where the Cardinals invested defensive tackle in free agency. But 1A and 1B is what I would call them.
Jackson with $4.99 says, I'm dreaming for Landon Jackson, then trade back into the 3rd for Scat.
Can I interest you in Jordan Birch? I mean, Jordan Birch, to me, I think we're going to know a lot about him when we open up camp. We see him physically next to some of these other guys. Does he stand out?
Yeah.
Does the temperature check of the NFL? He's been in the college game a long time. He's one of those COVID kids, 5 years at the collegiate level.
Mm-hmm.
What if he just shows up and he's like, this guy's way more athletic than what we've had? Then we might be singing a different tune.
You're starting to see the floor really raise as far as just the physical freaks, athletic freaks that are on this roster.
Yeah.
And to be able to bring in a guy in the 3rd round 78th overall, like Jordan Birch, and him with really doesn't have to have expectations and can develop on a pretty, proper timeline. It's exciting to think about. Like
No doubt.
The caliber of athlete and player that resides on the Cardinals roster now has quickly changed in 3 drafts. And it's great to see somebody like Jordan Birch then be able to kind of roster him along with all the other guys that they've accumulated over the Monti draft so far.
$5 from Steve says, does JV spontaneously combust if Bet365 shout out puts a Cam Skattebo versus Captain Jack battle on the board? Hashtag protect JV.
Protect me at all costs, Steve. Here's what I'm gonna say: if Cam Skattebo is drafted by the Arizona Cardinals, I'll pick up the bat phone and we will have Cam Skattebo adjacent merch in the merchandise locker.
Yeah.
I will make that happen. But
Yeah.
I just saw that the Browns are taking a quarterback. A horrendous decision here.
Is it Will Howard?
The Browns are browning harder than anyone's ever browned before. The Browns right now are taking Oregon quarterback Dillon Gabriel, 94th overall, a player that I deemed not draftable.
Are they drafting him with the idea like, hey, this guy could be our offensive coordinator in 2 years?
Dillon Gabriel is not an NFL player.
He's 5'10".
Dillon Gabriel does not have an NFL arm. What are the Browns doing? If I'm the Browns, is all the love that I gave the Browns yesterday, they've undone it today. Backup running backs, off-ball linebackers, and Dillon Gabriel. That's the worst. That might be the worst pick of the week.
I got a pro comp for Dillon Gabriel.
Let me hit me with it.
David Blau.
Wow, the Magic Man.
I like that pick. I like that, Noah.
I was feeling more like Kellen Moore with Dillon Gabriel, just because they're both lefties, they're both undersized.
They're all in that same camp. They're all hanging together in that same camp of undrafted free agents.
Jordan Birch revealed in this via one of our own graphics, and our guy, let's see, hiding out now at Forest 077 pointed it out because we're too blind to see it. It's a dream come true quote from Jordan Birch. I had a great top 30 visit. There you go.
Hey, I thought top 30s didn't mean a damn thing.
A lot of people haven't seen All I Can Do, so the Cardinals 3 for 3 with top 30 visits.
Hey.
But we can add them to the list.
They're going to take guards and off-ball linebackers, and the top 30 picks don't matter. They all matter. Stop it.
They might not matter to some of the organizations around the league and the previous regime decision makers, but they matter to the current regime a lot.
Turn your brain on.
Dominic with another $5 says, if we have another late round first pick yesterday, I bet we would have picked Will Johnson.
Probably.
Maybe only Josh Simmons was above him on the board.
I mean, two different. Here's the difference. Josh Simmons isn't ready to play a football game tomorrow. Will Johnson is. That might be the differentiator.
Yeah.
The Cardinals clearly had a mandate. They said, we're going to build a defense this offseason. We're going to build a draft and through the draft, excuse me. And maybe the Cardinals said, you know what, we're good offense. Clearly the Cardinals said we're good offensively. Never mind. Let's keep going.
Are you going to say something really nasty?
I can't reveal. No, I got something I can't reveal on there.
Okay.
All right. Chad McBain with a whopping 20 buckaroos.
Thank you, Chad. Unbelievable. Thank you, brother.
Says, boys, are we dreaming? Monty taking best player available, like I said a few days ago on stream. Draft Landon Jackson here next, and I'll just shut my phone off for the weekend and celebrate while toasting to Monty.
As Johnny offered another super chatter, can I maybe provide you with a Jordan Birch instead? Landon Jackson's nice little consolation prize. His Landon Jackson went off the board before they could actually get to him at 78. Let's keep it going, though. But Chad, very generous, man. So thankful for that, man.
Austin Ratliff with $10 says, Cam, our third back over DeMarcado. What do you think?
Yes, 1,000%.
That would have to be the role.
1,000%.
He would have to have his role on game day would be taken over from Ari DeMarcado as a special teamer and a third down back.
Sharon with an additional $4.99 says,
What's up, Sharon?
For those who don't want scat, did you watch a decent amount of ASU games this year? Or just based on highlights and his stats? I think he'll surprise.
I think I'm willing to risk that he doesn't pan out for the upside of what it would mean if he was a really good player for this team. And I think that's what a lot of people are missing, what that would allow them to do on and off the field. And you've officially entered the landscape of hey, it's not a reach. You need to take running backs early and often. James Conner misses games every year. You're in the sweet spot now, baby. We've made it. I mean, Patriots are on the clock 95. They've already taken a running back. We assume they're not going to take him. Bijan Robinson's in Atlanta. And we're a couple picks here from things are really going to get interesting, Bo.
Venerable.
Is that Peter Dinklage on Kyler Murray? I don't like that.
It's a little AI.
That's tough.
I think that's a little grok action. But what do we got for super chats?
All right. Venerable says, broken record here, but the quality of Cards content here is unmatched. Go to duo. You two, much appreciated. Hashtag draft scat.
Wow, man. I'm so humbled by like not only the volume of super chats, but like you guys are spending your super chat money as Jared Wilson goes to the Patriots. Excellent pick on like complimenting us. We appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
This is we're so blessed,
blown away
to be able to do this. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
And this community has managed to turn into like everything we thought it could be and more.
Yeah.
Like we're blown away, and this draft is going better than expected, and you guys are manifesting it.
Yeah,
So thank you so much, Vonnie.
It was just like 3 years ago, I joined this podcast and we were talking to like an audience of Johnny's parents and then, whoever was in the studio at the time.
Yeah,
and
couple bros.
now we're
Hi, Mom and Dad.
We got people, in the thousands tuning into 2 days of our draft coverage. So thank you to everybody. Vonnie, Venerable, thank you for your super chat and your kind words, and everybody else who's also been so kind and gracious and generous, and we're blown away by it. And this community, man, we're just really grateful to be a part of it. Let's keep it going with the super chats as the draft continues.
All right. Loki with $1.99 says, if AZ scored 12 more versus Seattle, AZD over Seattle in points per game. LOL.
Interesting. I mean, the Cardinals need to score more points against the Seahawks this year for sure.
Yeah.
And they are, like Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, game on.
Mm-hmm.
That trio needs to carry this team to the playoffs, and that trio needs to put up about 24, 25 points per game. That'll get it done. Xavier Watts goes safety. The Falcons here. That's a good pick for them. A lot of people had him as a second rounder, two-time first-team All-American out of Notre Dame. Played excellent in the college football playoff. So we await now Cam Skattebo's fate, Bo.
Yeah, and look, this is the range here, and we'll see as we look at the rest of the third round. It plays out like this: Texans, 2 Raiders picks, Niners, Eagles, Texans. So is that good?
Read it to me again.
So you've got a pair of Texans picks, bookending the 2 Raiders picks, the Niners, and the Eagles pick.
He's not going to the Eagles.
Yeah.
I think the Niners are very much in play.
Wait, Vikings just got the last. So 1 Texans pick. Vikings have the last pick in the third round. Could that be Scat?
Oh, man.
They got Aaron Jones.
Who did Cam? I saw a report. Who did Cam?
I think
Skattebo?
Vikings were one of the teams, according to Rap Sheet, right?
That's what I was just about to look up.
I would really dislike it if the Vikings.
All right, so the Browns and the Giants he met with, and the Browns have already taken him back.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants pick tomorrow. Vikings. I don't know if he's visited the Vikings. It's not good podcasting. I don't see anything.
Okay.
But the Vikings need a back. Their fan base is jonesing for a back. So
yeah, Cardinals, Browns, Giants, Titans.
Man.
And I think Lions. He visited the Lions.
So the Texans get a 6. So that we're swapping with 5th and 6th now.
But if you look at the run game in Minnesota, it's not great. It's Aaron Jones, and
they need a back.
Yeah,
they need a back. Oh man, Skattebo to the Vikings will be pretty dirty in that dome with that offensive coordinator, head coach. Let's just pray that that's not the reality of the situation here. Texans going Jalen Smith, cornerback USC, who the Cardinals, by the way, met with virtually, did like him, but he is no Will Johnson. Let's keep it going, Noah.
Logan Little, 199, says, JG and Rallis, this one's for you.
Yep. Any pick in this draft, you could say that.
It's so refreshing because you see all these players and you know what position they're playing, and they will have a role this fall, and they're not going to be inactive Trey McBride week 1, and they're not going to be played out of position. David Collins, Isaiah Simmons, Hassan Reddick. It's like, hey, guess what? Walter Nolen's going to play defensive tackle, and Will Johnson's going to play outside corner, and we think Jordan Birch is going to play edge rusher, and they're all in great hands. We got a chance, by the way, not to go off on a tangent here, to spend some time with Nick Rallis at the NFL Scouting Combine. Guy is so high level, unbelievable. He deserves this, man. Because Nick Rallis, it's going to be sad for the show when it happens, but it's a matter of when, not if, he's going to be a head coach.
Yeah,
in this
this
league.
fast tracks it. You give him this caliber of players. The coaching is finally going to get matched with the talent, and he's going to be a guy that I think that the league will probably ease its maybe skepticism that he's going to be 32 years old next year. He's a leader of men, and his defense has the potential to show that he can coach him up.
199 from Roaring Fork 78. Great name. For the Saban bad hair dye blast. Laughing emoji.
Appreciate it, Roaring Fork 78. Johnny was talking at the top of the show. It's something that's been popping up on our screen here and there. So, yeah, it's something that you can't not talk about.
Absolutely.
Reezy Baby, $2, says deposit for Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols, U-Haul.
I think they're in good shape. They got a lot of guaranteed money, but I can't. It's 100% likelihood that one are gone. I think Justin Jones has the better shot, but Justin Jones ain't playing over the young man out of Ole Miss they just took yesterday. When I watched Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones play last year, they looked like they were running in quicksand. They just did not look healthy or athletic, and their liability from a cap standpoint. Cut your losses. Play your best. They'll play their best players, and those players will get picked up by other teams. But Cardinals have raised their floor. Goodbye.
Chef, $25.
Thank you, Chef.
Says, guys, we've had an awesome draft so far. I would say an A grade. Had a great time at the draft party. Thank you. I think we should give our respects to Darren Harmon, who lost his mother moments after getting selected.
I saw
by
that.
Pittsburgh.
Unbelievable.
Heart-wrenching story. Beautiful story that she was able to hold on, and he was able to go and basically let her know he was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then she passed on. So yeah, Chef, no doubt about it.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, $25. It was great seeing you last night. Always great to see you out there at the events. Chef, the epitome of a PHNX diehard, man. He crushes it, loves being a part of this community. We love having him a part of this community. He was out at the golf tournament as well. There's a diehard event. He wants to be there and repping his community, repping the PHNX Cardinals community with the rest of the diehards out there. So, Chef, thank you, my guy.
Frank Rodriguez with $2.
Like how you said, Rodriguez.
Is
Frank Rodriguez.
Frank Rodriguez. Is Christian Cook available now for a cheap trade?
No, he is not. He just got traded to Houston earlier this offseason. So that would have been a good fit for the Cardinals. It's unfortunate that they couldn't have a crack at him. For the people who are of the mindset that the Cardinals were just going to start throwing wide receivers at this position group, like, tried to warn everybody, like, they want to win their way. And we met with Jonathan Gannon last year, and he was smitten with Joe Alt. They want to win with line of scrimmage. And guess what? That's a pretty good way to do things. I watched a head coach who I liked in this market try to win by going small and 10 personnel. It did not have a shelf life.
I'm confused. I read on Wednesday before draft that the Cardinals, according to Matt Miller, that they wanted to upgrade their offensive firepower. I thought that was an emphasis this draft. They haven't sniffed an offensive player. I can't believe that we're sitting here and finding out that Matt Miller doesn't know what he's talking about.
Good luck to him.
Yeah.
Good luck to him.
Okay.
Reezy Baby, $5, says super concerning. Ran Carthen, now with CBS, graded the Will Johnson pick as an A.
Look, Rand Carthon, not a good GM. Rand Carthon, before he was, the architect of the Tennessee Titans and running him into the ground, was a very well-respected, piece of the 49ers, scouting department and front office. So he knows football. I think he knows how to identify talent. He just doesn't know how to collect them and put it together. So, you can take it with a grain of salt if you want, but positive things, sometimes people are that you don't respect or are gonna say still some nice things about the team you like. It doesn't take it down a notch.
The 90s Poppy, $2.
Thanks, Johnny.
Says Birch is bigger and ran a 4.67 versus Prince's 4.72.
He is the better athlete, unequivocally. Is he the better pass rusher? Here's what I have to say. Princely, I would argue, played with better defensive personnel at Ole Miss. Mm-hmm. And we saw Princely, and I sat right next to him. I stood right next to him. And I asked him to talk about Walter Nolen. He said, Walter Nolen is the captain of our defense. He's the best player on our defense. So the Cardinals already got the best player on Ole Miss's defense. Mm-hmm. Derek Harmon was the best player on Oregon's defense, but I would argue this kid's the next best thing.
Look, if Jordan Birch can be, the Princely and Uman Mielen to Walter Nolen, and they just swap spots essentially, you'll take that. Look, I mean, Walter Nolen's can open up a lot for some guys coming off the edge. And I don't think at this point in the draft, like you look at those 40 times, 4.67, 4.72, it's like a matter of a snap of a finger as far as those times. Who plays at a faster speed too? That's what you want to find. And you hope it's Birch. But probably pretty tight as far as breaking down those prospects. But look, I would have been pretty satisfied with either one of them. But a great point from 90s Pop.
Absolutely.
Also, in racing terms, Birch would win by a mile. Delgecki's D says Damon could do a 24-hour cards. Come on, Johnny V.
Damon's also like a newborn baby. That's why we call him newborn baby Damon. He's 18 years old. He just got his driver's license. Like, of course he can.
Awful sleep schedule.
Yeah. Like Damon's texting us at like 2 or 3 in the morning. Yeah. Memes on Instagram.
Yeah.
Bo and I are old men. I don't know why Bo agreed to that. I'm trumping him as the senior member of this podcast.
Maybe it's like a midlife crisis. Maybe I'm just like, I want to show I can
you're
still do it.
You're about to welcome another member of your household here.
Yeah.
Let's holster that thought and rethink that.
Yeah.
$5 from Faulty 83 Logic. Does anyone else sing Skattebo in the style of ABBA's Waterloo, or am I just weird?
I think everybody with a brain does that. Skattebo, just like that.
Is that how Waterloo goes?
I don't know.
I'm not like too familiar with the ABBA catalog.
I know they got Dancing Queen. That's
probably the one. That's probably the only one I know.
I love the vibes in the chat right now because we have a clear initiative at hand here. San Francisco, Philly, Minnesota, 3 more picks, and we dubbed Day 3 Scat Watch on this show. No doubt about it.
Wake up tomorrow. Well, you go to bed thinking, I got a big day tomorrow because it's Scat Watch, and you wake up and it's immediately
you get a cup of coffee and you say, I'm ready to watch some Scat Watch, baby.
Scat Watch.
$2.
2025.
Fort 33 says Rabbit was a 4th.
He was. And he was but he plays a position where your head coach elevates that tenfold. Cardinals, they're in good shape, but they only need more DBs. We got DBs for days. They need Scat. Scat's really the only player left in this draft they need. The team's ready. The team is ready minus Cam Skattebo. Don't do it.
No. Well, I mean, it would have been interesting if they didn't already take the position, but the Broncos traded back in, I believe. They traded for 111. Are we close to 111? Are we that deep, or is that a tomorrow deal? Yeah, it's a tomorrow. Thank you.
Do the Broncos need a running back?
115 tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So it's just a nothing trade as it stands right now. Okay.
Who'd they trade with?
Broncos. Wait, yeah. Broncos trade with the Eagles at 101. So Garofalo's just got a little typo here. Yeah. So Broncos. Yeah, but Broncos took.
They take it back?
Yeah, they took R.J. Harvey out of UCF.
Another back then.
All right.
All right. We're in good shape. Okay. We're in good shape.
Doc with another $2 says, need to hear Damon's anger on the Bills taking LJ ASAP.
I think it gets canceled out because he got Jonah. I would tell Damon, don't be selfish if I saw him right now. The Dolphins draft has been solid. Kenneth Grant and Jonah.
Trenches, yeah.
It's not as here's the problem is the Dolphins had higher picks than the Cardinals, and I think they got worse players in each of their picks, respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Cardinals got better picks 3 picks later in both those instances.
Let's take just a quick gander at the complete Dolphins draft so far.
Isn't it Kenneth Grant, Jonah, and I don't know who they picked in the third.
They haven't had one. So, yeah, they don't pick until tomorrow, apparently. So just Grant and Savineo. The 49ers make a pick here. Upton Stout.
What a name.
Western Kentucky. He's 5'9", 180. He's got to be a DB. Yeah, he's a corner.
I was hoping it was Juszczyk's eventual replacement. Broncos going Venad Jones.
Savion Jones at a TCU?
Well, Benjamin Albright's S-A space Venad space Jones.
Oh.
So I don't. We one pick separates the Cardinals from entering day 2 with Cam Skattebo watch. Minnesota Vikings.
Could they ruin it?
We'll know here momentarily. Let's keep these super chats going though, Noah.
All right. $2 from Jeremy says, I said 3 years ago you guys will be bigger than 98.7.
I mean, we appreciate that. We appreciate you.
Bing
We're
bong.
only as big as you guys because of your commitment to hanging out with us every day.
You know, one's radio, and then we're in the digital media space, and I feel like we're doing great in our space.
Can I just say, I don't listen to radio, and it's not like I consume our content because I think it's the best here at PHNX Sports, but I also don't like turn on my radio and listen to radio.
Mm-hmm.
So what I listen to are podcasts, online programming, streaming programming from YouTube anyway. So I feel like you guys vibe with what we do here for a reason, for a lot of different reasons.
I listen to AM.
There you go.
That's interesting.
So like oldie stuff or like just the talk, just talk radio?
Yeah. Yep. Just
All of it.
Talk. Yeah. Yep. And I tune into local Missouri stations. That's
Okay.
kind of my niche.
It is a strange niche, but teach their own.
Yep. Austin Ratliff with $5 says Raiders want picks. Cards trade up for Skattebo.
I mean, here's the play right here. If you get out of this round without him going to Minnesota, Tennessee, Ossenfort's former club. Now I know that franchise is in shambles. Okay, so interrupting my own thought process. Ty Felton goes to the Vikings, so Cam Skattebo officially is not a day 2 pick.
What was the Broncos pick again?
Some dirt. I don't know. Not Cam Skattebo. Nobody good. I just feel like the Arizona Cardinals have a moral obligation to get this done tomorrow. We've reached that
moral obligation.
You have a moral obligation to go up and get Cam Skattebo tomorrow atop this draft.
I love putting that pressure on the shoulders of Monti Ossenfort, who's done nothing but wonders. Savion Jones. Okay, I apologize. Okay.
Drew White, $5, says, you guys own the build-up to the draft and have been by far the most on point with projections. Love the show and appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Drew. I appreciate that, man. It was cool to see Walter Nolen go off the board. He was our pick in the final mock draft that we did. Got a little different there with the fall of Will Johnson. We had him taking Princely Umielen in the second round.
Yeah.
But they take Will Johnson, man. And it's good to be wrong with that pick.
It is. It's really good to be wrong. Drop a like. We got 900 plus watching. We're almost to 1,000 likes. Get us there, please.
Hit the like, please.
Somebody just downgraded us. Somebody said dislike.
Wow, that's rude.
Sometimes that happens.
Find that person.
Sometimes when you ask for the like, there's that one person that's like, you know what?
Let's combat that.
Yeah. Robert with $2 says, this year forward cards will be in the playoffs.
I mean, if they don't make the playoffs with this roster, I mean, something went wrong. And
I mean, it's on the head coach, the 2 coordinators, and the quarterback. That's who it's on. And they wouldn't have it any other way. They have enough. They have more than enough pieces in with their egregious schedule. It's game time.
Josh with $2 says Isaiah Bond at pick 115 gives them a vertical threat.
I don't know if they're taking a receiver.
You can't touch Isaiah Bond right now.
I'm telling you right now,
Isaiah Bond had some allegations levied his way.
If his name
within
isn't
the last
James,
couple weeks,
there's no way.
there ain't nobody tomorrow, barring something unforeseen, that is going to crack this receiving core now. My opinion. Felton, they worked out. I honestly think, like, look, they're 3 for 3 with top 30 visits. How many available players, and I'm sure I'll do this before tomorrow's show, are remaining from their top 30 that are available right now?
Let's take a look at that.
While Bo's pulling that up, keep it going, Noah.
Ty Robinson, Keandre Lambert-Smith.
They're not going to take another edge. They're not going to take another D tackle, are they?
The kid at Auburn is the one that could be a play there.
$1.99 from Greedo Shot Second says Matt Miller wouldn't know ball if he was paid to.
Turns out he is paid to. Keandre Lambert-Smith, almost 20 yards per catch this year. He's been in the college game for a long time. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad pick. I don't know where he's projected to go, though. Is he worth a 4th rounder?
I think he's probably a little bit later than that.
You know what's going to stink because Ossenfort didn't have a 5th? Is that they get to the Cardinals pick tomorrow and Skattebo's there and they trade down to get a 5th rounder. I'm just like, cut that out. Use that 7th rounder and go up and get Cam Skattebo. Go get him. Do it.
Loki, $1.99 says Lance Briggs' big endorsement of Cam. AZ trade up?
Everybody we talk to, Kyler Murray, loves Cam Skattebo. But you got to be the team with enough gusto to pull the trigger. And there are people that are worried about, like, what can he be? I mean, you take a guy in the 3rd round, like Trey Benson last year, you have plans for him to eventually become the guy.
Mm-hmm.
You get to tomorrow, like Chase Edmonds was a 4th rounder. He was a nice change of pace back.
Yeah.
Like that, you are in the comfort zone right now. No one's going to fault you. And there are going to be number 4 jerseys, if Dortch were to give it up, everywhere in the Valley. The benefits outweigh the downside tenfold because he's a great human being. He's a great guy. He's not going to embarrass you off the field. And then you're going to hit a home run from a marketing standpoint.
Yeah.
It's just too big of a coup. You have to do it.
Hold a little bit of those thoughts because we will preview tomorrow and we're going to do kind of a recap here of what's transpired today. But let's finish these super chats. The final pick officially went off the board in the 3rd round, and we're off into day 3 of the NFL draft. So give yourself a pat on the back for making it through this coverage. 2 more super chats, and then we'll reset.
Doc XD, another $1.99 says LFG Ty, another MD wide receiver to Minnesota, Stephon Diggs.
Okay.
I don't hate it.
Decent comp there.
I don't hate it, Doc.
Didn't they got Diggs, I think, 5th round back in the day?
Turned out pretty good, I guess.
Yeah.
Warlock, $5 says Monty swaps a 4th and gives up next year's 5th, plausible for Scat.
Wanting to move back into the 3rd round, I think. Maybe is that what Z Warlock was looking for?
So where do they pick tomorrow?
We'll get into that. Just
okay.
hold on.
All right.
Hold steady there. Let's get to Daniel here.
I can't.
Daniel, $2 says 4+ hours, gentlemen.
Yes.
Also, this defense is no joke.
No, I don't think it's a joke either. This is going to be a legit problem for the NFC West and the other divisions that they play, AFC and NFC South. It's going to be, and then of course the 3rd place schedule. It's going to be great. Pedro jumping in real quick.
Pedro, last minute, says amazing work as always, fellas. Cheers to you.
Thank you, Pedro. We appreciate you, my guy.
Let's do a quick recap here of today's events and then a little preview of official Scat Watch come Saturday morning.
PHNX Cardinals is wrapping up day 2 coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft, and boy, oh boy, did Monti Ossenfort continue his masterful work. A day after taking Walter Nolen, 16th overall, out of Ole Miss, he comes back and gets what could be the shocking value of day 2 at 47 Will Johnson, cornerback out of Michigan, Bo.
And of course, our draft coverage is brought to you by our friends over at Circle K. Make sure to download the Inner Circle app and start saving at the pump. And of course, at America's Thrift Shop, thank them for, of course, powering our draft coverage. But no doubt about it, called himself this, and we kind of believe it to be true. Will Johnson in a slide down to nearly, outside the top 50, landing at 47. The Arizona Cardinals to be the potential steal of the draft here. Will Johnson, we had him as our 6th ranked overall prospect, but a medical flag that came up after an injury-hampered previous collegiate season at Michigan. He had a long-term knee issue pop up on his medical record, and teams started to shy away. Monti Ossenfort looked at that as an opportunity, and I think the Cardinals could benefit greatly from this. I mean, not just upside as a starting quarterback, could be their legitimate CB1 going forward.
No doubt about it. You think about some of these comments here from his press conference over the phone with the Arizona Cardinal media, the Phoenix media, definitely very frustrating. It's one of those things that motivates you more than anything. I'm awake now. I know I'm the type of player, what I am. I'm just happy to be where I'm at. He mentioned he played golf recently with Marvin Harrison Jr., talked about, I'm giving it my all to Arizona. They're getting a great player. It's frustrating. He said his knee's been healthy for 2+ years. I know how my body feels. I'm just going to go out there and show that on Sundays and show everybody what they missed on.
Yeah.
How about it?
Look, I mean, he was one of the best defenders on a team that was led by that group to a national championship in 2023?
Yeah.
Officially into the 2024 year. Under Jim Harbaugh in his final year with the Wolverines, had that pick 6. He was the defensive player of the game in that natty.
Yeah.
And then dealt with some injuries. 9 career picks at Michigan. This is a ball hawk. This is a guy that's got the size that you want, even though he's got a little bit shorter arms for the position, but also one of those guys that teammates said was one of the most locked in, recruits they'd ever seen. This guy lives and breathes football, and it matches up with his new teammates here with the Arizona Cardinals. And there isn't a draft that is tailor fit more for Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rollis's defensive secondary scheme. Like, you look at what they needed this offseason. They probably wanted to do it via veteran, and free agency didn't work out that way for them. Luckily for them, this gift kind of fell into their lap, 47th overall. And I think they got maybe the best option for them this offseason to play outside corner. And I think what they've really kind of invested a lot of premium draft capital in top 100 picks, from Garrett Williams in their first offseason together to Max Melton to Elijah Jones, and Starling Thomas mixed in there too, is a secondary that can play ball that Jonathan Gannon wants to play.
No doubt about it. He's a guy that's immediately going to come in and vie for snaps opposite Max Melton. You mentioned on our broadcast, you think he's got an opportunity to become CB1 as early as this year. I would love to see that. Continuing on, the Arizona Cardinals at 78 took pass rusher Jordan Birch. They were jumped, we think, for Princely out of Ole Miss, but then we later found out that Birch, the 6'6", 270-pound phenom out of Oregon, did take a top 30 visit. He confirmed in a conference call with the Arizona media that he took a top 30 visit with the Arizona Cardinals. We had our guy Fran Duffy on. This is what a third rounder is supposed to be. At worst, he's a rotational guy, can play inside and outside. At best, you're getting an explosive difference maker on the edge. I mean, like, built-wise, it's not apples to oranges. I know people hate when I say that, but I do think you see some like Everson Griffin with him, where he's violent at the point of attack. He's incredibly strong. He was in the collegiate scene for 5+ years. He was part of that COVID class, right? I think he was high school teammates with Xavier Thomas, Arizona Cardinal, current outside linebacker out of Clemson. So again, brought him into the facility, vetted him, and now he gets to play presumably opposite Josh Sweat, inserted into a group with B.J. Ojulari, Baron Browning, Zaven Collins, and it's let the best man win. And I love this. For a top 100 player, you're getting a best case scenario of a guy you can build around 8 to 12 sacks. And this is not a wasted pick with how they utilize the snap count, the percentage of what JG and Rollis want to do up front. It's exactly what they need. I think it's why a lot of the picks before it are so befuddling. Off-ball linebackers, rotational tight ends, This is a kid that can come in, by the way, with a lot of teams that had a top 60 grade. Cardinals get him at 78.
It was an all-freak show, chosen by, was it Bruce Feldman, who covers the college games so well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think his all-freak show team in the top 10, just his skill set, as you mentioned, the extreme height, 6'5"-ish, close to 280. You can fluctuate that weight, and he wears it well. He's an athlete, right? And he's a guy that is 40 time 4.67, 10-yard split 1.66, projected to go right around where he did, second, third round. Cardinals get him, in the middle of the third round, and they've got a guy that's a chess piece, that's going to play in that defensive front seven. Immediately you see like edge, but then you find out, as we learned through Fran Duffy, this is probably a guy that matches more his game. His versatility looks more like Darius Robinson, defensive lineman, 4-3 defensive end, instead of a guy who's going to be a stand-up off-ball linebacker. But look, he's a guy that gives Nick Rallis, Jonathan Gannon the ability to do what they love to do and be multiple with their defensive fronts. And he's got tremendous upside. Can they tap into the potential? The one thing that people didn't see is his motor. They want to see an improvement in effort from Jordan Birch. He's going to be around some teammates that are not going to let him, slack and have any lows. So we'll see what that can do for a guy that's got everything you want, from the athleticism to the size, from that position.
Again, they're not going to be polished, finished products on day 3. They have, day 2 in the third round. They have question marks, right? But the value is still there. Kudos for Monti Ossenfort, Walter Nolen, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, premium players, top 30 guys, value players that are immediately going to come in and raise the floor on this defense in 2025, where you're looking at Nick Rallis maybe have an opportunity to become a head coach next offseason. Looking ahead, Bo, to day 3, the Arizona Cardinals, 3 picks right now. They've got, they don't have a 6th-round pick, correct? But they have a 4th and a 5th. Is that right? And then they have a 7th via the New York Jets. The Cardinals pick 115. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, all eyes remain on local product running back Cam Skattebo, who, despite speculation from our guy Mike Garafolo, was not selected on day 2 of the NFL draft. And so now Skattebo, along with the likes of, it's crazy, Shedeur Sanders, moves into day 3. The Arizona Cardinals now, they are roughly 12 picks from picking. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock tomorrow with 103. The Cardinals 115. Give me your assessment here as we look at Scat Watch. Do you think they move up for him? Do you think it's on their radar? Because they're 3 for 3 with top 30 guys. He was a top 30 guy.
Yeah, he was the guy that visited the facility. I don't know if they feel like they need to move up for really anything in this draft. I mean, as we kind of outlined with the additions that they've made in their first 3 picks and added to the roster that was already in place, how many spots do you need to account for here? Maybe you're saying, hey, I want to get rid of some picks potentially. Maybe that's the motive there. And also getting a player that you wanted to give the respect to get to know a little bit in the draft process. Does it reach beyond that to where they want him to be a member of the team? Kyler Murray told us simply he wants players like Cam Skattebo that are just good at playing football. But, as far as the pre-draft and the projections go, it's more in line with what Benjamin Albright told me a week ago, that the league is a little bit more down on him than the media. And look, and that's just a testament to where he is right now. I mean, he's going to be picked day 3 now officially.
1,700 yards, 5.8 yards per clip, 21 touchdowns, then receiving 605 yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, again, at the end of the day, you're talking about a 4th-round pick here. And for this team, the Cardinals are in a different spot than they were 2 years ago. Thank the football gods. They couldn't take Will Johnson 2 years ago. They couldn't take Cam Skattebo 2 years ago, trading up for him. I think you have to seriously consider packaging picks to go up and get him at the top of the 4th round. I'm being serious. I think that we need to, the Arizona Cardinals last at NFLPA grades, getting people back at State Farm Stadium, Marvin's jersey not available last offseason. This kind of stuff matters. You had your meat and potatoes yesterday and today. Tomorrow, go have a cheat meal. And that cheat meal is Cam Skattebo at 103. Move up to 103, get Cam Skattebo.
Yeah, man.
You're just not buying it. I can't convince you.
Look, but you look at the roster that they've built, the talent that they've accumulated. this offseason in the potential of winning football games, that's going to overcome or, get you right with your fan base where you might have fumbled a couple times along the way last year, of course, way before that. If it happens, I think if there's the right deal has it, if the Cardinals are that motivated, then sure. But, picking 13th in this round, it could happen. I think that, it's Fran Duffy's point remains. I think all 32 of the teams in the right spot would take a player like Cam Skattebo. And we're reaching that point of the draft.
Let me read some best available. This is Tom Pelissaro from NFL Network. Shedeur Sanders, Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, Kyle McCord, Cam Skattebo, Trevor Etienne, Dylan Sampson at running back, Isaiah Bond, Tez Johnson. Boy, the receiver position is dried up quick. But the defensive side still bears a lot of quality names that we've talked about. Captain Jack Sawyer, Braden Swinson from LSU, Deion Walker, right? How about Danny Stutzman, the linebacker, Quincy Riley, Dante Trader, the safety, Billy Bowman Jr., not baby Billy, but Billy Bowman Jr., the safety, Ty Robinson, Tenzel Burke. There are good players available tomorrow. That's the tough part. But I'm going to tell you right now, the offensive side of the ball, just call a spade, it feels kind of dead to me. We're at the point now with this draft where receivers, quarterbacks, there's nothing doing it for me.
Yeah.
There's one running back, and then there's some developmental offensive linemen. That's about it. So if you got 3 picks tomorrow, if you want to move up, we're not going to hate you for it because the heavy lifting has been done for this team.
Yeah, I'm not going to fault the team. I'm not going to take a general manager to task, especially after the start to this draft and what Monti Ossenfort has done, he already has on his resume. And also what we know and what we see day threes usually turn into. I mean, most of the time they're lottery tickets. Most of the time, they're throwaways, and sure they could be ammunition to go or valuable as far as trying to make a midseason trade for some vets that are just trying to get off of their current roster. So, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, you're going to miss out on going out and really getting a player that's going to be able to contribute. So, look, if it's something they're motivated to do, that you'll see the signs, right? It's just like if Johnny wins the lottery, the signs are going to show up when he comes in and he's wearing, a mink coat and he's got brand new Jordans and
I thought you were going to go
rings.
a different direction, like I'd be pulling up in a Batmobile or something.
It's possible too.
You took care of me there with that analogy. I do want to let everybody know.
This is an authentic lightsaber.
Yeah. Everybody like this video. Subscribe to PHNX Sports. We're barreling toward 40K here. You can help us get there. We're just shy 250 likes of our like total of 1,000 today. We got some super chats. Let's hit them, Noah.
All righty. Starting off with a crisp $4.99 from Carlos says, "Love you guys."
One, huh?
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't that be a $5 bill? Would be crisp.
You know what? I don't like your attitude right now, and I'd appreciate you if you let me read the super chat.
Let's get to it, Carlos.
Carlos says, "Love you guys. When do we start talking about collusion case against Sanders? No way Dylan is a better prospect, and I'm not a Sanders fan."
It's not. I don't know if I would use the word collusion, but there's a conservative effort by the NFL. They don't want to deal with the off the field stuff. On the field, Shedeur Sanders is a day 2 prospect. He's a fringe day 1, but he's a day 2 prospect. I think that, unfortunately for Deion, he has done more harm than good as it relates to helping his son, getting him to that, not elevating his play, but he has not helped him off the field. And that's the problem with respect to everybody surrounding that Colorado program. When you're kissing that Colorado program's ass up and down, and you're telling everybody how great you are, and nobody can be real with you. Now, you know who faced real criticism? Jalen Hurts, who had to transfer to Oklahoma, was a second-round pick and is now a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
We live in the real world where criticism builds character, right? How much criticism has Shedeur Sanders and Deion faced in that program? They have a protective bubble.
Yeah.
Now he's put out and is in a very vulnerable spot on day 3 of the NFL draft when no team wants to take him, which is really unfortunate. I think Deion, if he could do it over again, they would do things differently. But NFL teams don't want to mess around with that when your talent does not supersede the off the field concerns.
Fran Duffy joined us to talk about the Cardinals picks, and also we took that opportunity to ask him about Shedeur's fall, and he said that he reached out to his sources close to that camp, and they said like kind of their life preserver there was going to be Steelers or Browns. And the Steelers, I think, had one opportunity tonight. They passed on it. They took the running back out of Iowa, correct?
Yeah.
And then the Browns had multiple opportunities, and then to add insult to injury, take a different quarterback who has no projectables as far as the NFL goes.
I mean, Dylan Gabriel, that's absurd.
That's almost like a slap to the face. So that's one thing where I'll just kind of point and say, hey, whoever is in the Browns camp and talking to Shedeur's camp and saying, we can be your lifeline here, and then go and pull that kind of crap. That's where I think it's kind of crazy. But I agree with you. You see it league wide. I mean, look at Tebow, Kaepernick. When you see a guy that you don't view as an instant starter, or as a guy that's going to impact you winning football games, when he's bringing baggage or has noise around him, teams have very little appetite for that. You have to be exceptional, and you have to be able to provide a value to those teams in order to do so. And I think, to your point, like the league and a lot of people around them in the Colorado program did a disservice in telling him who he was when he was in fact not that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Noah.
So Kevin came over here with some breaking news. Apparently the video is out there. Somebody prank called
Did see that.
him and then said that your time is coming soon, acting as a GM.
And I saw him tweet out, which is really unfortunate, that he, thanked the good Lord, which is really, that's sucky. I mean, he's a kid at the end of the day.
Yeah,
but
that's a little messed up.
This is getting gross and ugly. I think, but here's the problem: is he cannot come in and be a backup either.
Right.
So it's like people were asking Benjamin Albright yesterday, like, is there a chance he goes undrafted? And he's like, there's no way. I don't think it's a zero shot he goes undrafted now. I think we're going to get to a point where, like, teams, if you're an NFL GM with this kind of narrative surrounding him, it's just, you're better off. The stage is set. Steelers are going to sign Aaron Rodgers, it feels like. You got Cleveland taking Dylan Gabriel. Kirk Cousins is still available. Like, this is NFL has it feels like has moved past Shedeur Sanders. Before his even story has started, they've moved past him. I don't even know where he would go now. I don't know where he would go. The Steelers are trying to win their division. They're not bringing in Shedeur Sanders.
The league doesn't have a large tolerance. Like, you see it where there's prospects obviously at the collegiate level, and they talk about how when they get to the league, or people in their inner circles are talking. Remember, like, the nonsense about Caleb Williams, and he's going to want some sort of stake in the team, and it's just like the league's like, we're the NFL.
Yeah, get out. We're the biggest sports franchise in the continental United States by a large margin. Like, we tell you what you're doing. Go ahead with the next one here.
All right, another crisp $4.99 from Charlie Sinclair says, our teams have been killing the draft. Good for AZ.
Absolutely. I like a lot of what the Chargers are doing.
Sure.
Charlie, good luck this season, my guy. Hope to see you soon. But yeah, I mean,
Marion Hampton, Trey Harris, and Jamari Caldwell, the defensive lineman from Oregon.
Getting no Michigan guys for Harbs, but getting some help for Herbert, which you desperately need. The skill players there need a reset for sure.
Instant Real Estate with $1.99 says, Jags have 2 4s and no 5s. Get this done. #ScatWatch.
Oh man, I to get up to pick 103, you would have to give up your 4th and your 5th. You'd have to use your 4th and your 5th. So basically, the draft would be over because then you just have a 7th. So, are you prepared? Are you prepared to put a bow on this draft? Walter Nolen, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, Cam Skattebo. I think I'd sign up for that right now.
Just for your happiness, I'll sign up for that.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good little shopping spree there.
It's like me going to some kids movie with my 3.5-year-old. I'll go endure that for you.
I'll go endure Minions 5.
Yeah, I'll go to Minecraft.
Oh yeah,
I went to Minecraft. Don't put that evil on me. Let's keep going here.
All right, Zao DD, great draft coverage. PHNX. We need Scat tomorrow.
I feel like I'm in the majority with the diehards, literally and figuratively. Bo is in the minority, which is fine. But if it's Cam Skattebo who comes in Arizona Cardinal, the minute Cam scores a touchdown, this guy right here is going to be losing his you-know-what. And, I'll remind him of it.
Yeah. Yeah, you would never hold receipts over my head like that. You're not that petty.
No, never.
Draina SRT with $1.99, but no chat to add. But they did follow it up with a $4.99 super chat and said, "Should I be excited for next season?"
Here, I'm going to answer that with a little bit of a rant. The Cardinals had a really tough end of the year, and we talked about what can they do to win people back.
Mm-hmm. They've
had the kind of offseason to do that. I think they've done that. They didn't screw around in free agency. They didn't dick around in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have made it a point to say, hey, we know what our shortcomings are. I mean, you were never going to replace Kyler Murray. And so their actions are, we need to be better coaches.
Mm-hmm.
We need to do a better job evaluating talent. I think I would be excited. I think this team has a ceiling about 12 wins this fall.
I always thought, with good coaching and elevated talent, it's you got the opportunity to go really far. And they showed that in the jump that they made. And obviously everybody on that team is going to tell you that they hate that they missed that on that opportunity, that they squandered it. But it's an even stronger roster now that won 8 games. I think that they should be firmly in the preseason, playoff prospects as far as this team goes. I'm really kind of interested to see what Vegas is going to come with a win total post draft for this team.
They were 8.5. I mean, I think it warrants 9.5 now. But people are going to slobber all over these opposing NFC West teams. The Rams have had a lukewarm draft, in my opinion.
To finish it off, final super chat. Greedo shot second with a crisp $4.99. Actually, nope, 2 more just came in, so not last. Saw episode 3 in theaters tonight. What's your guys' favorite Star Wars movie?
I mean, I can rank all of them real quick if you would prefer. First of all, I saw episode 3 was tracking for 30 million, which I love that. Thank you, Greedo, for supporting the cause. So unequivocally, it goes Empire Strikes Back, A New Hope, and Return of the Jedi. And then there is a big gap for your boy. And then probably something to the effect of Rogue One. And then I'm going to go Revenge of the Sith. Then I'll go Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and then the rest of the Disney stuff I'll put off to the side. There's my ranking.
Man, yeah, so many good ones.
No, I don't need your input.
Many good ones. Probably the Han Solo project, that was pretty good, wasn't it?
It's actually the least grossing Star Wars film of all time. They released it just 2 weeks after Avengers Infinity War.
Solo, right?
It was an egregious marketing decision. They're like, we're going to put it up against Avengers Infinity War. Terrible decision.
With some guy who's working as a barista starring as Han Solo, right?
It was a bad choice. It's
goated.
You cannot
goated in my book.
Don't recast legacy characters. No thanks.
Yeah. Phantom Menace, definitely number 1 for me.
What about
I respect it.
Yeah.
But I'm
about
also,
the Rise of
that's
Khan.
era.
That was a pretty good one.
I need this show to be over. Eric, let's hear it. $10 from Eric.
Eric,
go ahead.
Great. $10 says, elite reporting by Johnny and Bo covering the draft. A+ draft by Monty and JG. NFC West is ours.
Do you feel appreciate that, Eric, the support on that level. We love you, brother. Do you feel vindicated? Or do you feel like you called people casuals a day before the draft? And I think that reigns true. We were looking at some national stories, some local tweets and stories, and it just felt like things were being driven out of misinformation and just saying let me pull up. There was a lot of I haven't studied anything. Let me pull up the Cards depth chart this first time off season, see where they need help.
We cover this team every day.
Every day.
Practice, we're at press conferences, we're following any story that's written.
We have the head coach on.
Yeah,
we have the franchise quarterback on.
We talked to the head coach. We were fortunate enough to talk to the defensive coordinator. Get to sit down and talk with Kyler Murray for close to half an hour.
Trey McBride's been on our show.
Will Hernandez even exiting potential players. We talked to Bernard Seikovits, a guy that's been on the practice squad.
Michael Wilson's on the show.
Yeah, I mean, and we listen to what they have to say. To where I think there's a lot where unless you're and this goes for the national guys, unless you're feeding it to them on a spoon, like the stuff from Schefter today is astounding. To even consider the Cardinals as a Shedeur Sanders landing spot means you're not paying attention at all. That the Cardinals value players that value the team over themselves. And none of that, is Shedeur Sanders, way describing him at all.
I'm just going to tell you right now, this franchise, the people in charge don't talk to anybody. They don't talk to a lot of people. They don't feed information. Keim was an open book. This is a buttoned up organization where very little gets out. When's the last time that anything has gotten out that they didn't want to have out? I mean, there's some things that we're privy to that haven't gotten out yet. It's just if things that we knew were available to other people, they'd be out. They put it out right now. So Ossenfort comes from New England, and that can be a blessing and a curse based on how they've handled things post Brady. But one thing that they've carried through is they don't talk to anybody. They don't let anybody know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to tell you right now, there was information that came out during free agency about re-signing players. The Cardinals wanted that information out there. They got some good press going before the start of free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're going to re-sign some of our own guys.
Yeah.
That's about the extent of what you've seen leak out from this franchise, outside of maybe this little fanboy podcast.
Right. And there's been stuff that comes out that shouldn't. And you see how the organization and how
people pay for it.
Yeah.
$1.99 from Brian says, I will be buying a Skattebo jersey if the Cards get him.
I will buy one too. I will match that, Brian, assuming they do right by him and they give him a single digit. If we get to I think I've lost Bo. I'm going to go up to Monti Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon. You will give Cam Skattebo a single digit. Here's what I will say. I love Greg Dortch.
The demands are unbelievable. The demands.
Do you think if they draft Cam Skattebo that Greg Dortch would give up number 4?
For what?
For Cam. Cam was 4 in college.
Think about Greg Dortch's road to becoming, a guy that plays significant snaps on an NFL roster. The road he traveled, and you're gonna say, hey, like, all due respect, Greg, but could you just give up your old high school number because this guy was good in college?
How many jerseys would they sell? Who would sell more jerseys?
I don't care. It shows some respect to the guy that's wearing that earned it.
Is anybody wearing 44?
44 was Marcus Golden's old number, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, it's people in the chat saying give Scat 4. Sorry, Dortch. That's how I feel. I put that at the bottom of my mock draft today. Sorry, Greg. Kevo give the super chat $1.99. Kevin, get out of here.
He wanted a crisp $1.99.
Get out of here,
crisp
Kev.
$1.99 from Kevin.
I like the things that you say about Scat are so crazy and so out of pocket. It makes me look like a hater. You're demanding that the team.
It's almost like I do that on purpose.
Like, trade up. Like, you have to use this draft capital and you have to get them here, or it's a failure.
Sorry
after
about
just hitting absolute home run after home run after home run in this draft. But if you don't do this and you don't get this guy that I liked watching in college and keep him here, and then also rip the jersey off Greg Dortch's poor back and give it to him.
Greg Dortch, famously part of this network, had a podcast with my co-hosts. Listen.
Put some respect on Dortch's name.
I want some sizzle with this team.
Yeah.
And I get that.
If you love Cam Skattebo, you would love that the Cardinals.
Cam Skattebo would wear 99 if you asked
right,
him to.
And that's all you would care about. He's like, does he get a jersey? Does he get to play for the Cardinals? That's all you should care about.
I'm putting the cart before the horse. We had a super chat saying they would buy the jersey, so I was just agreeing.
Yeah.
Also, Kevin, our producer here, who sent a super chat and didn't actually type in it, which is crazy.
Just rookie mistakes by our veteran producer here.
Just crazy. He says, I meant to say Dortch would give it up for $10K.
I don't think they have to. Michael Bidwell, here's what I would say. Like we talked about Marv last year, and you can't push back on this because you know it to be true. Just like we saw with B.J. Ojulari, Michael Bidwell would have to get involved and say, Greg, this is a lucrative opportunity for this franchise. We missed out on it with Marv last year. They would sell out of Skattebo jerseys. You know they would. It'd be the #1 jersey for the team this offseason. You would have to do something with Greg. Hey, Greg, cut you some scratch here.
Yeah.
You don't agree with that? It's 100% true. They would sell out of Skattebo jerseys.
What's the fake news? You just Google it. What was it? Neo Man? What's he talking about? I'm sorry. I didn't follow with that. All
right, let me ask you a question. Because a lot of my draft darlings are still available. Jack Sawyer, Cam Skattebo. Do you have a best available tomorrow at 1:15?
Yeah, let's take a look.
You're pushing back on like, oh, God forbid we
No, you're talking about trading up
with a 5th round pick that respectfully you can wipe your ass with. Like it's a 5th round pick. They have Will Johnson and Walter Nolen. You're like, I don't know about that 5th. That 5th could be something.
I got a good one for you.
Okay.
Central Michigan defensive back Dante Kent.
No more DBs. No more. We have enough DBs.
Get him in the 7th. Do we have a 7th?
That's fine. No issue with that.
Cool.
Who you like? Who you like, Bo Brock?
Look, fine. You can have.
Yeah, see, it's available.
I mean, I think maybe wide receiver, maybe somebody that would be able to, maybe like a Jalen Royals out of Utah State.
Membo.
Yeah.
He's
I don't
available.
like Cam Williams from Texas.
Oh, he got worked.
Yeah.
He got worked against Ohio State. Jack Sawyer put him in a blender.
Cornelius out of Oregon, maybe.
Let's get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Go for it.
You do. That's the tomorrow.
I tried to be nice to you.
You're not.
I tried
nice.
to give it
you're
to
mean,
you.
You're a mean man.
And you just keep boxing me into a corner.
I mean, here's what I will say: the best talent remaining is still on the defensive line.
I agree with Ezra Ricks, and 44 does go pretty hard for a running back. It's John Riggins. Rigo.
I would be totally fine with that.
But you want to rip the jersey off the back of one of the longest tenured Cardinals?
I just think
Greg, one of the more self-made guys.
Go back. Let Greg go back to 83. Let's go back to 83. Membo.
You just say that in passing. Hey, take one of the most
Greg, here's 83.
Insignificant numbers between 1 and 99.
You could argue Greg was better when he wore 83. That's what I would say. Hey, Greg,
he had his best season of his career last year.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He did? I thought it was 2 years ago. I thought Greg was pretty quiet last year.
Chad is agreeing with me. They think 44 is hard.
Yeah.
Listen, anything that, you're better. You're in 2022. No issue. Listen, I don't want to pit Bo and I against each other.
Because that's all you've done, honestly, the last 20 minutes.
Hey. Watch it. Watch it. Like this video. This
good point, Rafa. It is Owen Papo's number.
No, sorry, Owen. This show is going to continue tomorrow when the fun doesn't stop. The draft starts at 9 a.m.?
Yeah.
Who's bringing the donuts? Noah?
I'll bring the donuts.
Wow, donut boy. Cam Skattebo. We're on Skattebo. We're on Skattebo watch here. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it in the chat. If you want Cam Skattebo, just type in me in the chat. I want to see it. If you want Cam Skattebo to become a member of the Arizona Cardinals, let's see it. Just type in me. Oh, no. There's Billy Price managing his McDonald's in the chat. Billy Price, former Cardinal, looking to beat my ass. Yep, not me. There's a me. Why am I mom? Sports Hero saying mom and dad stop fighting.
Yeah.
Me. Up.
That's a lot of me's.
Yeah, it is.
That's a lot of jerseys, Greg Dortch.
There.
It's a lot of jerseys. Me, everyone,
if Scat
me.
wore 79, people would buy it.
Fair enough.
I don't know. That is an atrocious number for
we got to
die.
We got to. Well, come on. For the cause. There's a super chat me.
Yeah.
Me.
Look, let's do it. I'm joining you guys. I'm joining
99.
the cause. I'm going to come in tomorrow morning. Me, Donut Boy, bringing Johnny a wheat donut because that's what he's earned right now. What's the worst donut possible?
The coconut one is pretty bad.
Coconut's okay. Raisin?
I don't think that's a thing, Kev.
I'm not in on like the cream filled. I'm gonna bring in something.
Ooh, I like those.
Oh darn!
I like
Cream
jelly.
filled?
I like cream.
That's
I like
crazy.
Long Johns. I like maple. I like sprinkles. I'm a little bit of a donut connoisseur. Super chat. Bo is my man, but Skattebo is for the legacy. You get it, William. I love Bo too, like a brother to me. He's wrong on this one. It's okay to be wrong. It's fine. We're all wrong about something. This is what Bo's wrong about.
If you haven't done so already, like this video, subscribe to PHNX Sports here on YouTube. If you're listening on your podcast, thank you. Also give us a rating here, and we appreciate you.
Don't dislike the show.
Yeah, don't do that like some people have done. Oh, one more. Raspberry filled is the worst. I agree.
I'd eat it. If it meant Skattebo was a Cardinal, I'd eat it. I'd eat cement tomorrow if it meant Skattebo was a Cardinal.
Oh, man. For Kevin, who's hanging out around here, for our guy, Fran Duffy. How about Noah? Everybody behind the scenes. Emma's crushing it on social media. If you're seeing all those posts, and the entire team behind the scenes, including Leah Merrill, Shane Diefenbach, and, of course, for Johnny Venerable, who just wants to pick fights with me. I'm Bo Brock. We'll talk to you. It's Keg and Eggs, rise and shine. We're wrapping up this draft. We're bringing it home tomorrow morning on a Saturday edition of PHNX Cardinals.
We all silly like the mayor.